If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description. Additionally, if you would like to request novels and access my Google Drive where I have 200 plus audiobooks, then you can join my Patreon. Link is also provided in the description.
Chapter 116. How strong is Obito after removing his wind protective goggles? The sand ninja they've encountered along their journey would be best qualified to say. Even though Obito hasn't awakened the Sharingan yet, the foundation he's accumulated, coupled with the support of his two Tomo Sharingan, is being rapidly converted into strength. So far, the three waves of sand ninja they've met haven't even required Kyomu to take action. Obito leads the charge, swiftly dealing with those he can. On the rare occasion that some slip through, Kakashi is there to help Obito address these oversights. Overall, Kyomu and his team have been unstoppable, effortlessly breaking through the sand ninja with equal numbers on each side. But it's not without problems. The water here is undrinkable, Kyomu mentions, after examining the water brought to them. Let's drink the water we prepared in advance. The poison here has changed, and I suspect even the antidote pills from Tsunade-sama might not work. While it might be possible to test this, all the sand ninja in the vicinity are already dead, and experimenting on their own people is too great a risk, something Kyomu doesn't want to chance. At this time, Kakashi comes over, his brow furrowed deeply. Kyomu, have you noticed? Along our path, some water sources are poisoned, but others are not. That's true, Obito agrees. It seems the sand ninja want to force us onto a fixed route, making it easier for them to set up ambushes and encircle us. Exactly, Kyomu nods in agreement. If things go as expected, what we've encountered so far were just sand ninja scouting ahead. But ahead, there's definitely going to be layers of encirclement, and likely a trap waiting. Once we enter, the sand ninja will surround us. This is the disadvantage of fighting in foreign territory. Being outnumbered is secondary, the lack of reliable supplies is the real problem. Especially within the harsh environment of the Land of Wind, unlike the abundant Land of Fire where hunting game and drinking spring water can suffice. Human beings need food to live, and the sand ninja have seized on this, forcing Kyomu and his team to follow a path laden with ambushes they've set up in advance. They have no choice but to proceed. The water around them has been poisoned, and even though Kyomu could kill those guarding it, without finding an antidote, they can't secure drinking water. Asking Tsunade for help with detoxification is an option, but it takes time. The delay would give the sand ninja enough time to send even more forces for an encirclement. Does Cho think she can lead us by the nose using water? Kyomu scoffs disdainfully. She's calculated well, but she's overlooked one thing. If we've shown ourselves, it's because we have something to rely on. Does she really think we're out of options? So, we continue. Obito picks up. Kakashi looks ahead, knowing that stronger and more numerous enemies lie ahead, but since Kyomu has decided, we press on. Neither says a word about trust, but everything they say is filled with faith in Kyomu. Not just them, but the rest of the team trusts Kyomu unconditionally. This trust is related to his character, but more so to his record in battle. Though not extensive, in every fight, Kyomu has created miracles in seemingly impossible situations. When miracles become common, trust naturally follows. Let's go. Kyomu and his team set off again, encountering increasingly numerous and powerful sand ninja. Obito's two Tomo Sharingan is starting to show its limits. Kakashi begins to feel the pressure, and despite some of the team being protected by dragon skin armor, a few still get injured. Captain, it's my fault, I've become a burden to the team. Says Anze Asayaki, a genin in title but having fought alongside Kyomu since the war's outset, his strength has skyrocketed, nearly at the level of a genin. His name suggests he comes from a civilian ninja background, so even after being nourished by the dragon veins chakra-tide, his strength is still at the bottom among the 70 ninja team. Genin, a prestigious title for many civilian ninjas striving in the academy, becomes just another soldier in the war between the 5 great shinobi countries, hardly standing out. Like now. It's not a big problem, Kyomu reassures him, patting his shoulder, just a minor injury. Rest a bit, and you'll be as good as new. With Kyomu's reassurance, Anze feels less guilty, quickly recovering under the care of the team's medical ninja. However, the emergence of injuries within the team signifies the increasing intensity of battle. When Anze and the others have recovered, and Kyomu leads the team forward again, the pressure suddenly mounts. Captain, Kakashi, there are at least 5 squads of sand ninja rushing towards us, Ren reports urgently, and on our flanks, another 7 squads are quickly encircling us. Kyomu's eyes harden, and Kakashi unconsciously grips his sword, Yukihime, tighter. They've walked right into the Sand Ninja's prepared ambush. Now, it's all out in the open. The only difference is that Kyomu knows how the Sand Ninja will play their hand, but they are clueless about his trump card. Don't panic. What use is it having so many people surround us? Kyomu says calmly, everyone, stay calm. With me here, there won't be any accidents. Yes, they have Kyomu, the captain best at creating miracles. The team's panic is calmed by Kyomu's words. They trust him, perhaps even more than the ninja blades in their hands. Everyone, stick together. Kakashi, focus on coordinating with the team to use earth release for defense. Leave the rest to me. Kyomu, hand on the hilt of Yoi, steps forward boldly, leave the Sand Ninja ahead to me. After I deal with them, we'll handle the ones coming from the sides together. Kyomu isn't planning to hold back any longer. It's been 6 days, nearly 144 hours, since he acquired his new passive skill. Even without precise calculation, Kyomu's first attack is expected to deal more than 20 times his usual damage. To put it simply, with the attack strength multiplied by 20, Kyomu's strike could rival the peak power of a fully realized Susanoo. This might not mean much in the future, but in this era, there's no one capable of standing against it. Kyomu, you're planning to. Kakashi starts, raising his hand as if to say something but then stops. Don't worry, this one strike will be enough to give the Sand Ninja a taste of their own medicine, Kyomu reassures with a confident smile. Why do you think I've been holding back? I was waiting for the right moment when they were all gathered. Seeing Kakashi still seems to want to ask more, Kyomu waves his hand. I'll explain the details after the battle. It's hard to understand right now. Kakashi nods, gathering the team closer, not waiting for Kyomu's move to already have them prepared with an earth release, earth-style wall, ready for defense. Kyomu feels completely at ease now, staring down the approaching Sand Ninja with a grin, showing his right side fangs. The Sand Ninja charging at them, from a distance, see Kyomu's expression, their hatred and anger merging, instantly flaring up. You destroyed our field hospital, so many of our injured comrades died miserably by your hand. Leading us around in circles, treating our encirclement as if it were nothing, easily bypassing it at will. This humiliation must be repaid with your blood. And now, even though you are surrounded, why do you still smile? What gives you the right? Do you really think you alone can annihilate our front line of 5 ninja squads, totaling 350 men? Who do you think you are? Kill Aragami Kyomu, let him know the price of provoking us. Crush him. And his teammates, not a single one should be left. We must let Konoha know that in the land of wind. Kyomu ignores the noise ahead, focusing seriously as he takes a step forward, his right hand slowly gripping the hilt of Yoi. The Sand Ninja draw closer. Kyomu looks up, the expressions on the faces of the Sand Ninja running at the forefront clear to him. Hate, anger, and the thrill of anticipated vengeance, among others. A pity that last month's passive skill is gone, Kyomu can't help but regret internally. If I could have them both, you might have died a worthy death. But dying by my hand now isn't too bad either, at least you'll be part of building my reputation. When people mention me, they'll recall this strike, and you, as fallen souls, might be remembered in. With a swift motion, Kyomu draws his blade. The surrounding cacophony ceases, leaving only the whooshing of the wind and a layer of yellow sand being sliced away from the ground. Like a yellow dragon turning over, the earth trembles violently, and a cloud of sand rises into the air. Roars, screeches, accompanied by an incomparable force, form a purple arc of light, moving at a speed beyond human perception, stretching out hundreds of meters in an instant. Growing, expanding, then enlarging further. With a whoosh, the purple arc of light travels, solidifying the sand grains it passes over into irregularly shaped glass fragments, covering a vast expanse of the desert. Like a solar storm passing, the leading Sand Ninja don't even have time to react before they're silently vaporized, their curses and shouts still lingering in the air, not yet dissipated. Living beings, vanished without a trace before the purple blade light even reaches them, unable to utter even a single word of defiance. How many died in that instant? Kyomu isn't sure, but he knows this is just the appetizer. The blade light, moving from near to far, is like the sunrise at dawn, suddenly illuminating everything. The brightness is blinding, and everything in sight turns to shades of black and white, as if the apocalypse has come, or as if someone has placed the sun right above your head. What could possibly withstand it? Nothing can, at least not the bodies of the ninja, who don't even get the chance to touch the purple blade light. And this strike from Kyomu isn't just a limited point-to-point attack, it's an extremely powerful, wide-reaching ripple of destruction. Traveling hundreds more meters, the length of the purple blade light matches the horizon. Though it's an illusion, the only thing that stands out between heaven and earth is the middle streak of purple. Time seems to freeze. The sand ninja, who were charging just moments before, are vaporized, their silhouettes imprinted onto the desert floor. As the blade light passes and the sand turns to glass, the dark, blurred shapes of people remain. But this pause in time lasts only a second. The purple blade light has already traveled kilometers away. The color shifts from purple to sky blue, its force significantly weakened. But even not at its peak, it's not something the sand ninja can afford to confront. And as it reaches its limit, the blade light showcases its final glory. Boom! The earth trembles more violently, sounding like thunder. The next second, a wave of heat surges, a semicircular wave of energy shoots towards the sky, an orange fireball forming and spreading outwards in all directions in an instant. Waves of impact ripple out, like throwing a pebble into calm water, one ring stronger than the next. In the blink of an eye, the aftermath of the blade light's explosion has reached Kyomu. His black hair lifts in the wind, his clothes fluttering loudly, his not-so-tall figure casting a long shadow in the light of the second sun in front of him. Inhaling the air filled with the unique scent of iron after high temperatures, Kyomu finds it exceptionally sweet. What he has created is different from what others have given. With a click, he sheathes his blade. Kyomu calmly turns around, looking towards the remaining sand ninja approaching from the sides and rear. Compared to the speed of the purple blade light, their approach is like a crawl. In less than 3 seconds, they've covered such a short distance. But the speed at which they receive information is clearly faster than their movement. Instinctively, the sand ninja at the forefront come to an abrupt stop. They can't articulate what they're thinking at that moment, but it's the most primal instinct of living beings when faced with danger. With one hand on the hilt of his blade, Kyomu takes a step forward. The remaining sand ninja, as if rehearsed, halt their advance and begin to retreat in unison, displaying a remarkable understanding of the situation. Clearly, they're terrified. In fact, ninja are not so frail, but witnessing over 300 comrades vaporized in an instant would make anyone's legs tremble. Flee! The sand ninja at the front, who had been the most aggressive in the charge and the loudest in their taunts, turn and run, even pushing and shoving each other in their haste. In the face of survival, everyone is equal. Whoever dares to block the way, whether they're a squad leader or a division commander, or even the head of a large team, they're pushed aside without hesitation. Ha! I thought numbers meant strength, Kyomu says as he retracts his stance, ready to draw his sword again. The effects of the passive skill have ended, and Kyomu knows his second strike won't have the same devastating impact as the first. Kakashi, Obito! Kyomu yells, come out and collect the spoils. Otherwise, we'll have to scour the entire area later. As the thick earth-style wall dissipates, revealing Kakashi and the others, they stand still, not moving an inch, instead staring at the scorched earth in the distance, silent and wordless. Stop standing around, go after them. Kyomu urges them again, snapping them out of their trance. As they turn to pursue, they still glance back frequently. Bad news, Captain Kyomu is a monster. Good news, Captain Kyomu is one of our own. The ones who should be worried are the sand ninja. Charge! The morale of the team skyrockets to its peak. Chapter 117. Bang! The table in front of Cho suffers again. It's that Aragami Kyomu again. Cho roars loudly. Won't he die from using that forbidden jutsu? Why won't he die? To this day, Cho still treats Kyomu's purple blade firefly as a forbidden jutsu. In fact, her guess isn't wrong, but this forbidden jutsu is not like others. Kyomu's technique indeed cannot be used casually, but only 2 factors determine whether he can use it or not. One is the effect of the passive skill for the month, and the other is whether Kyomu's own strength, without any passive skill enhancements, meets the requirements. As for paying a portion of his life as a price for using the forbidden jutsu, Kyomu disagrees with this point. He's just concerned whether the next month's passive skill will suit his wishes. Otherwise, fluctuations in strength, not only leaving the enemy puzzled, it would also feel torturous to himself as well. After all, it's hard to accept being on cloud 9 one month and swimming in the lake the next month because of the passive skill. Bang! Cho smashes the overturned table with her foot, continue the interception and siege. I refuse to believe that Kyomu can use the forbidden jutsu a fourth time after using it 3 times. But Elder Cho, the psychological pressure on the members of the several ninja squads previously surrounding Kyomu and his team is tremendous. Shame, this is the shame of the Sand Ninja. Chiyo's anger intensifies, and 2 more crow's feet appear at the corners of her eyes, scared into having a shadow? I think they're not fit to be ninja. Fuming, Cho looks behind at a chair but decides against sitting down again, and her momentum quickly dissipates. Sigh. With a heavy sigh, Cho wearily waves her hand, seal off the news about Kyomu using the forbidden jutsu again and causing heavy damage to the siege troops. Replace the mentally unstable ninja with others and send them to the front line, and refresh the siege team. Yes, Elder Cho. As the communications ninja leaves, Cho and her brother Ebizo exchange glances. Brother, do you think Kyomu will? Based on previous intelligence, Kyomu did not make a move during our previous sieges, which should already explain a lot. Cho calms down after thinking it through. According to this intelligence, Kyomu's body is already at its limit. Otherwise, he would have had many opportunities to inflict heavy damage on us earlier. That makes sense. Ebizo nods. Sister, consider this. Konoha is not only facing us. The remaining 3 parties are also sharpening their knives. If there were no price to pay, they could completely deploy Kyomu to the main battlefield, where he alone could match a Jinchuriki. Together with Orochimaru, Tsunade, and others, our front line's progress would definitely not be this smooth, and we might even suffer a major setback. Cho feels reassured by Ebizo's judgment. This is excellent news. But then her expression hardens. No matter what, no matter the cost, we must keep Kyomu and his team within our borders. Cho has planned well. Among the team led by Kyomu, aside from a few squad leaders, the rest are the new generation of Konoha. Even the outstanding Hotaki Kakashi joined them at some point. When mentioning Hotaki, Chiyo's tone becomes heavy, indicating her deep hatred for Hotaki Sakumo. As long as we can keep them, Konoha's new generation will face a severe lose. The future Konoha will have at least a decade of weakness, even if we fail this time. That's the idea. Cho clenches her fist and swings it. If not this time, then next time. Konoha won't be able to withstand it. Ebizo takes a deep breath. Sister, I'm still a bit worried, though. What if Kyomu can use the forbidden jutsu a 4th time? I'm confident I can block it. Cho interrupts Ebizo. Based on intelligence gathered from all sides, the purple blade's flame is extremely hot, but the Chikamatsu collection can withstand it. Sister, the most troublesome part is the spread of the high temperature, not the impact of the blade, Ebizo reminds her, lifting his charred stick-like right hand. I'm aware of that. Cho brings up a past event. Remember the land of whirlpools? We were fortunate to get a share of the spoils back then. Some sealing techniques we obtained could be useful. Ebizo immediately understands. The fire sealing seal. Yes, the fire sealing seal. Cho nods. No matter how high the temperature, it's still a flame, and this sealing technique happens to counter most of the flames visible in this world. But sister, Kyomu's purple blade isn't entirely composed of chakra, but a mixture of scorch-release chakra and high-speed friction air, upgraded after mixing. I'm worried that even if the fire sealing seal works, it might only be half effective, and the rest is still very troublesome. Cho is aware of this but doesn't have a better countermeasure. As long as it can limit part of it, the rest of the temperature can be completely countered with water release techniques. Cho is confident, this will definitely work. There's no perfect and invincible technique in the ninja world, only those who haven't found a way to counter it. Chiyo's words completely convince Ebizo. Sister, let's do as you say. I support you. As their conversation ends, the siblings share a smile, then go their separate ways to attend to their respective tasks. At Kyomu's side. He has sheathed his sword, re-entering the charging state with Kakashi and Obito, among others, returning to regroup. Caught any sheep? Kyomu asks with a smile. It's boring, totally meaningless, Obito complains. The sand ninja have no backbone, just know how to run. And with their familiarity with the terrain here, they disappear as fast as they run. Kakashi's focus, however, is entirely different from Obito's. Bang! He steps forward and unexpectedly punches Kyomu, you've kept this hidden deep. How did you come up with this technique, and how did you execute it? With Kakashi leading, everyone turns their focused gaze on Kyomu, harboring the same question. Is it a forbidden jutsu? Kakashi frowns and asks again, I heard rumors of your achievements back in the village, which included a brief description of this kind of technique. I thought it was an exaggeration, that your strength couldn't have increased so much in such a short time. So, are you disregarding your own life? It's clear that Kakashi is anxious, concerned about the irreversible damage Kyomu might suffer from repeatedly using a forbidden jutsu. But Kyomu had already prepared an excuse that would surely bluff Kakashi. This is not a forbidden jutsu. Then what is it? It's a technique for concealing blades. Concealing blades? Kakashi is momentarily puzzled, the literal kind. Of course not. Kyomu shakes his head, offering Kakashi and the others an explanation. Mental strength is a difficult force to describe. It's being consumed all the time and also being generated all the time. But where does the consumed part go? Can we accumulate it and use it all at once when it's really needed without harming ourselves? Based on this idea, I started developing the concealing blade technique, hence this move that seems like a forbidden jutsu, yet follows a traceable pattern and doesn't harm the user. Kakashi falls silent, as do all others who heard Kyomu's explanation. The logic is sound, but how to accumulate and where to store such mental strength becomes the question. Yet, Kyomu was only responsible for proposing the idea, prompting those present to start brainstorming. Obito, who first grasps the concept, offers a more systematic response. Having perused the Uchiha clan's archives, it was time for Obito's accumulated knowledge to shine. Mental strength, to put it more complexly, is a manifestation of experience, knowledge, will, and the soul. It strengthens as you practice a certain skill, deepen a specific ability, or as you age. That's why it's difficult for mental strength to increase. With these restrictions, except for those with extraordinary talent, one's strength won't peak before the age of 30. This is the main reason why, even within the same ninja rank, there can be such a vast difference in combat power. After all, the stronger the mental strength, the more powerful the force it unleashes when combined with chakra. Obito speaks softly, and no one dares make a sound, afraid they'll miss his words. His explanation aligns with the theoretical knowledge most ninjas spend their lives never acquiring. No one interrupts, and Obito continues. More precisely, mental strength is yin-release chakra, which inevitably forms when mental strength reaches a certain threshold. Some can harness it, while others cannot. But just because you can't use it, or haven't met the requirements to form yin-release chakra, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Yin-release chakra fundamentally represents creation, be it in terms of power, life, or even the world itself. Pointing to his eyes, unafraid of revealing his secrets, the Sharingan is a product of yin-release, a bloodline limit. At its pinnacle, it can possess the power of creation. I might have digressed, but the point is clear, the means to utilize mental strength are severely limited, mostly used to enhance ninjutsu power. More tangible applications are unique to my Uchiha clan and the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique. There are few others, and even if there are, they're rare. The scarcity is mainly because many do not know how to better utilize mental strength. However, Kyomu's approach has opened a new door for us. When it's scarce, I indeed don't know how to use it, but once accumulated, even if clumsily utilized, it can be overwhelming. After finishing, Obito pauses for a couple of seconds, his serious expression replaced by a goofy smile. Kyomu, am I right? Now it's Kyomu's turn to be puzzled, unprepared for such a detailed theory. Right, you're absolutely right. I was just making it up, and you turn it into a theory? Looking around, Kyomu sees everyone lost in thought. Worried, Kyomu thinks he might have led them astray with his fabrications. But how to argue? Obito's points sound plausible, and the Uchiha clan does indeed thrive on mental strength and yin-release chakra, manifesting through the Sharingan. In this aspect, the Uchihas are experts, and Obito, having read nearly all of the clan's archives, speaks almost directly to the essence of mental strength. What to do? Kyomu is internally frantic but keeps a composed exterior, exuding the demeanor of a wise man. But how can we accumulate or save the mental strength that's unconsciously consumed daily, to unleash it all at once when needed without affecting ourselves? Kakashi looks intently at Kyomu, earnestly seeking an answer to this crucial question. Biting the bullet, Kyomu blends theories from his previous life with the ninja knowledge of this life, slowly merging them together. Priority is on charging, that is, reducing combat frequency when not in battle to minimize the daily consumption of mental strength. Next, there must be a place to store this mental strength. Kyomu taps his Yoi. For example, Yoi can store the mental strength I save up. When I truly need to act, my first attack will be powerful enough to unleash 10s, 20, or even hundreds of times my usual strength. Does it have to be a weapon or medium like Yoi? Kakashi murmurs, unable to resist touching the hilt of his sword, Yukiheim. Obito, however, lights up with understanding. Kyomu, I get it now, my storage place is our clan's Sharingan. There you go, understanding again. Kyomu is exasperated, glancing at Kakashi, who continues to fondle Yukiheim, feeling the kid has been led even further astray. Switching from researching Chidori to my fabricated concealing blade technique? Looking around, everyone present falls into contemplation, with Kyomu noticing some already eyeing their dragon scale armor. Without a divine weapon like Yoi, could our dragon scale armor count as an entry-level option? The brainstorming slowly begins, leaving Kyomu bewildered and unsure. Hey, I was just making a fake PowerPoint, don't take it so seriously. Ahem. Kyomu coughs lightly, let's consider this issue later, after the war has calmed down. For now, advancing is crucial. And, I'll need everyone's help. Until we reach the hidden sand village, I'd prefer not to act. Charging, right? We get it. Obito assures, thumping his chest, leave the rest to us, you just need to focus on delivering that one strike to destroy the hidden sand village. For once, Obito becomes the leader of the team, while Kakashi spends the journey deep in thought, seemingly on the brink of an epiphany. Quite absurd. Chapter 118. Kyomu and his team continue their advance into the heartland of the Land of Wind, while Orochimaru has already begun making preparations for a counterattack. Despite the small number of only 72 people, over the past 4 months, both the team's military achievements and individual strengths have seen significant increases. Especially Kyomu, his feat of annihilating 5 squads of sand ninja with a single strike once again elevated his gradually subsiding fame to new heights. It was becoming somewhat uncontainable. As for how Orochimaru came to know of this, it naturally wasn't through information passed by the sand ninja. Such foolhardy acts that would boost the enemy's morale were not in the sand's repertoire. Aside from Kyomu himself, no second person existed who could have relayed this. When the messenger snake brought back this heartening news, Orochimaru knew an opportunity had arisen. He actively helped in spreading Kyomu's fame and leaked his glorious achievements to the sand side. Creating chaos within the sand's ranks while boosting his own side's morale was naturally something Orochimaru would do, unrelated to his personal desires and covetousness towards Kyomu's abilities. When this news spread among the sand's frontline troops, despite Raza's efforts to suppress it, some less mentally resilient sand ninja began to entertain wild thoughts. Devotion is a spirit necessary for a nation's prosperity, but there's a prerequisite: you must ensure the stability and care of their families back home. With their homes on the verge of shattering and their families' lives threatened, who would have the mind to fight on the front lines? While there are sayings like desperate times call for desperate measures and a mourning soldier will surely win, the guillotine that Kyomu hung over the sand's head hadn't yet fallen, fulfilling this condition. Naturally, some sand ninja started thinking about retreating to protect their own homes. This was very bad news for the sand's frontline troops. A mutiny wasn't likely, but their combat effectiveness would definitely be impacted. But Raza couldn't forcefully suppress these sentiments because Kyomu's previous performance justified the current rumors. The more he tried to suppress it, the more certain insightful sand ninja would become mentally unstable. What to do? Now Raza faced 2 dilemmas: continue fighting or retreat to defend the hidden sand village, eradicating Kyomu and his team before regrouping for another assault. Honestly, Raza was reluctant to give up the current military achievements and retreat to the hidden sand village again. From the start of the war to now, the sand's main forces had already retreated once. If they were to retreat a second time, it would be a devastating blow to morale. However, Raza thought of a possibility. If Kyomu and his team really broke into the outskirts of the hidden sand village and caused significant damage, what kind of fighting power could the frontline sand ninja unleash? After all, if their homes were destroyed, and the culprit was Konoha, then the Konoha ninja in front of them would become their sworn enemies. If you don't let me have a home, if you kill my family, then don't even think about living yourselves. Killing one is enough, killing 2 is a profit. However, as soon as this dangerous thought arose, Raza immediately quashed it. The fighting power of morning soldiers is indeed strong, but the price is too high, and it's not something Raza wished to see. Moreover, if the hidden sand village suffered significant damage, it would greatly affect the war potential, possibly even sowing the seeds of defeat. The hidden sand village could ill afford such a loss. Retreat. Faced with the aggressive assault from Konoha and the rumors causing instability among the troops, Raza had no choice but to order a retreat. And it was a retreat upon retreat, with the battle line once again pushed into the land of rivers by Konoha, near the central area this time. Orochimaru, seeing the advantage, ceased large-scale operations, instead deploying elite ninja squads to attack the sand's supply lines and key locations in small batches, around the clock. Orochimaru's actions were born out of necessity due to a severe shortage of manpower. Despite the sand having a numerical advantage, it meant the war wouldn't end in a one-sided manner but would drag on as a protracted battle of attrition. In such a war, depleting the enemy's active forces and reserves became a priority. Raza also came to realize this. If Orochimaru chose the most prudent and classic strategy of attrition warfare, then who was afraid of whom? The sand had one thing in abundance: people. They truly weren't afraid of a war of attrition. But Raza miscalculated again. In small-scale infiltration operations, the sand really did not have the advantage. This was because, aside from a few renowned ninja, the sand lacked high-level combat forces. In 4 days of infiltration, counter-infiltration, sabotage, and counter-sabotage operations, the sand suffered a 4:1 casualty ratio. That is, 4 sand ninja were lost for every Konoha ninja killed. At this rate, it wouldn't take half a year for Konoha to surpass the sand in active forces and organize a true counter-offensive. Now, Raza was truly caught between a rock and a hard place. Minato at the front, and Kyomu behind him. Does Konoha's talent never run out? Raza was furiously angry but helpless against the naturally gifted Konoha. Konoha's foundation was just that strong, allowing them to remain steadfastly at the pinnacle of the ninja world despite the prolonged turmoil of the F4 era. 4th Kazekage, the latest battle report. An intelligence ninja, adding fuel to the fire, barged in, presenting the latest battle report to Raza. After a brief glance, Raza's forehead veins bulged. Namikaze Minato, again this Minato. Raza crushes the report in his hand. Why, how can he? With such exaggerated kill efficiency and speed, is he mowing the lawn? Initially, Raza thought Kyomu was just a rising star on Konoha's battlefield. Because of Kyomu's grand and powerful techniques, both against groups and individuals, he stood out. If Kyomu could accumulate a bit more of a halo of achievements, his deterrent effect might be comparable to that of a tailed beast. After all, the forbidden technique Purple Blade Firefly could instantly kill every living being within a 4-kilometer radius. Lower-ranked genin and barely competent genin were almost left without survivors. Even those who survived would be scorched, either crippled for life or left with psychological scars. But Minato, who came after, was even more suited for the battlefield environment. If Kyomu's killing power against genin, chunin, and even special genin was a nightmare level, then Minato was of a hellish level. While Kyomu's peak attack power might not match Minato's, when it comes to mowing down groups, 10 Kyomus combined couldn't match Minato. The reason is simple. Ninja are just too easy to kill, a single well-placed strike can be fatal, making genin and cage-level ninja equally vulnerable in this respect. Kyomu's power, relative to the frailty of a ninja's life, is excessive, leading to a waste of his energy and making him less enduring in prolonged engagements. Thus, Kyomu's strongest suit is in duels, with mass elimination being just a side benefit. Minato, however, is different. His speed supports him in using the least energy, optimal attack power, and most flexible tactics to kill a large number of less powerful ninja in a short time. Moreover, such conservation of stamina and precise chakra distribution grants Minato terrifyingly high endurance in combat. But what truly terrifies Raza about Minato is that from the moment Minato began to shine on the battlefield to now, not a single person has lived to tell the tale after encountering him. Several elite sand ninja, capable of standing on their own, have perished at Minato's hands, without managing to transmit any useful intelligence before their deaths. The unknown is always the most terrifying. Yet, there are no secrets that can be kept forever. Through bits and pieces of information, the Sand Ninja have finally managed to gather some intelligence on Minato. 4th Kazekage, after compiling intelligence, we have obtained some inaccurate information. Inaccurate? Raza frowns, is it about Minato? Yes. The intelligence ninja responds swiftly, we found several severely damaged Kunao on the battlefield. Based on past mission records and data collected by previous Kazekage, we found a theory that can reasonably explain Minato's extraordinary speed. Handing the document to Raza, along with a damaged Flying Thunder God Kunao, according to our sealing team's analysis, the remaining seal script on it shares similarities with summoning jutsu. This leads us to conclude that Minato's incredible speed and agility are most likely linked to space-time ninjutsu. Reviewing past intelligence, the second Hokage of Konoha, Tobirama, once used a similar space-time ninjutsu called Flying Thunder God. Raza's already furrowed brow knots even tighter, his headache worsening. What's the likelihood that Minato can use space-time ninjutsu? Over 70%. Such a probability essentially confirms it. Order the front line to cease confrontation with Konoha ninja and begin a structured, orderly retreat, temporarily giving up control over the land of rivers. But as we retreat, ensure all resources within the land of rivers are scavenged, leaving nothing for Konoha. Raza's voice is cold as he orders the retreat, and on their way out, they do not forget to cause further trouble for Konoha. After the land of rivers is stripped bare, Konoha's attempt to station troops there will require a significant amount of supplies and resources. Moreover, the refugees from the land of rivers will likely pose even more trouble for Konoha. The daimyo of the land of rivers has fled to the land of fire, and the daimyo of the land of fire has declared war on the land of wind, claiming to restore the land of rivers. Since the land of wind is the warmonger invading other nations, Raza decides to leave the mess for the morally superior land of fire to clean up. Whether the land of fire cares or not, Raza couldn't care less. War is a life and death struggle, and the fate of the land of rivers, caught in the middle, is of no concern to anyone. After repelling another wave of sand ninja and successfully breaking through the encirclement, Kyomu, now regrouping, receives a message from Orochimaru. Your sensei, Minato, is stealing all the limelight. Kyomu passes the intelligence to Kakashi and Obito. With his power alone, he's pushed back the entire sand ninja army, even forcing them to retreat to the heart of the land of wind. Kakashi and Obito glance through the message, feeling somewhat disheartened. Not out of jealousy for Minato's performance, but because they feel like they've become expendable. The retreat of the Sand Ninja army back to the Land of Wind is another victory for Konoha's frontline ninja, but for them, deep within enemy territory, it spells another disaster. Just 72 people, previously facing over 3,000 Sand Ninja, and now their numbers have swelled to over 10,000. Sensei and the others are too hasty. Obito scratches his head, they could have waited for us. Orochimaru didn't wait not because he didn't want to, but because acting now offers a better cost-benefit ratio. Kyomu snickers, typical of him, I had too high an opinion of him. Kyomu had relayed his feat of defeating 5 squads of Sand Ninja with a single strike to Orochimaru, hoping to sow panic among the Sand's front lines. Once he had achieved his glory, Orochimaru would synchronize an attack on the hastily retreating Sand army. Ideally, the front line wouldn't necessarily collapse but would surely be thrown into chaos. At that time, Kyomu could lead his team through the turmoil, escaping the Land of Wind to safely land elsewhere. But Orochimaru refused to take even a slight risk. He was worried that the Sand Ninja, after our attack on the hidden Sand village, would develop a desperate fighting spirit, causing him significant losses on the front lines, so. Kyomu scoffs, such a low probability, yet he factored it into his risks, acting ahead of us without hesitation. Indeed, there are no wrong nicknames, only mistaken individuals. Obito opens his mouth, looks at Kyomu, then at Kakashi, and swallows his words. He was thinking of defending Minato. At heart, Obito is someone deeply moved by emotions, and unless corrupted, he remains so. Though Obito only spent a little over 2 years with Minato, he cherished their teacher-student bond. Whether Kakashi felt the same is uncertain, but judging by his reaction, he too held some teacher-student affection for Minato. Captain, what shall we do next? Ren inquires. Let's retreat. Kyomu is reluctant, but even in retreat, I intend to leave a lasting impression on the Sand Ninja. Kyomu can only rely on his passive skill for a powerful attack. If it lands on the hidden Sand village, it would indeed be satisfying, but afterward, the numerically superior Sand Ninja would chase them relentlessly, sparing no expense, leaving Kyomu with little time to charge. Moreover, situated in the heartland of the Land of Wind, facing the Sand Ninja army retreating from the front lines, figuring out how to escape became their biggest dilemma. Yet, Kyomu wasn't planning to leave so stealthily. He might not be able to strike at the hidden sand village directly, but could he not strike the sand's frontline forces? I intend to blatantly tell the sand ninja that I, Aragami Kyomu, can come to the land of wind and certainly can leave as well, and do so openly and boldly. And I plan to take the main roads, right in front of them. But Obito expresses his concern. Kyomu looks at Obito, places a hand on Yoi, and confidently declares, if there's no path, I'll cut one out. I promise to bring you all back home. End of chapter. Comment. 12 Comment. Vote. Chapter 119. On the retreat, Raza grew increasingly infuriated. The situation had been nothing but favorable, first, Kyomu causing chaos in the rear, followed by Minato emerging with his terrifying Flying Thunder God technique. But Raza refused to acknowledge defeat to Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. He only recognized Kyomu as the troublemaker. Instability in the rear rendered the front line's advantage moot. Achoo! On their retreat, Kyomu suddenly sneezed. Someone must be cursing me. Kyomu glanced back at his companions, eyeing Kakashi who was deep in thought. Was it you? Idiot, don't disturb me. Kakashi glared back at Kyomu. He was pondering over the concealing blade technique and was unhappy about being interrupted by baseless accusations. You're not thinking about the concealing blade technique, are you? Kyomu gave Kakashi a peculiar look. Seeing Kakashi no longer engaging with him, he suddenly had a bad premonition. Could Kakashi actually figure something out from his ramblings? If, by any chance, Kakashi really came up with something. What then? Kyomu fell silent, and he and Kakashi continued on their way, each preoccupied with their thoughts. Meanwhile, a large force of sand ninja was hot on their heels, clearly having received news of Raza's army's retreat. They were hastening to catch up, aiming for a pincer attack with the frontline troops. They really think highly of me. Aware of this, Kyomu couldn't help but smirk. The third Raikage once received such treatment, becoming a superhero surrounded by thousands. Now, it seemed Kyomu had prematurely received the same treatment. However, the third Raikage was targeted by the Rock Ninja and died defending the Cloud Ninja on their retreat. Kyomu's situation was different. He intended to lead his team and carve their way through the middle. Having used his passive skills boost 9 days ago, the interval had reached not just 216 hours. With a 3-2x increase in attack power, unless facing Madara, Hashirama, or engaging in a desperate struggle with a tailed beast, no one in the current ninja world could withstand it head-on. The sand ninja pursuing us don't seem in a hurry. Ren reported, they're just hanging back, about 7 kilometers away, neither advancing nor retreating. They're wary of my previous move. Kyomu said with a disdainful smile, they've analyzed well, but we need not worry. Just keep moving forward. When we encounter the Sand's frontline troops, it will be time for us to move mountains and bridge waters. Ren nodded, passing some dry rations to Kyomu. Captain, you should replenish your energy. Kyomu didn't refuse, eagerly accepting the food. The pursuing Sand Ninja maintained their distance, also cunningly denying Kyomu and his team any chance to rest, aiming to deplete their physical and mental strength. Since being pursued by the Sand's rear army, Kyomu and his team hadn't had a wink of sleep for 2 days. While their current state meant this level of fatigue wasn't too severe, prolonged exhaustion was inevitable. I'll keep an eye on the pursuing Sand Ninja. You all rest. Kyomu halted the team, leaving them with a message before heading to the rear alone, standing tall and straight, like a guardian deity. Ren and the others didn't say a word, not even Kakashi or Obito attempted to persuade him. They quickly consumed their rations, drank several gulps of water, and all 71 of them fell asleep at once. With Kyomu watching their back, they slept as soundly as if they were in their own homes. This was trust, and Kyomu did not betray his team's faith in him. Elder Cho, Kyomu and his group have stopped to rest. Harass them, make sure they can't rest. Cho personally led the team this time, intending to cooperate with Raza and ensure Kyomu was killed within the land of wind. But what? Kyomu is vigilantly watching. Cho was almost amused by this. Since when had the ninja of one of the 5 great shinobi villages, the Hidden Sand Village, been scared of one person? Well, there were exceptions, but who were they? Hashirama, Madara, and even later, Sakumo, were glaring examples. Besides these few, fearing a young upstart was a disgrace to the Sand Ninja, deserving of being nailed to the pillar of shame. Intending to further scold, Cho nevertheless calmed down, as long as Kyomu doesn't rest and continues to deteriorate, we don't need to engage them directly. Continue to maintain a safe distance of 7 kilometers. The Sand Ninja sighed in relief, glad they didn't have to confront Kyomu's terrifying strike at this time. They were indeed skeptical that after 4 days and nights without sleep, Kyomu could maintain a strong state. Moreover, with the 4th Kazekage Raza, the one-tailed Jinkriki Bunpiku, and Cho herself in the front-line troops, could they not withstand Kyomu's formidable strike? Once Kyomu fell, no matter how strong his team members were, their end was inevitable. A day passed quietly without any Sand Ninja coming to harass them. They merely kept a vigilant watch on Kyomu, denying him any chance to rest. Truthfully, this standoff was a form of torture for Kyomu, who could do nothing but endure. A bunch of cowards, Kyomu muttered under his breath. But glancing back at his team members, who had woken up, Kyomu decided to confront them head-on, having held back his frustration for an entire day. "Hey, Sand Ninja!" he shouted loudly, "are you hiding in your shells like turtles? You must have around 4,000 men, yet even if you moved a kilometer closer, I'd still respect the name of the hidden sand village. But if you cowards don't come out of your shells, you might as well stop calling yourselves one of the 5 great shinobi villages. And if you don't follow us closely, I, Aragami Kyomu, might just slip away right under your noses again. If you're too scared or can't keep up, don't say I didn't warn you." After shouting his piece, Kyomu felt a great relief, waved forward, and said, "Let's go. By dawn tomorrow, we'll likely encounter the Sand's frontline troops." The team nodded and silently followed him, while Cho, furious at the back, led her Sand Ninja troops to keep up closely. "Kyomu, be arrogant while you can. By dawn tomorrow, it will be your end," Cho said coldly. "And I'm sure that you can't use that forbidden technique again. Even if you do, I don't believe it can withstand a tailed beast bomb." With a wave of her hand, she commanded, "Continue to maintain a 7-kilometer distance, chase. Dash." Indeed. By early the next day, Ren, using his Byakugan, spotted the Sand's retreating frontline troops. With a change in expression, he urgently reported to Kyomu, "Captain, I've spotted someone among the Sand's retreating frontline troops. The one-tailed Jinkriki. Judging by the vast chakra within his body, it's undoubtedly the one-tailed Jinkriki. I'm worried the reason the Sand's pursuers have kept their distance is they want to use the tailed beast." Kyomu interrupted calmly. "Indeed, tailed beasts are war machines capable of altering landscapes, but they're not so powerful as to be unbeatable. In the mid-period of the Naruto world, tailed beasts were indeed seemingly insurmountable forces, but as time progressed, they became almost like pets. Not to mention Madara effortlessly capturing 8-tailed beasts, or the Akatsuki, whose members, working in pairs, could subdue any tailed beast besides the 9 tails. Tailed beasts, in essence, were just that. Without the boost from his passive skill, Kyomu might not have been so bold, but didn't he have it? Moreover, after charging for an additional day, his attack power had increased by 36 times. He really didn't see the one-tail Shikaku as a threat. "No need to worry, keep moving forward," Kyomu commanded. Ren and the others didn't speak, following silently behind Kyomu, their steps involuntarily heavier. Kakashi and Obito, on the other hand, walked side by side with Kyomu, maintaining the same pace. Guy also caught up, though he was unfortunately stuck behind due to his position. "Afraid?" Kyomu asked. "With you, Obito, and Guy here, I'm not afraid," Kakashi said in an even tone, devoid of any fluctuations. "You really didn't need to ask." "I feel the same," Obito replied excitedly. "I've imagined us fighting side by side for a long time, but I never thought our first time would be so exhilarating." "This is the essence of youth," Guy added passionately. "Youth is not just about striving but also about standing together and protecting each other. Ha, with you guys by my side, I feel like I could split the rising sun in two." Kyomu held Yoi high, basked in the morning sun turning him golden, along with Kakashi, Obito, and Guy. "I think I could too," Kakashi responded. "I've almost grasped the essence of the concealing blade technique, but I wonder if you'll give me a chance." Kyomu paused, then shook his head, "The opportunity will come next time, this time is mine. After all, who else but the big brother can have the biggest plate?" The 4 walked forward slowly, while the Sand's frontline troops stopped in their tracks. Raza and the one-tailed Jinkriki, Bunpiku, moved to the front, observing the distant figures bathed in sunlight from 2 kilometers away. The way the sunlight falls on them, it's truly terrible, Raza commented coldly, turning to his side. Bunpyaku, tailed beast bomb, full power. Bunpyaku, disguised as a wandering monk, nodded, briefly communicating with Shikaku in his mind. Ha, it's finally my turn. Shikaku laughed maniacally. Watch closely, Bunpyaku. This time, I'll show you my true power. Bunpyaku and Shikaku had a good relationship, transforming into the tailed beast form almost instantly without any delay. Boom! In moments, Shikaku appeared, resembling a small mountain and looking much like a raccoon. Without saying another word, he began to gather a tailed beast bomb above his head. And instead of launching it immediately, Shikaku was charging up, signaling his intention to fire a fully powered tailed beast bomb. Do you believe there's an attack that can slice through a tailed beast bomb and cleave through thousands of troops? Kyomu stepped forward, suddenly turning to ask this out of the blue. Yes. The trio responded in unison. Good, Kyomu nodded. Watch closely, here it comes. Stepping forward again, Kyomu drew Yoi, raised it above his head with both hands, and after charging up, unleashed a simple downward slash towards Shikaku, located 2 kilometers away. Simultaneously, Shikaku completed its charge, tilting its head forward and launching a massive tailed beast bomb towards Kyomu and his team. Even from 7 kilometers behind, Cho and her troops could see the tailed beast bomb racing across the horizon. The cheers suddenly stopped as if choked off. A massive, mountain-like blade light ignited, then, with an overwhelming force, plummeted down, clashing with the tailed beast bomb in an instant. The next moment, a new sun seemed to rise in the sky, distorting the landscape as black and white rays obscured all colors, resembling an ink painting. But then, the condensed light abruptly dispersed, introducing a second hue to the world. It was the creamy white of Kyomu's blade light, stark and mesmerizing. Lacking extreme speed or sun surface heat, it possessed sheer force and unstoppable brutality. The tailed beast bomb paused mid-air, then shattered, its remnants releasing kinetic and destructive energy prematurely. But under the mountainous force of the creamy white blade light, this resistance was akin to slicing through flesh, offering Kyomu no more than a slight additional sensation before vanishing. Instantly, a ripple opened 100 meters up in the sky, pushing aside clouds in all directions. Without exception, clouds split apart where the blade light passed, offering no resistance. Raza's smile froze on his face as the Sand's frontline troops descended into panic. The blade light, continuing its descent after demolishing the tailed beast bomb, headed straight for Shikaku. Shikaku, its mouth agape, was reminded of an event 40 years prior when its full-powered tailed beast bomb was effortlessly crushed by a wooden figure. This is impossible. Shikaku's sandy body split in two. Though it wouldn't die from this, a new shadow was cast over its heart. Bunpyaku was unharmed, thanks to Shikaku's early protection as they had a strong bond. However, the Sand's frontline troops behind Shikaku weren't so fortunate. The blade light eventually struck down. Some managed to use earth release defense techniques in time, but to no avail. They couldn't even provide Kyomu with the slightest feedback, proving utterly ineffective. Boom! The ground trembled thrice as the blade light hit, cracking open the earth and sending sand and stones flying. A straight gorge formed instantly. The land of wind, already scarce in water, was shown by Kyomu's single strike that digging deep enough would reveal underground water sources. Muddy groundwater surged but didn't form a river before being flung into the air, mingling with soil to create a mud wall that hovered before crashing down. Together with other airborne sand and stones, it formed a thick layer over the buried sand ninja, sealing them tightly, reminiscent of an avalanche. Observing the straight gorge ahead and the small mountains formed by sand on either side, everyone was left speechless. They finally understood why the valley of the Ens River flowed from west to east. A might of a person could indeed be considered God's power. Chapter 120. As the light faded and the earth stopped trembling, Cho finally came to her senses. Quick, save people! With her anxious and high-pitched voice, nearly 4,000 sand shinobi snapped back to reality and rushed forward in a frenzy. But then, Cho added, Kyomu is at his limit now. Leave some people for the rescue, and the rest come with me to chase. Under Chiyo's command, the mass of sand shinobi instantly became headless flies, unsure whether they should rescue their comrades or chase after Kyomu and his team. However, Kyomu, 7 kilometers away, did not care about these matters. Click! Sheathing his sword, he gestured forward decisively, retreat. No, continue moving forward. Kyomu led the way, with his teammates following him quickly, feeling honored as they looked ahead at the vast chasm that was dozens of meters deep and nearly a kilometer wide. Having Kyomu as their squad leader was the greatest honor of their lives. After rushing forward 3 kilometers at high speed, the frontline sand shinobi, who had been chopped up mercilessly by a single slash, finally reacted. Looking at the backs of Kyomu and his team, a fire of fear ignited in the hearts of the sand shinobi, unable to be extinguished. Is he a god? The same question arose in the minds of the sand shinobi, forgetting where they were and their companions buried under thick sand and stone. Chase? After the godlike slash, the thought never rose again. It can be said that the backbone of the sand shinobi frontline was broken by Kyomu's single slash, leaving them only able to kneel, unable to raise their heads. Save me! Weak voices rose one after another. Sand shinobi outside the range of the sword's effect finally snapped out of it, frantically digging with their hands or using earth release to unearth each severely injured comrade from their buried predicaments. About 5 minutes later, Chiyo's late arriving sand shinobi reserve force arrived. When they saw the enormous chasm that was 5 to 6 kilometers long, 2 kilometers wide, and dozens of meters deep, Cho stood frozen. Was this destruction caused by human hands? I don't believe it. Cho screamed hysterically, 4th Kazekage. Where are you, where are you? Stay calm. A weak voice came through, followed by the figure of the 4th Kazekage, Raza, emerging from the sand. Granny Cho, I'm all right, calm down first. Once Raza freed himself from the sand, the fleeting fear in his eyes vanished. Kyomu was not human. A single slash creating a massive chasm was beyond human explanation. 4th Kazekage. Cho hurried over, inspecting him from head to toe, her tense nerves finally relaxed a bit. You organize the rescue. I'll go after Kyomu and his team. Cho had not forgotten about chasing Kyomu, which had almost become her obsession, even more so than her grudge against Sakumo Hitaki. The power of such a forbidden jutsu, Kyomu has used it 4 times so far, he definitely can't hold on any longer, we can't let him escape. Raza wanted to stop her, but Cho had already run off with 4 squads of shinobi. Lowering his arm, Raza sighed. Under Kyomu's slash, he felt his own insignificance. Not to mention his shattered ninja way, but a preliminary fear of Aragami Kyomu syndrome had begun to sprout in his heart. He did not want to face Kyomu. Just hearing Aragami Kyomu could bring back previous experiences. He felt despair under that slash, a despair thicker than facing Shikaku. Even Shikaku paled in comparison to that slash. Not to say his spirit was completely gone, but Raza needed to adjust himself, and looking at his hands, his pride in absolute defense was as weak as papier-mâché against Kyomu's slash. If Raza had not reacted in time to dodge the sharp edge of the blade, he might have been reduced to dust. Terrifying. Raza muttered to himself, I hope, as Cho said, this is your last time using such a forbidden jutsu. Unconsciously, Raza's expectation was not to kill Kyomu himself but to hope Kyomu would die naturally due to physical problems. How similar this was to the situation with Hashirama. Although Raza would not admit it, once the seed of fear was planted, it was certain to sprout in the future. Glancing back at the great chasm, Raza took a deep breath and began organizing the rescue of the survivors under the sword's path. But it was foreseeable that, under Kyomu's slash, the Sand Shinobi's frontline troops lost at least 1/3 of their forces, at least 1,500 Sand Shinobi. The Slayer of Konoha. Raza whispered to himself, then clenched his fist. First there was the White Fang of Konoha, now the Slayer of Konoha. Are we, the Sand Shinobi, just meant to enhance others' reputations? Why? Why is it so unfair to us, the Sand Shinobi, why? His unwilling roar spread everywhere, and the Sand Shinobi involved in the rescue paused in their actions. But no one spoke. They quickly resumed their mechanical rescue efforts. They were numb, their souls shaken by that slash, fear sprouting from the bottom of their hearts. Is it shameful to admit someone is stronger than yourself? Perhaps for a slight difference in strength, occasionally for a whole level of difference, but for someone like Kyomu, to admit is actually an honor. Thinking about it from another angle, it really is the case. After such a terrifying slash, to still be alive is worth boasting about. Of course, this can only be said secretly, not openly, or it would be unbearable for some. Under the influence of this mood, a group of Sand Shinobi who survived the catastrophe began to have complex feelings towards Kyomu. Hate mixed with fear, fear mixed with longing, longing mixed with worship and respect. The first batch of Kyomu fans began to emerge, surprisingly from the enemy Sand Shinobi. It can only be said that the world is so magical, and it just happens to corroborate the human psychology of admiring the strong. But to say something unpleasant, this psychology is also called Stockholm Syndrome. The more severely abused, the more one feels unable to resist, the more likely one is to develop feelings of worship, identification, appreciation, and love for the perpetrator. Anyway, Kyomu would never have thought that his slash, in addition to causing physical damage, also carried a psychological attack. Who could know that? Kakashi, looking back at the barely visible Grand Chasm, did Captain Ancestors, perhaps, have the Senju bloodline? I guess that's the only explanation. Before Kyomu could speak, Kakashi took over, otherwise, it's just unreasonable. Hey, you two, don't make things up about me. Kyomu protested, you know about the concealment blade technique, right? I've thought about it, this technique is indeed powerful, but according to my calculations, I'd need to hide it for 3 years to achieve damage similar to your recent attack. Kyomu looked at Kakashi, perplexed, you mean, you've mastered it? Is it that surprising? Kakashi rolled his eyes, I've already acknowledged that my talent and strength are inferior to yours, but I'm not a dummy like Obito, okay? Kakashi, say that one more time. Obito glared at him with his Sharingan, you better show some respect in front of these eyes. Besides, I've also mastered the concealment blade technique you mentioned before, except you guys hide it in weapons, while I hide it in my Sharingan. Kyomu was even more baffled. Not you too, Obito. Kyomu, do you look down on me? Obito frowned, actually, it's quite simple. As long as there's a medium and one can feel spiritual energy or yin release chakra, it's easy to store those unconscious energy expenditures. Well then. Kyomu didn't want to talk anymore. Everyone's got exceptional talent, and here I am, relying on a cheat? I've got some ideas too. Guy jumped in, striking Kyomu with a knowing look, but I'm not storing spiritual energy, I'm storing my youth. Though it's a bit hard to understand, those who know Guy realize he's probably talking about storing life force or yang release chakra. Now, everyone has figured it out, but as the creator of this technique, Kyomu still felt like an outsider. Can't you all take this less seriously? I was just trying to discourage you, not actually encourage you to accomplish it. Captain. Ren approached, breaking through Kyomu's awkwardness, Cho is still relentlessly pursuing us. She's now 6 kilometers away and closing in. They're still chasing us now. Aragami Kyomu scoffed, we're about to cross into the border of the land of rivers, isn't it a bit late now? Shall we turn around and give Cho a good fight? Obito was eager to fight, let me handle it this time, can't let you steal all the spotlight. With Kyomu's slash as a precedent, not just Obito, but everyone present felt an immense boost in confidence. Cho? A renowned figure in the ninja world? So what if I can't beat her, with Kyomu here, I dare to arm wrestle with her. Winning or losing doesn't matter, what matters is fearlessness. With Kyomu backing us up, what's there to fear? Kyomu, you might as well put Obito on a leash. Kakashi glanced sideways at Obito, stop relying on others' strength, and don't forget Kyomu hasn't rested for 5 days and nights. Obito punched Kakashi, then strode forward angrily. The teammates following behind chuckled shyly, not feeling offended. To have the opportunity to follow Kyomu continuously, others, even if they wished for it, now had no chance. We have the armor, do the newcomers have it? If not, then stay quietly away and don't even think about competing for our position. Kyomu just smiled and said nothing, resuming his march. He was truly exhausted after not closing his eyes for 5 days and nights. On the other hand, you repeat that. Tsunade's voice boomed, what exactly did Kyomu do? The communication ninja was visibly excited, if it weren't for the tent being filled with top figures, he might have shouted even louder than Tsunade. The Slayer of Konoha. He spoke hastily, that's the nickname the Sand Shinobi have given to Captain Kyomu. The reason being, he sliced open a huge chasm with a single strike, killing at least 1,500 Sand Shinobi on the front lines. Haha, the nickname might sound a bit unpleasant, but that kid Kyomu really did us proud. Tsunade's face was filled with joy, there's someone to follow Sakumo, Konoha has successors. Kyomu always creates miracles and magnificent battle records, Orochimaru said with a smirk that didn't reach his eyes. With such achievements, it wouldn't be surprising if my position as the frontline commander is handed over to Kyomu. That won't be necessary, Tsunade shook her head. At most, the old man will promote Kyomu to be a commander or general, just like Minato, leading 4 shinobi squads. I can't compare to Kyomu, Minato smiled modestly. I don't possess the overwhelming frontline suppression power that Kyomu has. In future wars, just having Kyomu stand on the front lines would probably deter any sand shinobi from approaching. Alright, let's not speculate anymore. We'll ask when the man himself returns, Orochimaru suggested as he gestured for everyone to calm down, and with such a great achievement by Kyomu, we must hold a welcome ceremony. It would be inappropriate not to. Indeed, and it has to be grand. To spread the name of the Slayer of Konoha. Haha, Tsunade laughed at the mention of Kyomu's title, her bosom heaving tumultuously. The wider we spread this name, the better it is for us, creating a deterrent effect. What are we waiting for? Let's get busy, Orochimaru said with a smile, waving his hand, and the tent quickly emptied. Once everyone had left, Orochimaru sat down again, his snake-like eyes glittering mysteriously. Aragami Kyomu, unleashing such immense power certainly has a deterrent effect, but this is already the 4th time. Don't become addicted to forbidden jutsu and meet an early demise. Muttering to himself, Orochimaru was somewhat concerned. If you die prematurely, I'll have to look for another strong body, which would be quite troublesome. And I'm very interested in learning that forbidden jutsu of yours, though I wonder what it would cost me. Thinking this over, Orochimaru suddenly smiled coldly. Then I'll give you a hand again, Kyomu. It's in dire situations that the wind you stir up becomes even more ferocious, isn't it? This is mutually beneficial, for both you and me. With a plan in mind, Orochimaru flipped his hand, summoning a communication snake. After inserting a piece of information into its mouth, he sent it off again. After a delay of 5 to 6 seconds, Danzo, who was far away at the root base in Konoha, received the message from Orochimaru. Carefully reading through it, Danzo's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Kyomu has become a bit too uncontrollable, he cannot be allowed to continue developing unchecked. Standing up, Danzo headed straight for the Hokage's office. Hiruzen, we must immediately recall Aragami Kyomu and his ninja squad from the front line. This time, Hiruzen didn't oppose Danzo's suggestion, as he too felt the same. The war on the front lines has slowed down a bit, so rotating them out is reasonable, Hiruzen nodded. Moreover, Kyomu's frequent use of forbidden jutsu is like burning the candle at both ends. We need to protect him. Danzo's gaze turned sinister as he nodded in agreement. As long as Kyomu was back in the village, he would have a chance to act. Chapter 121. The welcome ceremony was grand. Kyomu looked at the sea of people before him, feeling an indescribable emotion welling up inside. He wanted to laugh out loud. Slayer of Konoha. Victory! Slayer of Konoha. Victory! However, his smile suddenly froze. The enthusiasm in his heart was extinguished. Who came up with such a nickname for him? I. Victory! Slayer of Konoha! The cheers continued, and Kyomu's face turned the color of liver. Who would come up with such an outdated nickname? Thank you for your love, but please, just call me Kyomu, he shouted back, and I don't deserve such cheers. The ones who truly deserve this honor are not us, the living, but those who have fallen in war. Tsunade initially wanted to laugh at the nickname Slayer of Konoha, seeing that Kyomu himself didn't seem to appreciate it much. But his following words made her serious again. He was absolutely right. This also made Tsunade view Kyomu more favorably. Achieving such feats at the age of 10 and remaining humble and grounded were exceptional qualities. And Kyomu wasn't shy about public speaking. As he raised his hand to quiet the crowd, the cheers and smiles of the Konoha ninjas subsided, turning into solemnity. Thank you for your love, but my achievements are built on the sacrifices of many comrades at the front. I do not deserve such accolades. Being in a high position does offer a great view, but we must never forget those who built the ladder for us. I think we should chant this instead. Kyomu raised his hand and shouted, "The fallen will live forever, victory to Konoha! The fallen will live forever, victory to Konoha! The fallen will live forever, victory to Konoha!" The unified shout was earth-shattering. Kyomu could see the light in their eyes and felt his reputation soaring. If slicing open the Great Rift was the highlight of Kyomu's strength, then his return to Konoha marked the peak of his renown. After silencing the crowd once more and feeling everyone's gaze on him, Kyomu felt exhilarated. Being the center of attention and having his words heard was a new and heady experience. Thank you for your love, but I would prefer if you did not use the title Slayer. I do not acknowledge it, nor do I acknowledge the Sand Nin who gave it to me. You are the ones I care about and accept. I'd rather you call me by my name, it feels closer. After all, what I did is what we all do: fight for our comrades, fight to protect. As his words concluded, the crowd paused for a few seconds before chanting uniformly again. Kyomu! 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 Not sure who started it, but a group of cheering Konoha ninjas rushed forward, surrounding Kyomu and tossing him high into the air. And it wasn't just Kyomu, Kakashi, Obito, Might Guy and the rest of the team were all encircled and joyously thrown into the air, unwilling to be set back down. Laughing heartily, Kyomu reveled in the moment. The feeling of being celebrated was indeed wonderful. Similarly, his teammates laughed freely, basking in the honor and emotional comfort their fame brought, feeling as if they were floating on clouds. Kyomu, tell us about the moment you made that slash. After the excitement of being tossed into the air subsided, a crowd gathered around, eager to hear from Kyomu firsthand about his experiences. Some couldn't get close, but there were Kyomu's teammates to inquire about their first-hand experiences. Did you know I awakened the Sharingan with 2 Tomo right from the start? Wow, 2 Tomo from the start. Of course, it was the culmination of hard work. I felt. Obito reveled in his moment, proudly flaunting his Sharingan, wishing everyone knew he awakened 2 Tomo right away. I was awake for 3 days and nights, using Byakugan to precisely identify the weaknesses in the Sand Nin's encirclement. Coordinating with Kyomu, we repeatedly infiltrated and circled around, making the Sand Nin look foolish. Ren also boasted, omitting any mention of past mistakes. Kakashi didn't say much, keeping a calm tone, but the smile hidden beneath his mask was harder to suppress than AK-47's recoil. Youth is not wasted on the young. Creating highlights, enjoying adulation, and becoming the brightest star in everyone's eyes are their due rights. This is what Kyomu and his team deserved. If you're willing, we can go to the river tonight. Ebisu, attempting to charm a sisterly female ninja, said, I know some little-known facts about Kyomu, and of course, I've had my moments of brilliance too. Let me tell you about them. Ebisu enjoyed the attention from the ladies, sniffling as if something was about to break free. In terms of being cool and detached, besides Kyomu, it's me. Genma stood nonchalantly, a shuriken spinning in his mouth. Kyomu himself complimented how cool I look with this shuriken. What do you think? Genma spread his cool and detached philosophy, attracting a few female ninjas of his age, but he remained unimpressed. They weren't cool enough for his liking. I really didn't do much, just driven by youth. Guy blushed, stumbling over his words, and of course, there's Kyomu. He's always encouraging and recognizing me, so I've made it this far. No one laughed at Guy's theory of youth anymore. They listened and tried to understand because it was a concept Kyomu himself endorsed. I was injured at the time and felt like I was dragging the team down, a ninja confessed about his own experiences, but Kyomu just scoffed, saying the Sand Nin weren't worth his blade, and he'd ensure we all made it home in one piece. Not abandoning a single teammate, not giving up on any injured comrade, even if it meant cutting a bloody path through enemy lines. Through his recounting, Kyomu's image became even more heroic and grand. However, naturally, the conversations about Sakumo took a turn. I'm just carrying on teacher Sakumo's legacy, nothing more remarkable than that, Kyomu clarified, bringing up old matters. Teacher Sakumo is my guiding light, without his teachings, there would be no me today. With Kyomu himself explaining, the surrounding Konoha ninjas felt a resonance with his words. Kyomu, I was on a mission elsewhere at the time. If I had been there. Kyomu, please, take heart. I think some people will realize their mistakes. Kyomu, I will always support you, no matter what the future holds. Orochimaru, standing at the outskirts, watched and listened to everything with a smile, further confirming his earlier judgment. Kyomu, do you think the time is ripe? He chuckled, maybe all of this is an illusion, and in the future, you will make another deal with me. Whether it's your technique, your body, or something else, who knows? Orochimaru left, leaving Tsunade still standing there, smiling at Kyomu. She saw a bright future in him. Breaking through the crowd, Kyomu approached Tsunade and bowed deeply. Tsunade, thank you for your help earlier. Without your antidote pills, we might have died of thirst in the land of wind. Ha, there's nothing to thank me for. I'm just glad you're back safe and sound, Tsunade replied, suddenly pulling Kyomu into a hug, and for such great achievements, my little hero, you don't need to bow to me. Tsunade hugged Kyomu tightly, showing genuine affection for this rising star. Kyomu did not resist Tsunade's embrace, he had a good impression of her and saw her as a reliable support and a treasure trove to be explored in the future. He knew he would need her assistance for many future endeavors. Tsunade, Kyomu started to say something but then stopped as he breathed in a scent that was new and bewildering to him at his age. Looking down at Kyomu, who was blushing, Tsunade laughed even more heartily, little guy, why are you blushing? Kyomu shook his head, feeling as if his face was covered in cotton, making it hard to breathe. Sensing the movement against her chest, Tsunade didn't get angry, instead, her laughter grew. At 10 years old, Kyomu was like a nephew to her, and her affection for him was overflowing. If only you were old enough to drink, I would definitely take you out for a couple of drinks to celebrate your triumphant return today, Tsunade continued, leading him away from the crowd towards her tent. In the future, don't call me Tsunade. If you're willing, you can call me sister. That would surely mix up their familial relations. Tsunade-ni-san, Aragami Kyomu still called out sincerely. Ignoring her age, calling Tsunade sister seemed almost too respectful, considering her youthful appearance. Ha, ha. Tsunade's laughter was filled with joy, not just because of the title but because it gave her a slight edge in retaining Kyomu's loyalty. Despite her boisterous and impulsive nature, Tsunade was deeply thoughtful and understood many things. She only chose to withdraw and stay silent due to the overwhelming despair she had experienced. Escaping was her reluctant choice. Yet, Kyomu was different. With accomplishments, fame, strength, and budding influence, especially during wartime, his potential trajectories were vast, both good and bad. If an additional layer of sibling affection could sway more outcomes towards the positive, it was worth doing it. This small personal desire of Tsunade's was overshadowed by her affection for Kyomu, a promising talent whom anyone would cherish. Tell your sister about what happened, I want to hear it, she urged. Kyomu tried to resist, but Tsunade's hold was firm, leaving him no choice but to comply and start recounting his experiences in the land of wind while nestled in her embrace. Tsunade listened intently, gradually loosening her grip, knowing when to give space. They then sat face to face, Kyomu narrating vividly while Tsunade listened silently, supporting her chin in her hand. He really is like Sakumo in his youth. Tsunade mused internally, if Sakumo were still here, seeing teacher and pupil together, what a sight that would be in the village. As the day turned to night and Kyomu continued to speak, Tsunade suddenly remembered the passing of time. It's been a whole afternoon, Kyomu, you should rest. Kyomu was indeed exhausted. If it weren't for Tsunade insisting on talking, he would have already sought a long, uninterrupted sleep. Tsunade's sister, then you'd be swamped with visitors if you went to your own tent now. Tsunade pointed to her bed, just sleep here, it's no bother. But there are no buts. Tsunade pulled Kyomu down onto the bed and firmly told him to lie down, you rest first. I'll check you for any hidden injuries. If there are any, I'll treat you after you wake up. You can't doubt my authority in this, right? Seeing Tsunade insist to this extent, Kyomu stopped resisting. He awkwardly lay down on Tsunade's bed and closed his eyes to rest. Surrounded by a faint fragrance, Kyomu initially felt uncomfortable. However, as soon as his head hit the pillow, he fell asleep within seconds, completely exhausted and devoid of any other thoughts. Observing Kyomu, now fast asleep on the bed, Tsunade's expression softened with a hint of maternal affection. She lamented inwardly for a moment about Orochimaru's coldness toward everyone except for a select few. Except for himself, there seemed no longer anyone Orochimaru genuinely cared about. With a sigh, Tsunade let go of the past thoughts and memories that felt almost illusionary, noticing how people she once knew were subtly changing. Age brings inevitable encounters with such realities. Setting aside her thoughts, Tsunade activated her palm with a glowing green chakra and gently placed it over Kyomu's chest. The green light brightened as her chakra worked to alleviate his fatigue and sort through his internal injuries. Additionally, Tsunade noticed the reverse scale armor Kyomu was wearing, marveling at it for a good while. An hour later, Tsunade concluded, Kyomu's body is stronger than I thought. The forbidden technique seems to have had little to no adverse effect on him. She marveled, Now, I'm even more curious. What kind of forbidden technique could produce such an effect? Thinking this over, Tsunade suddenly yawned. Seeing there was still room in the bed, she didn't bother to find a different sleeping spot. She lifted the blanket and laid down in her clothes. If Shizun were about the same age as Kyomu, and if I had children, they would probably be. Her thoughts trailed off, and she quickly stopped herself to avoid dredging up painful memories. Unconsciously, Tsunade turned to look at Kyomu again, feeling a surge of maternal affection. She gently embraced him and started humming a lullaby, finding peace in this act. That night, she slept soundly, comforted by the presence next to her. Chapter 122. Actually, Kyomu didn't sleep all that much. After just one night, by the early morning, he was fully rejuvenated. Wearing the dragon scale armor, which integrated the features of various rare equipment, naturally sped up his body's recovery process. And then there was Yoi. Where was Yoi? Kyomu reached out to both sides, searching, but instead of finding Yoi, he accidentally disturbed something ferocious. Are you awake? Tsunade turned to her side to avoid him. Tsunade-ne-san, I was looking for your sword. Tsunade got up, her clothes wrinkled from sleeping in them. I saw you sleeping with it and thought it might be uncomfortable, so I placed it aside. Thank you, Tsunade-ne-san. Kyomu managed a forced smile, glancing at Yoi placed on the table and secretly glaring at it. After getting out of bed and slipping on his shoes, Kyomu secured Yoi at his waist again and turned to thank Tsunade. Tsunade-ne-san, you've been a great help last night, and now I feel full of energy. It's because you have a strong body. Tsunade revealed the root cause. But what's the deal with the forbidden jutsu you used? Why did it almost have no effect on your body? It's not about the physical body, it's more about the spirit, Kyomu bluffed. The technique I used is not just a forbidden jutsu but more accurately a secret technique. A secret technique? Tsunade was intrigued. Can it be used often? Not really, and I probably won't be able to use it anymore. Is there a problem with your spirit? Tsunade was suddenly alarmed. I only checked your body last night and forgot. Tsunade-ne-san, don't worry. It's just that the recovery period will be longer, but it won't have a big impact on my potential or current strength. Kyomu reassured Tsunade. Relieved, Tsunade couldn't help but pat her chest, causing a wave of motion. That's good, but I still have some doubts about this secret technique you mentioned. Cut through the flesh with the blade, cut through the soul with the heart. Where the heart directs, thorns and thickets are parted, Kyomu fed her another line. Tsunade's interest was piqued. Is this the essence of the secret technique? It indeed relates to spiritual power. And that makes sense. The derivation of spiritual power is yin release, which is known as creation power. It's normal to have such power. Not again. Why can't everyone find a reasonable explanation? Kyomu couldn't help but complain internally, worried that Tsunade too was led astray by his bluffs. But Tsunade wasn't distracted. She wasn't interested in sword techniques, her way of fighting was with direct, powerful strikes. Even though Tsunade wasn't led astray, it didn't mean she wasn't interested in verifying some theories with Kyomu. I'll have breakfast brought in, and we can talk while we eat. Kyomu realized Tsunade wasn't planning to let him go anytime soon. Soon, Kyomu and Tsunade were sitting at a table eating together, quickly overcoming the previous day's awkwardness, appearing truly like siblings. While you were leading your team deep behind enemy lines, I studied the 8 gates with Dai and discussed it with him. Tsunade brought up the 8 gates, referring to Might Dai, whom Kyomu had intentionally left behind during his second deep infiltration mission to better discuss the 8 gates with Tsunade. Hearing Tsunade mention this, Kyomu perked up. He was very interested in knowledge about the 8 gates, having secretly trained to open 6 gates, a considerable but not overwhelming hidden card. If he could further perfect it with Tsunade's help, Kyomu would have more to rely on, not just dependent on the quality of passive skills. Dai's understanding of the human body is still too shallow. Tsunade shared her insights. The human body's chakra gates, which limit the raw power of chakra, are actually a kind of self-protection mechanism. They restrict power but also protect the body. Essentially, the power of the 8 gates comes at the cost of the body's life force in exchange for immense power, especially Dai's concept of the 8th gate. She became serious and warned Kyomu, I do not recommend you practice the 8 gates. You don't need to seek power far beyond your current abilities in such an extreme way. Plus, you already have your secret technique, no need to add more. Tsunade's advice was spot on. Kyomu really had no intention of opening the 8th gate, but human nature is greedy, and he truly desired the power it could grant. Tsunade-ne-san, is it possible to permanently open the 8 gates with reduced power? It's possible, but it requires the combination of 2 types of power to have a chance. Tsunade's answer thrilled Kyomu, but the subsequent conditions poured cold water on his excitement. Yin release and Yang release are essential. Yang release provides life force and increases the body's limit, while Yin release makes the impossible possible, mainly through creation. These are the direct traits of the 2 techniques and why they stand apart from the 5 basic chakra natures. They are too powerful. However, with Yin and Yang release, weakening the 8 gates to keep them permanently open would be putting the cart before the horse. It would be better to focus on strengthening Yin or Yang release or even merging them. Ne-san, this topic is quite difficult. Kyomu frowned. I can't even touch Yin or Yang release, how can I train them? I understand Yang release, but only in a basic way, like my super strength punch. Tsunade looked at Kyomu with a smile. Do you want to learn it? Of course. Kyomu exclaimed without any hesitation. The potential of super strength punch was much lower than the 8 gates, but the former was painless, whereas the latter could be lethal. The comparison made the choice clear. Plus, mastering super strength punch could lead closer to mastering Yin Seal and 100 Healings Jutsu, right? Don't shout so loudly. Tsunade flicked Kyomu's forehead. I'll teach you, but whether you can learn it is up to you. This wasn't Tsunade being insincere. The core of super strength punch is Yang release. Without sufficient Yang release chakra in the body or the innate ability to produce it, one would struggle to learn it. But you have the conditions to learn. Tsunade shifted the topic. Last night, while checking and healing your injuries, I felt its presence in you. Though it's still weak, given 3 to 5 years as your body matures, you might be able to use it. 3 to 5 years. Kyomu felt a bit downcast. Yet before he could dwell on it, a gentle tap on Kyomu's forehead from Tsunade interrupted his thoughts. Having Yang release chakra at your age, especially without a special bloodline, is already a sign of exceptional talent. Most people only start to develop Yang release chakra around the age of 14, as their bodies reach a certain level of maturity. However, not being able to use it doesn't mean you can't learn or train it. Ne-san, please teach me. Kyomu earnestly requested, sweetening his words with a sincere tone. Tsunade couldn't help but smile more brightly at his request. If you want to practice Yang release, or to strengthen it, medical ninjutsu is the best way. Medical ninjutsu itself is an application of Yang release. Why else do you think the mystical palm technique can stimulate a patient's cell activity, promoting rapid proliferation and thereby speeding up wound healing? Moreover, once you master medical ninjutsu, I have another skill I can teach you. Ne-san, why couldn't I have met you sooner? Kyomu expressed with a tinge of regret on his face. Then I wouldn't have wasted so many years. Cheeky brat. Tsunade glared at Kyomu but was clearly pleased inside. It's not too late now. As long as you're patient, by the time you're 20, you should be able to use Yang release chakra as clumsily as I do. Ne-san, I won't need until I'm 20. Kyomu shook his head, confident, I'll manage by 15. Tsunade flicked Kyomu's forehead again. Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. Medical ninjutsu and super strength aren't easy to master. To truly excel, you've got a lot of hard work ahead of you. Do you really think Yang release chakra is as common as the 5 basic chakra natures? Well, there it was, the hierarchy of disdain. Kyomu just laughed and nodded, eagerly awaiting to begin. Ne-san, shall we start now? Aren't you in a hurry to get back to your tent? Tsunade teased him with a smile. Everything's better in Ne-san's tent, especially the company. I wouldn't want to go back. Cheeky kid, now I know why Sakumo chose you as his disciple, Tsunade jested before getting serious. Let's skip the basics and start with an introduction to medical ninjutsu. Kyomu immediately sat up straight, ready to learn, and Tsunade quickly transitioned into teaching mode. As days turned into weeks, Kyomu and Tsunade spent almost every moment together inside the tent, unless they took brief walks outside, engaging in casual conversation. They were both serious about learning and teaching, respectively. Tsunade marveled at Kyomu's talent, and he at her knowledge. After all, why would a sister who willingly shares her true skills and a brother who learns quickly and is charming be at odds with each other? Despite their constant companionship, nobody in the village gossiped about them. It wasn't out of fear but simply because nobody thought that way. Tsunade, though appearing young, was only a year younger than Sakumo. Kyomu, in a regular sense, would have to call Tsunade aunt. Aunt and nephew? That's straying off topic. Engrossed in the sea of knowledge, Kyomu had no distractions. He was too eager to progress. However, peace is often disturbed not by external forces but internal changes. Not that the sand had made a move, but a sudden order from the village arrived, calling Kyomu back to the village for rest. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. He's already resting, and with the sand being so quiet as long as Kyomu is here. Tsunade, this is an order, not my decision, Orochimaru said impassively, though inwardly sneering. Some enjoyed playing at balance, while others thirsted for power. All Orochimaru did was leak a bit of information, and now they couldn't sit still. The village rots. What is the Hokage thinking? Tsunade was visibly agitated. Is he worried about Kyomu? This, sigh. Her heavy sigh conveyed her sense of helplessness. She knew Hiruzen was concerned about Sakumo's influence on Kyomu. Sometimes, Tsunade shared that concern. But Tsunade's approach was entirely different from Hiruzen's. She had sincerely tried to keep Kyomu close, making good progress, only for Hiruzen to unexpectedly counter her efforts. Warming hearts shouldn't be met with coldness. I'll talk to the Hokage. Tsunade turned to leave but was stopped by Orochimaru. Tsunade, besides Kyomu, the ninja team he led also needs to return to the village for rest. Tsunade stopped dead in her tracks and looked back at Orochimaru. Is this really the Hokage's order? It is, Orochimaru nodded. Kakashi and Obito will likely face verbal reprimands upon their return, to be noted in their ninja records. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade's expression fell. She felt powerless to intervene. The once prestigious Senju clan, now barely remembered beyond its name, left its mark only among the people. Let the Hokage have his way, Tsunade said dismissively, turning her back. From now on, don't bother me with difficult patients or poison cases from Cho. She left the tent without looking back, leaving Orochimaru to contemplate silently. I was once as powerless as you. Back inside Tsunade's tent, she struggled with what to say, ultimately choosing silence. But eventually, Kyomu broke the quiet. Nei-san, is the village calling me back? You already know. It would be hard not to. Kyomu, don't. Nei-san, you know as well, it's not Sakumo-sensei who's wrong. Kyomu's voice remained even, nor is it you. Kyomu, please don't. Tsunade's eyes flickered with panic, afraid to hear his next words, fearing she might act impulsively. She really didn't want to. Nei-san, you're the medical ninjutsu genius of the ninja world. If a leg breaks, you can mend it, but if it rots, you must amputate. Kyomu spoke plainly, never hiding his feelings from those he respected. This was an integral part of who he was. Tsunade fell silent, her mind not drifting towards aggression. A few individuals couldn't represent the entirety of a village. Somewhat relieved, she said, Kyomu, don't be rash. I can help you figure this out. As long as we find evidence, everything will come to light. I like to reason, and I like evidence, Kyomu smiled gently, but if that fails, I prefer fists, especially Tsunade Nei-san's super strength fist. After all, it would be like fighting on your behalf. The debts owed by those four elders to Hashirama haven't been forgotten, have they? Chapter 123. On their way back to the Hidden Leaf Village, Kyomu, Kakashi, and Obito all wore somber expressions, with only Might Guy seemingly oblivious to the mood. Having achieved significant accomplishments, instead of receiving commendations or promotions after more than a week, they were met with a summoning order. The team members weren't exactly resentful, but they definitely had their opinions. The reason behind this treatment was clear to anyone with eyes. For instance, Minato's reaction when sending off Kyomu and his team was quite telling. He hadn't wanted to pick this particular fruit but was forced into it by Hiruzen, leaving Minato feeling uncomfortable with the situation. What's going on? Genma couldn't hide his frustration. The Sand Shinobi have been beaten down by us. Now would be the perfect time to counterattack, but instead, we're taking a break, which isn't a bad thing, Kyomu finally spoke up. It's a good opportunity to temper your impulsive nature, absorb the lessons from the past 4 months of combat, and improve our strength. Sacrifices bring gains, and this isn't entirely without benefit. Plus, Do you really think we're being let off to graze on the mountainside? Kyomu shook his head. Follow me and endure some grievances for now. When the time comes, I'll lead you to charge through the stone, cloud, and mist shinobi. That's quite bold. Of course, Ebisu chimed in. Kyomu-san always does as he says, there's no falsehood in his words. But I still can't get over it. Not only Genma but also Kakashi and Kyomu were discontent. Hiruzen, the third Hokage, might have seemed decent at times, but his balancing act was terribly flawed, obvious to the point of embarrassment for Kyomu. Politicking isn't something shinobi should engage in, as their maneuvers are not only inadequate but also lay mines at every turn. However, this might be a good opportunity, Kyomu thought, not disheartened or feeling wronged. It's a chance to consolidate and improve our strength, while also managing the team's morale. Rebellion isn't always a personal desire, sometimes, it's the people behind you pushing you into it. Sarutobi might vaguely understand this, but he's missing the finer details, turning a clever move into a stinking one. After inwardly despising Sarutobi again, Kyomu didn't stop Genma and the others from venting. In fact, Kyomu's silence only magnified the complaints within the team. However, the complaints didn't target Kyomu, instead, they voiced grievances on his behalf. Especially upon their return to the Hidden Leaf, the team's frustration peaked. The village was eerily quiet, with people busying themselves and no one there to welcome or acknowledge their sacrifices at the front lines. Their achievements were effectively silenced. This is too much. Even Ren, who had been silent up until now, couldn't hold back. Our efforts, are they really? It's my fault you all had to endure this, Kyomu intervened. If it hadn't been for my unilateral decision to use reverse summoning jutsu to return to the village and take Kakashi and Obito to the Land of Wind, you might not have had to suffer this indignity. Kyomu-san, that's not your fault, Ren disagreed. While the method might have been improper, the merits cannot be obscured. They're just too sensitive. The deeds done for the village should be a cause for celebration, not suppression. And besides, some things were indeed mishandled by them. Ren wanted to say more but was cut off by Kyomu, just follow the Hokage's arrangements. He's the Hokage, and we just need to follow orders. The belief that when the master is disgraced, the servant dies was evident. The calmer Kyomu appeared, the more his team felt the injustice on his behalf. Kyomu-san, once we return to the village, I'll make sure everyone hears of your heroics. You're a hero, and you deserve cheers. Me too, Kyomu-san. My family might be ordinary, but I have many friends. And me, I will. Kyomu shook his head, I appreciate the sentiment, but please don't act rashly. There will be other opportunities. I never considered these events to be true grievances. When you're strong enough, the path beneath your feet is always smooth, and the future always bright. If you truly want to stand up for me, then show me through your strength. Raising his hand, Kyomu called, First Shinobi Squad, assemble. Instantly, everyone stood at attention, as if undergoing inspection by a king. I don't have much to say, but come to my house the day after tomorrow. I'll share some training insights with you. And don't bother me unless it's necessary. Focus on improving your skills. If you really don't understand something, you can ask me, and I'll patiently explain. My disgrace today won't be avenged on fellow villagers. So, stop talking and harboring complaints. Once your strength meets my expectations, the indignities I faced today, I'll rely on you to reclaim from our enemies. Grudges solve nothing, what we seek is strength and the renown that comes with it in missions and wars. Do you understand? Understood. Good, disband and process your village re-entry paperwork, Kyomu instructed, allowing everyone to disperse. Indeed, the 73 people returning from the front lines had to process paperwork to re-enter the village, a protocol that, while standard, carried an underlying message. Back in the Hidden Leaf, inside the Hokage's office. Watching through a crystal ball, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt relieved. It seems I was worried for nothing. Kyomu doesn't harbor any ill will. How can you be sure he's not pretending? Danzo interrupted. Until it's thoroughly proven, we can't overlook the negative impact Sakumo's death has on both Kyomu and Kakashi. Hiruzen glanced at Danzo with a cold gaze. Danzo, tell me, how involved were you in Sakumo's demise? I merely provided information, which was both true and useful. The issue was entirely Sakumo's fault. The slander was spread by enemy informants, unrelated to you or me. Danzo insisted on his innocence and, seizing the moment of Hiruzen's distraction, made a proposal. Hiruzen, let Kyomu join my root division. I'll scrutinize his true intentions for you, Danzo offered with a sneer. I'll properly train and transform him into a war machine utterly loyal to the village. But... no buts. I can handle this well, Danzo insisted, looking at Hiruzen with expectation. You must trust me, Hiruzen. My loyalty and devotion to the village are no less profound than yours. Hand Kyomu over to me, and I assure you, I'll make him a formidable asset to the village without any concerns for us. Hiruzen didn't immediately respond, reflecting on the proposition before ultimately rejecting Danzo's offer. No, Kyomu cannot join root. Hiruzen, you. Kyomu has a different path laid out for him, you needn't worry about him any further, Hiruzen stated, dismissing Danzo with a wave of his hand. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Danzo left in a huff, thwarted by Hiruzen once more. But just because Hiruzen refused, did it mean Danzo would stop his scheming? Kyomu, I will turn you into my sharpest blade, no matter what it takes. Muttering to himself, Danzo returned to the root headquarters, unusually determined to dig up dirt on Hiruzen. He was tired of being overshadowed and sought to hasten the end of Hiruzen's tenure as Hokage, viewing the ongoing war as a perfect opportunity to pressure Hiruzen into stepping down. Meanwhile, Kyomu, Kakashi, Obito, and Might Guy, along with Genma and Ebisu, decided to gather and unwind together after their return. Genma was particularly vocal about his achievements and aspirations, although Ebisu remained more reserved. They all agreed to meet and invited Rin, heading to their usual spot. Rin and Obito's relationship had grown closer, their affection for each other becoming increasingly apparent. The meal was lively, aside from Obito's repeated mentions of awakening his Sharingan to Tsutomu, which slightly irked the others. However, it was clear that upon returning to the Uchiha clan, Obito's standing within the clan would rise significantly, thanks to his openness about his achievement. After parting ways with his friends, Kyomu returned home, only to be immediately met with a summon from the Hokage. Kyomu, the Hokage has summoned you, announced an Anbu member before swiftly departing. Is Sarutobi trying to offer me a sweet deal now? Kyomu thought, making his way to the Hokage's office without delay. Upon arrival, Hiruzen immediately apologized, explaining his reasons for the recent actions, including suppressing their achievements and recalling them from the front lines. He expressed concern over Kyomu's frequent use of forbidden techniques and the potential harm they could cause to his body. Sarutobi emphasized that the village couldn't afford to lose another shinobi of Kyomu's caliber and proposed to make it up to him by granting access to the village's seal scroll. Kyomu, understanding the gesture, requested to learn the sealing technique, 5 elements seal, the A-rank technique explosive tag mutually multiplying technique, and the S-rank technique 5 nature great combo. Sarutobi agreed, allowing Kyomu a brief period to memorize the techniques from the scroll. Once the time was up, Kyomu handed back the scroll, and Sarutobi advised him to digest the information thoroughly and offered further guidance if needed. As Kyomu left the Hokage's office, his thoughts drifted to the upcoming refresh of his passive skill, hoping for another favorable addition. Chapter 124. As the time for his passive skill refresh approached, Kyomu's heart always fluttered with unease. Give me a passive skill that aids in training. Kyomu fervently wished in his heart. With a new battlefield yet to open, Kyomu was likely to remain confined to the village for recuperation. In such a time, a combat enhancement passive skill would not be of much use. If he could get a good training aid passive skill, Kyomu could use this period of rest to significantly improve his own strength. That way, even if he were to enter the battlefield in the future, he wouldn't need to rely on top-tier combat passive skills to make a significant impact. With a heart full of apprehension, Aragami Kyomu lounged in a chair in his courtyard, waiting for the moment the passive skill would refresh. Passive skill, Divine Summoning. Skill description: during the skill's duration, you may pray to the heavens. Upon receiving a response from someone, you will gain one of that person's peak talents, lasting until the end of the passive skill's duration. Asterisk note: a prayer is considered successful as long as there is a response, regardless of the respondent's time period, past or future. Duration: 30 days. Message: can I summon myself? My future self 20 years from now may be OP. Thrilled, Kyomu sprang up from his lounge chair, his face alight with excitement. He wanted to roar towards the heavens but managed to suppress the urge, thinking it better to act now rather than later. According to the message, summoning others might not guarantee a response, but summoning myself should surely work, right? Kyomu thought clearly, seeing through to the essence. The baseline of this passive skill was like a peak experience card. But that was just the baseline. The upper limit was terrifyingly powerful. If he could win the favor of the many legends from his previous world's memories, not taking off would be a disservice to himself. And with so many traversers across countless worlds. No matter if it was a bit far-fetched, he had to try. Kyomu calmed his mind and, with the most devout posture, began to pray to the heavens. As expected, the three pure ones showed no intention of responding. He lowered his expectations. Still the same, Kyomu's prayers were like stones sunk in the ocean. Am I thinking too much, or is it just not fitting well? Kyomu was somewhat disheartened, feeling he had taken too big a step. How could those high above in the myths spare a thought for the whispers of a mere ant? When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Let's change the target, Kyomu decided, switching his target. Hashirama should be okay, right? Moreover, as long as I receive a response, I can gain one of their abilities. And the passive skill doesn't limit the number of respondents. The more responses I get, the more splendid my month will be, piecing everything together. Decided, Kyomu again became devout, mumbling to himself. I pray to Hashirama 20 years from now, hoping to receive your response and aid, from a distinguished Konoha ninja of the year 48. The prayer traveled through the river of time, instantaneously reaching Hashirama, who was summoned through the reanimation jutsu 20 years later. How odd, I can actually hear someone speaking from 20 years ago. Is this a side effect of the reanimation jutsu? Hashirama turned to the tall man beside him, about to inquire but was directly given an answer. Agree to it. The man's eyes gleamed playfully, that's the nonsensical me from 20 years ago. Time rewound, and Hashirama's response reached Kyomu at this moment. I agree to assist you, but as for how, Kyomu's eyes snapped open. Success. And a response was all that was needed, the content hardly mattered. Once there was a response, he could gain one peak talent from the respondent. What was Hashirama's peak talent? There was no need to ponder, it was definitely the supreme Yang Chakra cultivation talent derived from his Senju body. In an instant, Kyomu felt his understanding of Yang Chakra deepen, and controlling it was no longer a struggle but as smooth as instinct. Rubbing his hands together, Kyomu quickly calmed his emotions. He had more people to pray to. Madara. But Madara was notoriously aloof, with a peculiar temperament, requiring a different strategy. Sincerity is all that's needed, there's no limit to what can be prayed for. Kyomu murmured to himself, a sly smile appearing on his face. But in a moment, he collected his spirit and, with the most devout posture, uttered the most infuriating words. I pray to Madara 20 years from now, to let him know one thing, Hashirama is stronger than him, he will never surpass him, and Hashirama has never held him in his heart. Hehe, a triple strike. Kyomu was confident, he didn't believe Madara could resist not responding. 2 minutes later, I didn't receive a response, that shouldn't be right. Is he dead or? After waiting a while longer and seeing that Madara still didn't respond, Kyomu frowned. It seems there might be some other accident, the uncertainty 20 years later is too great. Kyomu accepted it, then what about Madara 40 years ago? There shouldn't be any accidents then, right? Hands together once more, Kyomu sincerely repeated the most damaging words to Madara from 40 years ago. I pray to Madara 40 years ago, to inform him of one thing, Hashirama is stronger than him, he will never surpass him, and Hashirama has never held him in his heart. The sincere words traveled back through the river of time to the past. Already having captured the Nine Tails as a pet and planning to confront Hashirama, Madara stood frozen, rage unconsciously rising in his heart. I'm weaker than Hashirama? I can't beat Hashirama? Hashirama has never cared for me? Do you wish to die? Madara's cold voice echoed, or have you witnessed my true power? Enough, that was more than enough. The voice in Kyomu's ears made him ecstatic. His verbal triple attack didn't work on the future Madara for some reason, but the past Madara couldn't stand this at all. Upon receiving the response, Kyomu felt a clarity in his mind. Madara, possessing the Indra Chakra, naturally had the most outstanding talent in Yin Chakra cultivation, unparalleled in mental strength. Now that I have Hashirama's Yang Chakra training talent and Madara's Yin Chakra training talent, the Sage of the Six Paths and his brother. Just as the thought emerged, Kyomu quickly dismissed it. The Sage of the Six Paths was still watching over the ninja world from the Pure Land, and without sufficient strength, it was best not to provoke him. My future self, it's time to strike it rich. Kyomu finally decided to utilize his fallback plan. Hands together, his face the picture of sincerity. I pray to my future self 20 years from now, strike it rich, quickly, give your past self a fortune. Idiot. A light, floating word echoed in his ear, causing Kyomu to freeze before his face flushed red. You. But even so, Kyomu found he had no way to retaliate, his future self was still himself, after all. What can you do when you insult yourself? It was infuriating. However, in an instant, Kyomu wasn't angry anymore, mainly because what his future self bestowed upon him was too much. Is this considered spending in advance? Kyomu squinted, who cares, it's not like it's on credit. Why overthink it? Settling down, he reflected on the changes in his talents. SHH. What kind of monster am I in the future? Kyomu gasped, aren't I supposed to get only the peak of one talent? How come I suddenly got 4? These 4 talents were, a physical talent, not a sage body but superior to 1, already surpassing Hashirama's Yang Chakra training talent and even more comprehensive. A soul talent, never possessing the eyes of a sage but the talent in Yin Chakra was indescribably strong, similarly surpassing the Yin Chakra training talent given by Madara. A Chakra talent, not the progenitor of Chakra, but Chakra was as obedient to him as a child, with various applications coming naturally. A Taijutsu talent, not daring to claim physical sanctity, but his understanding and insights into Taijutsu moves, especially in swordsmanship, were unparalleled, unmatched in past and future. After going around in circles, it turns out my future self is the most awesome. Kyomu couldn't help but scratch his head, actually, the scolding wasn't wrong. Isn't this just ignoring the obvious, doubting myself? Putting aside being scolded by his future self for a moment, Kyomu then pondered over his training plan for the month. When he previously had King of Nonchalance and Rewards the Diligent as perfect passive skills, Kyomu was weak, and the benefits were not significant. It could be said that he spent the most trashy growth period with the most perfect passive skills. But now, having received 4 peak talents from his future self, although it wasn't as continuous as the King of Nonchalance Max Attribute series or as infinitely growing as Rewards the Diligent. To be honest, with Kyomu's current strength, plus the strong talents obtained after summoning himself, even if there's only 1 month, was more than enough. The physical talent, superior to the sage body, allows me to create multiple shadow clones for localized accelerated training. The talent in the soul, deriving from the strong mental strength, can perfectly solve the side effects produced when shadow clones assist in training. The talent in chakra allows me to refine high-level chakra applications more quickly. Nature transformation and shape transformation are just appetizers, merging 2 or more types of chakra to give birth to a Kekkei Genkai is the real deal. Taijutsu needs no further mention, inspiration floods in, and my swordsmanship can advance much further. Kyomu was invigorated, his planning sound and well-founded. The shadow clone jutsu assisting in training only provides experience, and does not help much with physical attribute growth. So now, all I need to do during this month of talent is to rigorously train my body. As long as the training intensity and energy intake can keep up, it's possible that in 1 month, I could achieve the physical growth that would normally take a year. Having made up his mind, Kyomu had no intention of sleeping. Looking around, Kyomu felt his small courtyard was utterly insufficient for his purposes. Demolishing his home was out of the question. As for where to go, Kyomu already had a plan. The Forest of Death no longer suited him. Kyomu decided to move his training ground to the Hokage Rock Mountains. This place was full of countless boulders, perfect for Kyomu to train his strength. Kyomu, where are you heading so late at night? A member of the Anbu on night patrol coincidentally encountered Kyomu, stepping forward to inquire. I can't sleep, thought I'd train a bit at the Hokage Rock Mountains. Does the training ground not meet Kyomu's needs? Of course it doesn't. If it did, I wouldn't bother going so far. Kyomu then extended an invitation to the 2 Anbu members, want to join. The Anbu members exchanged glances before nodding. Their mission was to monitor every move of Kyomu after his return to the village, to see if he harbored any unusual intentions. If Kyomu doesn't mind our disturbance, I think we'd be happy to. Not a disturbance, it's just some basic physical training. Kyomu chuckled, leading the 2 following Anbu to the Hokage Rock Mountains. Then, choosing a particularly appealing boulder, Kyomu used Yoi to hollow it out. Could you two lend me a hand? Kyomu didn't keep idle people around, how about helping me pick a few trees about the thickness of a big bowl to bring back? The Anbu members communicated with a glance, and one of them quickly left, soon returning somewhat laboriously dragging 2 trees to the mountainside. You need to train your bodies more. Kyomu shook his head, then in a few jumps reached the foot of the mountain, carrying a tree in each hand up the slope. Casually throwing the trees onto the ground, under the astonished gazes of the 2 Anbu, Kyomu shoulder carried a boulder taller than a person, making several quick trips back and forth. Similarly hollowing out a hole in the middle with Yoi, Kyomu placed several boulders side by side, 4 on the left and boulders on the right, with the weight of both ends roughly equal. With a flick of his toe, Kyomu inserted the trees he had just acquired into the ground, creating a makeshift large dumbbell from the most primitive materials. Want to join? Kyomu gestured towards the ground at the large dumbbell, it's very effective for physical training. This? Kyomu, you must be joking. We can't handle that. That's a shame. Kyomu shook his head and formed a hand seal. Puff, puff, puff. A series of shadow clones filled much of the space on the hillside, easily numbering 70 or 80. The 2 Anbu members' mouths hung open, large enough to fit 2 eggs. Such intensity of training, wasn't it asking for death? But Kyomu. Not only did he lift the large dumbbell he had crafted, but he also began performing squats, one after another. Is this how the strong train themselves? Their worldview was being overturned. Chapter 125. In the Hokage's office, the sound of pages turning ceased. Hiruzen looked up in shock at the ANBU ninja reporting to him, the pipe in his mouth nearly falling. Are you certain? Absolutely, this is Kyomu's training regimen. Is his body holding up? Like a dragon in the field. The voice of the ANBU ninja was somewhat bitter, and it lasted from the early hours until sunrise. After roasting and eating a wild boar, he continued. I see. Sarutobi didn't know what else to say, cease surveillance on Kyomu, and instead, focus on his team members. Yes, Hokage-sama. After the ANBU ninja left, Sarutobi finally remembered the pipe in his mouth, took a couple of strong puffs, then exhaled a long breath. Kyomu, you've truly surprised me. Can you really withstand such training? If you can indeed endure it, your future achievements. Sarutobi stopped speaking, his heart filled with both worry and excitement, an indescribable feeling. At the same time, Danzo also received this news and became somewhat restless. He summoned Yamato and doubled the training tasks, but the outcome was not as expected. Such physical fitness, isn't it almost equivalent to Lord Hashirama? Watching Yamato, who had collapsed from exhaustion, Danzo felt disenchanted. Get out. After Yamato left, Danzo sat in his chair, lost in thought. The years of research on Hashirama's cells that he and Orochimaru conducted, expending so much manpower and resources, led to this? Not even half as good as Kyomu. While his mind is still immature, I must act quickly. Danzo thought, I need to speed up. Once I've gathered enough dirt on Hiruzen, I'll approach Kyomu. If he finds out what Hiruzen did when Sakumo died, Kyomu will definitely side with me, and by then. Danzo's plan was well thought out. In the aftermath of the Kyuubi's attack, he almost turned Kakashi using the dark secrets of Hiruzen and his own ability to instigate. But Kyomu wouldn't be fooled, his 10-year-old body housed a soul over 30 years old. This sugar-coated cannonball was exactly what Kyomu wanted. He hoped Danzo and Hiruzen would turn against each other, and he would consume the sugar coating, using the cannonball Danzo provided for a fatal blow. Sometimes, opportunities are provided by enemies, and all Kyomu needs to do is quietly wait for the war to end, with both public opinion and force alongside. The menace wouldn't last much longer. Dash. At the Hokage Rock Mountains. As the day waned, Kakashi, Obito, Guy, Rin, Genma, Ebisu, and others finally arrived. But the scene before them made their souls tremble. Is this even human? Kyomu, have you lost your mind? Kakashi exclaimed, his voice a bit high, how many shadow clones have you created? 73 an hour ago, now it's up to 75. Can your body handle it? Obito, too, was extremely worried, when you dispel the shadow clones, your mind might well collapse. I am aware of my limits, there won't be any problems. Hearing Kyomu say so, though still worried, Kakashi and Obito refrained from further persuasion. Kyomu had his reasons, and both were curious about what those were. Kyomu, how do you manage it? Kakashi also wanted to train in this manner, if it's not too much trouble. I borrowed something from my future self, Kyomu said earnestly, but Kakashi and Obito were skeptical. Borrowing from your future self? That's ridiculous. Be serious, Kakashi said with a deadpan expression, out with it, or else I'll blow up all the shadow clones you're using for training. Glancing at Kakashi, Kyomu didn't expect him to resort to such drastic measures, a tactic only he could conceive. I learned some techniques from Tsunade-san. Kyomu attributed his significant change to Tsunade. Before Kakashi could respond, Ebisu deduced another theory. Captain Kyomu and Tsunade-sama spent over a week in a tent together, and his physique has improved this much. Ebisu's eyes gleamed. Indeed, a strong body is favored by elder sisters or aunts. If possible, Captain, please share the secret with me, I also wish to improve. Ebisu, what are you thinking? Kyomu was irritated, what does my physique have to do with Tsunade-san? Weren't you saying Tsunade-sama helped you? Ebisu looked serious, is it because your physique was weak before, and Tsunade-sama? Get out! One of Kyomu's shadow clones stepped forward and punched him, silencing Ebisu, though he remained sneakily inquisitive at heart. Tsunade-san taught me her superhuman strength and medical ninjutsu. Kyomu explained, the essence of her superhuman strength is Yang Chakra, while the medical ninjutsu inherited from Tsunade-san can continuously repair the body. Coupled with the Dragon Vein's blessing from the land of Iran, this is indeed a build-up leading to a powerful burst. Kakashi and Obito nodded, seeming to believe the lie. After absorbing part of the Dragon Vein's power, Kakashi and Obito felt their own physiques strengthening. However, without time to actualize it into power, their growth, other than in chakra capacity, was minimal. What fortune! Kakashi grumbled, you're just good at charming people. How many have poured their hearts out to you? There's nothing I can do, being born lovable is also a burden. I'm thinking about blowing up a few of Kyomu's shadow clones. What do you think? Obito suggested, half-jokingly, he needs a lesson in humility. After some light-hearted threats, Kakashi and the others waited for Kyomu to sincerely apologize before finally letting him off the hook. However, after the teasing was over, Kakashi and the others got serious and prepared to train alongside Kyomu. Kyomu's main body was focusing on physical conditioning and couldn't be disturbed, as a misstep could potentially harm his physique due to the weights. However, Kyomu's other shadow clones had no such constraints, providing Kakashi and the others with ample opportunity to care for the remaining team members. Moreover, while individual progress is crucial, the advancement of a team is equally important. Kyomu has always believed in lifting everyone together as part of his philosophy. The next morning, except for Obito and Ren, members of the first ninja squad led by Kyomu arrived, all bringing something with them. A large number of simple weight blocks were brought over by them. They knew Kyomu's needs without needing to ask. Thank you all for your assistance, Kyomu expressed his gratitude. My shadow clones practicing ninjutsu are available for everyone. Feel free to choose any one of them to train with. If you have any questions, just ask. Thank you, Captain. The team members thanked him, their synchronized voices and actions pleasing to the eye. I haven't played the role of the big brother for many years. Kyomu's lips curled into a smile as he continued with his own training. From the early hours of the day before until this morning, Kyomu had been training non-stop. Yet, his physical condition remained excellent, with steady increases in muscle strength and explosive power. Even his mental state was exceptionally robust. Although it's unclear exactly how much it had improved, when over 70 shadow clones dispersed simultaneously, he only felt a momentary disorientation. While he's still far from Naruto's 1,000 shadow clones, with Naruto's somewhat lacking comprehension skills and innate talent, Kyomu wasn't worried about his own rate of progress. However, as he trained, Kyomu's thoughts began to wander. If possible, in the latter half of the month, I should be able to split some shadow clones to study new ninjutsu, Kyomu thought optimistically. There's no need to worry about Obito for now, Guy has his path, and I can only offer minor assistance. Kakashi is different. Although he's shown a knack for the hidden blade technique, there's room for improvement in other areas. Change it to hidden, sounds better. A Kakashi without Chidori or Reikari seems to lack something. With plans in mind, Kyomu quietly noted to prepare a feasible PPT for Kakashi in the latter half of the month. The day's training quickly came to an end, and Kyomu finally dispelled the 70+ shadow clones. A splitting headache. Yet, his mental strength had significantly increased. If he had the Sharingan, he'd probably be at the level of awakening a one-tomo Sharingan. Reviewing the day's achievements, the shadow clones had made remarkable progress. B-rank ninjutsu of all 5 elements, Kyomu could now perform single-handed seals without compromising power, though he wasn't at the point of doing techniques with a mere clap. Despite his immense talent, realization still required time. Kyomu didn't continue to focus on this area. While a ninjutsu arsenal was valuable, Kyomu hadn't forgotten his foundation. Swordsmanship, the pinnacle of his combat skills, remained his top priority for improvement. Tomorrow, I can reduce the number of shadow clones practicing ninjutsu, focusing more on swordsmanship, superhuman strength, and medical ninjutsu. Additionally, the main body's focus on physical conditioning can shift somewhat towards speed. Having strength and explosive power without speed to back it up is insufficient. With the next day's training focus decided, Kyomu returned home and immediately went to sleep. However, after just 3 hours, Kyomu's exceptional physical and spiritual talents allowed him to wake up fully refreshed. Draped in the starlight, Kyomu went to the courtyard and gradually added weight blocks to his body. Feeling adequately weighted, Kyomu began conditioning his body again, this time with a focus on speed. Some shadow clones were specifically tasked with advancing the application of lightning release chakra, not aiming to replicate the Cloud Ninja's lightning release chakra mode exactly, but to ensure their body activation techniques were no less effective. Kyomu had a feeling that the next battlefield they would open would likely be with the Cloud Ninjas. Defeating lightning with lightning, the mere thought was thrilling. Chapter 126. Half a month later. Kyomu's strength skyrocketed, and so did the strength of the team he led. Obito still hadn't shown up, suggesting the Uchiha clan's special training for him hadn't ended. Ren also hadn't appeared, likely receiving certain resource prioritization from the Hyuga clan. The specifics were unknown, but it definitely couldn't compare to Obito. As for Kakashi, he had mastered the hidden blade technique. The spiritual energy he naturally expended could now be infused into the blade of his sword, resulting in terrifying attack power when drawn for the first time. However, the drawback of this technique was also undeniably evident. While the burst of power was indeed strong, if faced with a prolonged battle or scenarios unsuitable for the hidden blade technique, Kakashi's combat effectiveness would revert to its original state. Thus, without waiting for Kyomu to bring it up, Kakashi proactively sought him out. Kyomu was currently practicing his sword swinging, the weights wrapped around his yoi making the scene quite formidable. Kakashi didn't bother to guess how much weight Kyomu was currently training with, thinking it would only serve to discourage him. Conceding in terms of physical prowess, Kakashi had always focused more on the Hotaki sword technique and lightning release ninjutsu. Kyomu, Kakashi said softly, you're aware of the drawbacks of the hidden blade technique. So, how do you plan to compensate? We can conceal the blade before battle, the longer, the better. But if one strike doesn't solve the problem, we'll need a second, a third. Kyomu shared his thoughts, but the subsequent attacks rely entirely on our own strength, so the solution is naturally. I know that, Kakashi rolled his eyes, I want to focus on lightning release ninjutsu. It's the only area where I excel compared to the rest of you. Have you mastered the shape transformation and nature transformation of lightning release chakra? I have mastered it. There's still a distance to proficiency, but I can apply it well in actual combat. Kyomu nodded, understanding Kakashi's progress. So, Chidori could be introduced into the discussion. But this Chidori was not the same as the original, Kyomu had a better solution in mind. So, you can use lightning release chakra to stimulate your body cells without harming yourself, right? Kakashi nodded, confirming Kyomu's assessment. Using lightning release chakra to stimulate body cells for increased speed and strength is not something everyone can do. If one cannot control the nature transformation of lightning release chakra, the wild chakra could harm one's body. Only by mastering the nature transformation of lightning release chakra, keeping its stimulating properties while altering its nature to be more benign, can one achieve this effect. This is why the Cloud Village's lightning release chakra mode is only used by top-tier ninjas. Similarly, the activation technique for Hotaki sword technique, combined with lightning release chakra, must reach proficiency in chakra nature transformation to unleash its true power. This is why the original Kakashi developed Chidori at such a young age. His foundation was exceptionally solid, he just took a misguided path. But now, with Kyomu's guidance, Kakashi's path forward would only be brighter. I have an idea, and a shadow clone is already experimenting with it. Kyomu gestured towards a distant shadow clone. If you're interested, I can tell you. Kakashi immediately nodded, tell me, I'm all ears. This inspiration comes from Guy's 8 gates, Kyomu began explaining the theory behind the 8 gates. Guy and Lee, lacking in ninjutsu talent, release the body's chakra points with non-attributed chakra. If we replace it with attributed lightning release chakra and apply nature transformation, we can reduce the damage caused by releasing the chakra points with the powerful force. Though the power will significantly decrease compared to the original 8 gates, the trade-off for stability is worth it, in my opinion. And don't forget, the properties of lightning release chakra can further compensate for the loss in power. If this idea succeeds, it might not be much weaker than the Cloud's lightning release chakra mode. The only difference might be that we can't use the thick lightning release armor. But lightning release chakra's main advantage is speed. As long as we retain that, whether combined with swordsmanship or other instant ninjutsu, the combat effectiveness would be terrifying. Kakashi's eyes lit up after hearing the theory. Kyomu, although we have different thoughts, this is an excellent solution. Of course, Kyomu nodded, I've always known I'm a theoretical master. No one can deny that. Kakashi didn't verbally agree but shared his thoughts, I want to enhance the Hotaki sword technique to increase its power. Do you have enough chakra? Kyomu raised an eyebrow. Why the Hotaki sword technique focuses on unexpected and unguarded attacks, Kyomu understood clearly. Chakra quantity. Although Sakumo and Kakashi's chakra levels were above average among their peers, they were still within normal ranges. Thus, the Hotaki sword technique, which requires minimal consumption, cunning, and possesses powerful single-target killing power, was sufficient. Ninjas are fragile, and a single strike can be lethal. Kakashi's desire to refine the Hotaki sword technique, Kyomu surmised, stemmed from 2 reasons. One was the dragon vein's effect on Kakashi's chakra, significantly increasing it. The other was Kyomu's broad and powerful sword techniques, which greatly influenced Kakashi. After all, which man doesn't dream of being able to split a mountain with a single slash one day? From the beginning, destruction and creation have been men's ultimate desires. Just as no man can refuse an excavator, Kakashi couldn't resist the allure of powerful techniques. Not like you, but enough. Kakashi looked up, I have a feeling that one day I'll be able to execute that slash you made on the sand ninja battlefield. With just lightning release. Is that not possible? Kakashi caressed the handle of his sword, my chakra is sufficient to support a dozen slashes. How much chakra do you have now? Kyomu asked again, suspecting Kakashi was downplaying his capabilities. Unable to resist a smirk, Kakashi whispered, it's about 10 times what I had before. By adulthood, it should be several dozen times more. That much? Jealous. Kakashi was in high spirits, pleased with his foundation and enjoying Kyomu's surprised expression. Indeed, Kyomu was surprised. The era of measuring by Kakashi as a unit was gone, leaving a void in his heart. I am 10 of you, Kyomu stubbornly used Kakashi as a unit of chakra measurement, 10 Kakashis. Get lost. Kakashi wasn't fazed, seriously, do you think it's feasible? As a trump card, yes. But I don't recommend it for regular use. I don't have as much chakra as you to use normal techniques as trump cards. Kakashi finally rolled his eyes, I don't know how you grew up, you were not as good as me when we were kids, and now. Stop there, do you want to hear my idea or not? Spit it out. Kyomu slowly began, when I was using purple fireflies, I noticed a phenomenon. Wherever purple fireflies passed, steam rose and formed cumulonimbus clouds, which would soon give birth to lightning. If you could draw down that lightning and condense it into a blade of light to strike the enemy, I think, it would be quite a spectacular scene, right? The next second, Kakashi was captivated, a combination ninjutsu unique to us. Exactly, a combination ninjutsu unique to us, Kyomu smiled slightly, on the battlefield, brothers in arms, I strike and you strike, leaving nothing but ash in our wake. How exhilarating! Kakashi was elated for a moment, but quickly identified a problem, how can I draw down the lightning from the sky as my own power? Before Kyomu could respond, Kakashi muttered to himself, it would have to be initiated with lightning release chakra, but that would involve both the nature transformation and shape transformation of lightning release chakra. As for the Hotaki sword technique, the nature transformation is sufficient, but the shape transformation is somewhat lacking. However, if both transformations coexist, relying solely on the Hotaki sword technique wouldn't be enough to manage both. Should I develop a technique that incorporates both the nature transformation and shape transformation of lightning release chakra? After its development, it also needs to be compatible with my Hotaki sword technique, otherwise, it's putting the cart before the horse. Kakashi already had a rough framework in his mind but was still missing that spark of inspiration. This is a system, it needs a foundation and derivatives, so. Kyomu gave Kakashi a bit of inspiration. You need to first have a broad foundation, preferably covering both the nature and shape transformations of lightning release chakra, the more extreme, the better. Kakashi suddenly looked up at Kyomu. I get it. Covering both the shape and nature transformations of lightning release chakra, and capable of activating body cells, then integrating it into the Hotaki sword technique. Yes, exactly, Kyomu nodded. Let me lead the way and give you a demonstration. Stopping his sword swinging motion, Kyomu's hands moved through seals. Ox Rabbit Monkey. Lightning Release, Chidori. The piercing sound of electric current echoed far and wide, drawing salutes from the team members training with Kyomu's shadow clones. What is Captain holding? I'm not sure, but it's clear that only the ultimate nature transformation and shape transformation of lightning release chakra could achieve such an effect. Is this another of Kyomu's unique techniques? Not really a unique technique, Genma shook his head, having broadened his horizons after following Kyomu. In my view, it's a starter, because it's not perfect, Captain wouldn't use this technique as a unique move. The imperfections of Chidori were too numerous, especially its noise. This is... Kakashi's eyes widened. Chidori, your Chidori. Mine. Kakashi pointed at himself. You used it, how could it be mine? It is yours, consider it the second gift from me. Kyomu smiled slightly. It's been a long time since I heard the voice of my godson, hasn't it, Kakashi? Get lost. Kakashi was adamant. Explain the chakra flow to me, so when I develop the follow-up, I can also give it to you. By then, I might not need it. Are you annoying? Just tell me. Kakashi was getting impatient. You're becoming more and more irritating. Alright, I'll tell. Kyomu explained the chakra flow of Chidori to Kakashi. Try it. Kakashi nodded and slowly performed the hand seals. Ox Rabbit Monkey. Lightning Release, Chidori. Kakashi succeeded on his first try. He wasn't lacking in fundamentals, he was just missing the method and that bit of inspiration. And as Kyomu initially said, Chidori was indeed Kakashi's, he had no intention of taking credit for it. Beyond that, Kyomu didn't need Chidori, Reikari, or Chidori Stream. He only needed the speed boost from Lightning Release Chakra. At this moment, Kakashi's lips curled under his mask, though it was well concealed. Kyomu, this isn't difficult. Just keep smirking. Kyomu glanced sideways. Don't bother me anymore, go perfect it yourself. Anyway, I've already given you the direction. No need to rush me. Kakashi turned and asked, have you thought of names for those two techniques? The technique for activating body cells naturally should be called Lightning Release, 8 Gates, and the one for drawing down lightning from the sky, Lightning Release, Purple Lightning Kirin. What do you think? Ha, perfect, Kakashi was satisfied, your naming has finally improved a bit. Dropping a comment, Kakashi left to research Chidori on his own, not forgetting to create several shadow clones to help with other training tasks. Peace returned, and Kyomu gathered his scattered thoughts, focusing on his training. Aside from guiding Kakashi, Kyomu himself had made significant progress. Mastering and proficiently using 3 new forbidden techniques in half a month was a pace that could shock many. Forbidden techniques were never common. Moreover, Kyomu's physique and spirit were of utmost importance. Achieving the goal of making normal moves as powerful as ultimate techniques, Kyomu was on the verge of becoming an online sensation. With his spiritual power and physique complementing each other, the power of all his chakra-based attacks had relatively increased. For Kyomu, even C-rank ninjutsu could now cause astonishing destruction. Jonin level, maybe I'll reach it by next year, Kyomu mused, not counting passive skill boosts, I'm invincible below the Jonin level. Chapter 127. The days of training swiftly passed by. Kyomu's strategy of invoking his future self might have overdrawn some of his luck. In the second month after turning 10, the passive skill he refreshed was not particularly favorable. Passive skill, all for one, one for all. Skill description: during the skill's activation period, a sincere heart will always win double the favor in return, and upon reaching a die together level of favor, you will receive a precious gift from the person after their death. Note: the death gift is not limited by the skill's duration, as long as the favor level reaches die together, death will trigger it. Duration: 30 days. Message: I love the pigs I raise so much that I can't stop crying when I stew them. But as for people, I advise you to be kind. Kyomu sighed: if I were a bit more heartless, sacrificing 70 people could push my strength to a terrifying level. But I can't bring myself to do it. Standing up, Kyomu looked up at the moon, but, like the delicious pigs I sacrificed, I can choose some future enemies to raise. His mind briefly flashed with the faces of Hiruzen and Danzo, but Kyomu's expression quickly turned cold. Their worth lies in dying by my sword, not worthy of my elaborate planning. What was I thinking? Dismissing the thought, Kyomu sighed again: humans aren't heartless, how should I use this month's passive skill? Kyomu found himself in a dilemma. He stood still, gazing at the crescent moon, lost in thought. He wanted to convince himself to be more ruthless, but he couldn't, and deep inside, he resisted such utilitarian methods of cultivating relationships, which wasn't his original intention. Although he had his desires, he didn't have the heart to harm others, only wishing for mutual support and more opportunities. But this month's passive skill. While Kyomu was deep in thought, the Hokage's office was brightly lit, with Konoha's top brass also facing a dilemma. Send Kyomu to the front lines, Koharu broke the silence. The Cloud Ninja have started making moves, they will soon approach our borders. The Sand Ninja have also received the news and are spreading negative rumors about Kyomu and us, causing unrest in the Sand Ninja battlefield. If we continue to suppress, if we let Kyomu rest any longer, the consequences are unpredictable. Koharu outlined the recent developments in the ninja world over the past month. The news of Kyomu being removed from the Sand Ninja battlefield couldn't be concealed, the Sand's intelligence network wasn't that weak. Moreover, spreading rumors costs nothing, and the impact it causes allows the Sand to revel in schadenfreude. Konoha's top brass are truly benevolent. It would be best to also remove Minato, drive away Orochimaru and Tsunade, then what suspense would remain in the war? Perhaps influenced by such rumors or feeling the time was right, the Cloud Ninja made further moves by the end of the month. The Sand Ninja battlefield also reacted accordingly, planning to launch an offensive against Konoha alongside the Cloud. This didn't require communication, a common enemy naturally brought some tacit understanding. Let me go to the Cloud Ninja battlefield, Danzo spoke up. I'm confident I can make good use of Kyomu, turning him into a cold blade to protect the village, not a double-edged sword. Homura glanced at Danzo and, after a moment of thought, also supported him. Hiruzen, this time I'm with Danzo. He's proficient in wind release ninjutsu, which gives him a good chance against the Cloud Ninja. Danzo's face lit up with joy, not expecting Homura to support him this time. The pressure was on Hiruzen. In reality, Danzo's volunteering wasn't the real pressure, Kyomu was his concern. One can't see into another's heart. While Kyomu appeared perfect, Hiruzen couldn't fully trust him. Jiraiya is capable, Hiruzen spoke up. He can, and having taught Minato such an excellent disciple, I believe he can guide Kyomu well too. Hiruzen made a decision: with Kyomu and the ninja squad he leads, the forces we send to the Cloud Ninja battlefield can be fewer. Hiruzen, you trust Jiraiya and Kyomu that much? Danzo stared incredulously. The Cloud's strength is not comparable to the Sand's. If a problem arises, we won't have time to fix it. I trust Jiraiya, Hiruzen stood firm. He's my student, and I understand him. As the heir of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya has his trump cards, capable of overcoming the third Raikage. Even if he can't win, he won't be at a disadvantage. The rest can be left to Kyomu, Kakashi, Obito, and the others. Don't forget, under Kyomu's influence, their combined strength isn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Hiruzen had set the tone, and Danzo knew no amount of talking would change it. Is it great to be Hokage? Sorry, being Hokage is indeed great. Danzo stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Koharu spoke up for fairness. Hiruzen, Danzo really wants to do something for the village, you didn't have to. It's not his time to act yet, Hiruzen closed his eyes. When the stone ninja move, that will be Danzo's time to shine. What do you mean? The Stone and Cloud have always had conflicts, and the Rain Village is also worth winning over. If necessary, we can pay a price to make them our ally. This had always been on Hiruzen's mind. Danzo's strength wasn't in leading troops head-on but in manipulating people in the shadows. After all these years, Hiruzen knew exactly what kind of person Danzo was. If he wanted to be the root of Konoha, he had to proceed in the darkness. If the root is exposed to sunlight, the tree will die, without exception. Hiruzen's tolerance for Danzo had its price, not without reason. Past camaraderie was just a bond, accounting for only half of the foundation. Call Jiraiya over, Hiruzen waved his hand. Tell him to prepare and head to the Cloud Ninja battlefield tomorrow, lightly equipped. Yes, Hokage-sama. An ANBU member left. Turning to Koharu, Hiruzen inquired, any problems with logistics? No issues, Koharu immediately assured. Under my supervision, our logistics can support operations on 4 fronts simultaneously. Nodding, Hiruzen then looked at Homura, can the Ninja Academy keep up with the pace of training ninjas? In 3 months, by June, a large batch of genin will graduate from the Ninja Academy. How many? About 1,000. Hiruzen took a puff, not enough, add another 1,000. But that would mean their average graduation age would be only 7 years old, Homura hesitated. That's undermining our foundation, I think. If we're fighting on 4 fronts, we're not just undermining our foundation, we're facing extinction. Hiruzen's voice was firm. We must prepare for the worst-case scenario, we must. Otherwise, it'll be too late. I understand, Hiruzen, Homura nodded. All right, it's getting late, let's adjourn, Hiruzen waved his hand. There's a lot to do tomorrow. Dash. The next day before dawn. Kyomu, who hadn't slept well, opened his eyes and reached for the yoi by his side. Lord Kyomu. The title used by the ANBU ninja had changed, please prepare immediately and gather at the assembly field. Lord Jiraiya is waiting for you there. The change in title from Captain Kyomu to Lord Kyomu indicated many things. After being sidelined for a month, due to the pressure from the front lines and the village's shortage of combat power, Kyomu was reactivated. Moreover, the reputation he had been suppressed before was now fully restored, and Kyomu's deeds began to be celebrated within the village. Similarly, Kyomu's team members also received the honors they deserved. Former Genin were promoted to Chunin, Chunin to Special Jonin, and Special Jonin to Jonin, with everyone moving up a rank. Although titles don't represent true strength, without the backing of real power, those titles wouldn't be awarded. Lord Kyomu. Walking on the street, passing ninjas and civilians who recognized him. They stopped, bowed in greeting, and looked up with admiration in their eyes. However, Kyomu didn't feel triumphant. Controlled public opinion held no value for him. Today he might be praised and admired, but if public opinion turns, he could become a pariah, just like Sakumo once was. But soon, Kyomu smiled. His team members had arrived. Captain. Everyone wore smiles, showing no fear of war. They had Captain Kyomu, what was there to fear? Even in death, it would be by Kyomu's side. He would avenge them, and it wouldn't be in vain. Did everyone receive the notice? From now on, you can use my official title, Ebisu said with a smile. I am Konoha's Special Jonin Ebisu. I am Konoha's Special Jonin Genma. Chunin Uchiha Obito. When everyone else was a Special Jonin, Obito's voice showed dissatisfaction. Why? Why? As a Jonin of Konoha, and you being a Chunin, you must use honorifics when addressing me, Kakashi approached, isn't that right, Chunin Obito? Obito's face turned the color of liver, I was just a bit late, you just wait. Being late is being late. Haha. The cohesive laughter carried far, and Kyomu waved forward, leading everyone on. Russell. The team members quickly followed, what started as a dozen people grew to 20, then 40, eventually forming a neat group of 71. Kyomu led the way, followed by his team members in uniform, each carrying a ninja sword, expressionless. Their morale slowly rose. Named Unity, they could also be called invincible. From the Hokage's office window, Hiruzen watched Kyomu's growing force, his eyes flickering with indecision. His apprehension grew. Kyomu and his 3 students were different. During the Second Shinobi World War, they also had followers, but more so than Kyomu. But a student remains a student, positioned as such. If not for the incident with Sakumo, Kyomu would have been a sight Hiruzen was happy to see, but sensing something, Kyomu stopped, and his team members did the same, following his gaze toward the Hokage's office. Returning his gaze, Kyomu continued forward. But his lips curled up in defiance. When I return, what will you give me, Hiruzen? If you can't offer anything else, then we'll have to settle your debts. Rustle. As Kyomu and his procession reached the assembly field, all ninjas spontaneously cleared a path. The reputation of Konoha's first ninja squad, earned through sheer determination, warranted respect. Moving forward, Kyomu held his head high, followed by his team members. This privilege, earned through blood and fire, was exercised without guilt. If you can, try enduring what they have. Lord Jiraiya. Kyomu didn't salute, just acknowledged respectfully. Similarly, Kyomu's team members did the same. The first ninja squad is present. Good. Jiraiya roared with enthusiasm. With the first ninja squad here, we have no chance of losing this battle. Jiraiya didn't indulge in factionalism, such things were inconsequential to him. Kyomu, by order of the Hokage, you are now appointed as the commander of Konoha's first ninja total squad. Kakashi, by order of the Hokage, you are appointed as the captain of Konoha's first ninja squad, under the command of Commander Kyomu. Ren, by order of the Hokage, you are appointed as the captain of Konoha's 9th ninja squad, also under Commander Kyomu's command. Additionally, the 47th and 95th ninja squads are under Commander Kyomu's command. After announcing the appointments, Kyomu received a long list of names, all his soldiers. Jiraiya's appointments continued, but Kyomu was no longer listening. From leading a 16-man ninja squad to commanding a 69-member ninja squad, and now commanding a 279-member total squad, Kyomu had risen in just half a year. A true man holds great power. Though far from commanding an entire army and possibly not reaching that point even after the war, for Kyomu, it was enough. The commander's position already placed him nearly at Konoha's high echelons, making his future much easier. After all, the once underground Kyomu was now at the edge of the platform, he could initiate purges. Wait and see. Kyomu clenched the list of team members, the flames in his heart surging once more. Approximately 2 hours later, Jiraiya finally finished reading the appointments. Target our country's northeastern border, confront the Cloud Ninja, move out. With a grand gesture, the force of less than 4,000 departed, facing enemies more than twice their number ahead. I love tough battles, Kyomu's eyes sparkled. Cloud Ninja, thank you in advance for becoming the backdrop of my renown. To battle. Chapter 128. Check out my Patreon for plus 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics. For $5 www.patreon.com/Zalom. Thank you for your support. The Cloud Village's frontline forces are luxuriously configured. If the Leaf Village ranks as the foremost among the 5 great hidden villages, then the Cloud Village securely holds the second position. This superiority isn't only in terms of top combat power, the Cloud's rising stars are nearly on par with those of the Leaf. The third Raikage, unsurpassed as the strongest shield and spear in the ninja world, is formidable in one-on-one battles, with few capable of overcoming him. Following him are Dode and Killer Bee, one being the third Raikage's partner, the other the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. Both are renowned ninjas with long-standing reputations. In the younger generation, there's the third Raikage's son, A, and his partner, Killer Bee. The future duo of A and B is undeniably strong. Beyond these luminaries, the Cloud's youth include talents like Darui, C, Samui, Atsui, Toroi, and Mabi, whose reserves of talent rival those of the Leaf. Simply put, the Cloud Village alone could cause significant concern for the Leaf Village, marking them as a formidable foe. The Leaf forces have arrived, Dode announced upon entering the tent, led by Jiraiya, and with Aragami Kyomu, who distinguished himself on the sand battlefield, now reactivated by the Leaf. The third Raikage raised his head, a proud smile crossing his rugged features. Is there cause for concern? We both know what sort of stock the sand ninjas come from, they signify nothing. Exactly, Dode also dismissed the sand. Had the sand faced us, they would have been utterly defeated within half a year. Let's not dwell on the sand, it's meaningless. The third Raikage waved off. Dode, what are your thoughts on our first engagement? Dode had already formulated a plan, based on intelligence. Jiraiya's Leaf ninjas number less than 4,000. Excluding logistics, medical, and other support ninjas, the combat-ready force is about 3,000. We've brought 7,000 ninjas, not all elites, but certainly enough to confront the Leaf. Moreover, we have Killer Bee. Thus, my proposal is to deploy full force in the initial engagement. We need not push deep but must leverage our advantages to inflict heavy casualties on the Leaf. Dode's assessment is sound. With numerical superiority, top combat power, and a comparably strong high and mid-tier force structure, what's there to fear? As for the Sand's plight? The Sand ninjas are considered mere fodder to the Cloud, who refuse to even compare themselves, such is their confidence. Advance across the board, a direct confrontation. The third Raikage murmured, that would be best, potentially overwhelming Jiraiya's forces in one fell swoop. But there's one concern we must address if they refuse to engage, what then? Dode smiled confidently, they won't avoid battle. And even if they do, it's of no consequence. You have a strategy. Morale, Dode explained, if they avoid conflict, we can spread rumors, harass them with skirmishes, and challenge them. If they continue to bunker down, Leaf morale will inevitably suffer while ours soars. With this advantage, the longer they avoid confrontation, the more difficult their position becomes. Many ninjas value honor above life. I believe that even if Jiraiya insists on avoiding engagement, the majority of Leaf ninjas would not agree. The third Raikage laughed heartily, ha ha ha, well said, Dode. Your analysis is thorough. Proceed with your plan. I'll await the good news from the rear. Rest assured, I will deliver a victorious start. Go forth boldly. With me anchoring the rear, the Leaf's elite forces will find no opportunity to exploit. The third Raikage and Dode allocated their tasks, mobilizing the Cloud's frontline forces. Timing their advance with Jiraiya's arrival at the Fire Country's border, they stepped into Fire Country territory. Set up camp and rest. 10 kilometers from the border, Jiraiya ordered a rest. The forced march had significantly drained the troops. Positioning directly at the border would risk a surprise attack from the Cloud. Ren, Jiraiya assigned a reconnaissance mission, take your ninja squad to scout the Cloud movements. If they penetrate deeper, there's no need to intercept, just report back. Yes, Lord Jiraiya. Ren departed on his mission, and Jiraiya then sought out Kyomu. Kyomu, Jiraiya spoke softly, I'd like to hear your thoughts. Lord Jiraiya, the Cloud's strength isn't something the Sand can compare to. Our forces are already stretched thin on two fronts, a head-on confrontation would likely be disadvantageous. Jiraiya nodded but quickly shook his head, I still plan to engage the Cloud head-on. He then outlined his rationale, the Cloud specializes in lightning release, with strong individual combat capabilities. However, in terms of large-scale battlefield jutsu, lightning release falls short. While it's likely there are Cloud ninjas who practice other forms of jutsu, those are secondary skills. Their expertise lies in lightning release. Our situation is different, among us, lightning release practitioners are few. Our forces primarily utilize wind, fire, and earth releases. Even the lowest-ranking ninjas, with a bit of experience, can execute a basic fire or wind release. Thus, on the battlefield, our combined jutsu, utilized by the majority, can significantly challenge the Cloud. The reason this wasn't the case on the Sand battlefield is because the Sand lacks a signature jutsu, with puppetry being their unique skill. Their jutsu variety and superiority in numbers meant a direct confrontation with the Leaf wasn't unwarranted. Different circumstances call for different strategies, and Jiraiya's plan is sound. But to face the Cloud directly, one more issue must be addressed. Kyomu, can you handle Killer Bee, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, alone? Jiraiya posed a difficult question, if you're not up to it, I can switch with you. I'll take on Killer Bee, and you manage the front line. How about that? Kyomu didn't answer immediately. After pondering, he nodded firmly, Lord Jiraiya, I can take on the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Good. Jiraiya's face brightened, request whatever you need, as long as it's within my power. I only need my direct command, the first ninja squad. You don't need the other 3 squads. Kyomu shook his head, even though the Cloud takes an elite single combatant approach, their composite jutsu for the battlefield aren't strong. But if they break through our defenses, the front line remains perilously unpredictable. The remaining 3 squads offer a slight advantage at best. And against the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, more isn't necessarily better. I need elites, not numbers. Hearing Kyomu's plan, Jiraiya added no further comment. All right, proceed as you've outlined. Get ready quickly. Kyomu turned to assemble his team. Ren, tasked with reconnaissance, was temporarily absent. Since the engagement was to be a direct confrontation, her role was less prominent this time, and Kyomu didn't specifically request her presence. Gentlemen, in the upcoming battle against the Cloud, we're to engage directly. The greatest threat on the battlefield will naturally be the Cloud's Eight Tails Jinchuriki. As elites, it's our duty to face the Cloud's best, including taking on the task of confronting the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Surveying his team's expressions, Kyomu was reassured by their lack of fear or concern. However, facing the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, more numbers might complicate matters. So, besides the first ninja squad following me, the remaining 2 squads will join the main battlefield. This directive left the recently integrated ninja squad somewhat disappointed, a sentiment Kyomu noted. Don't underestimate yourselves. Before the Eight Tails Jinchuriki appears, I'll fight alongside you. There will be opportunities for you to shine, and I look forward to executing composite jutsu together. Kyomu adeptly managed the morale of the remaining ninja squads. With the passive skill enhancements, their affection for him inadvertently grew. Seeing smiles on everyone's faces, Kyomu began arranging composite jutsu tactics. Those proficient in C rank or higher fire release, move to the left. Those with C rank or higher wind release, to the right. Following his command, over 200 ninjas divided into 2 groups. The Leaf had a substantial number proficient in fire and wind releases, with no one remaining in the middle. Kyomu nodded, then continued detailing assignments. Those who can use Earth Style, Mud Wall, form another group. This time, a middle group of about 30 people formed. On the battlefield, you'll handle Earth Release for defense, while the rest will support me and Kakashi, Obito with Wind Release. Kyomu finalized the arrangements. If the Eight Tails Jinchuriki emerges, Ren will command you. His Byakugan provides excellent battlefield oversight, ensuring optimal decisions. With a wave, first squad, stay. The rest, rest up and prepare for the battle ahead. Once the first squad remained, Kyomu detailed tactical plans centered not on the battlefield but on confronting the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Those are the plans. Kakashi, Obito, get some rest. Soon, only Kyomu, Kakashi, and Obito were left. Kakashi, Obito, you both know the Great Fire Annihilation, right? That's a signature Uchiha Jutsu. Of course, I'm proficient. Obito boasted. I can, but prefer not to. Kakashi was reluctant. Concerned about your mask. Toby teased, no worries, you can get a new one afterward. Kakashi remained silent, understanding the situation's gravity, implicitly agreeing. Kyomu, focusing on strategy, turned to Obito. Your Sharingan could be more useful. If it were 3 Tomo or even the Mangekyo, dealing with the Eight Tails would be easier. I wish. Obito scratched his head. Awakening isn't that simple, it takes time. Kakashi, with a bit of sarcasm, implied the risk of being Uchiha's friend. Being friends with an Uchiha is truly perilous. Obito was briefly taken aback. My Sharingan's awakening was all my own doing, without the tragedies you mentioned. Even if you died, Kyomu wouldn't, and if you did, I wouldn't shed a tear. Let's not talk of death, Kyomu interjected, focus on the plan. The Cloud didn't exploit the Leaf's rest period for a surprise attack. Although not exactly honorable, this approach was notable. Crush the Leaf ninjas. Dode, muscular and spirited, rallied his troops. Past humiliations will be washed away today. Charge, charge, charge. Leading the charge, Dode was followed by robust Cloud ninjas, resembling a group of bodybuilders. In contrast, the Leaf ninjas, with ordinary physiques, seemed slightly less imposing. But determination compensated for what they lacked in physical presence, as Jiraiya also rallied his forces. In the past 2 wars, we've dominated the Cloud. This time will be no different. Gentlemen, let's teach the Cloud a third harsh lesson. Prepare the composite jutsu. Jiraiya deemed the timing right, gesturing decisively, release. Kyomu's first ninja squad took the lead. Exchanging glances with Kakashi and Obito, they formed seals, then took a deep breath. As they executed the seal and brought their hands to their lips, chakra surged within them. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. Exhaling deeply, Kyomu, at the center, unleashed a fan-shaped flame covering 500 meters at its forefront. Kakashi and Obito, flanking him, covered 300 meters each. Together, their coverage reached 1 kilometer. The flames, intensified by Kakashi's mask being burnt away, revealed his handsome face under the firelight's glow. The team, momentarily stunned, quickly resumed their jutsu. Wind release, great breakthrough. A hurricane, fueled by over 100 ninjas' collective effort and combined with the large-scale fire release, turned the horizon red. The coverage expanded to 2 kilometers. Ha ha ha, this is the spirit of battle. Dode's exuberant voice echoed across the battlefield. Lightning release, lightning armor. Encased in a lightning cloak, Dode charged into the flames head-on. Chapter 129. Flames have the power to incinerate all. Yet, there exists a kind of flame retardant that even the mightiest flames, like the B-rank fire release, great fire annihilation technique, cannot overcome. This flame retardant is the Cloud Ninja's lightning release armor, blocking external flames while the fire and fighting spirit within burn as fiercely under the cover of blue armor. Without needing to summon Susanoo, the Cloud Ninja's lightning release armor is a standard for the toughness. Once donned, there's no need to consider much else aside from wind release techniques that counter lightning release. Charging forward is all that matters. Flames, break open. The 2-kilometer-wide Great Fire Annihilation was breached by Dode, creating a human-shaped gap. The Cloud Ninjas following him charged through this opening with increasing speed, undeterred by the flames. However, ninjas like Dode, who can master the lightning release armor to such an extent, are few. His fearless, barbarian-like charge brings an unmatched boost in morale. The Cloud Ninjas are frenzied. Surrounded by lightning release chakra, they just need to follow Dode and the other elite ninjas' lead. Death? For a Cloud Ninja to die charging forward is not disgraceful but the highest honor. Have they lost their minds? In the Leaf Camp, someone murmured, with such a powerful and deadly combined technique from Captain Kyomu and the others, aren't they afraid? This is the Cloud Ninja for you. Indeed, that's the Cloud Ninja for you. They've always been like this, a bunch of muscular brutes. Prepare the combined technique again. Jiraiya continued to shout, Dode is mine to handle. The frontal suppression is up to you, Kyomu. Kyomu silently acknowledged, taken aback by the brutish battlefield display of the Cloud Ninjas. Together with Kakashi and Obito, plus the wind support from the rest of the team, the power of their Great Fire Annihilation technique had surpassed even that of Madara. But what did Dode and the Cloud Ninjas behind him do? Truly passionate, the Cloud Ninjas are indeed a group of true men. Kyomu finally spoke, but passion comes at a cost. Again. Earth release is ineffective, countered by lightning release. Water release, too, is ineffective, being complementary to lightning release. Lightning release could be used, but against Cloud Ninjas proficient in lightning release, its lethality is far less than that of wind and fire release. Prepare wind release, Kyomu instructed, signaling behind him. Let's suppress their morale and remind them that underestimating us comes with a price. The next second, Kyomu, Kakashi, and Obito moved in unison. Rat Ox Tiger Rabbit Dragon Snake Horse. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The fierce flames no longer spread across the sky but formed a dragon-shaped wave of fire, not broader but more concentrated, powerful, and hotter. Behind them, the movements of the team members were nearly synchronized. Wind release, great breakthrough. The wind propelled the dragon-shaped wave of fire across the ground, instantly increasing its size and doubling its power. Sweeping across, aside from Dode and several elite Cloud Ninjas, the lesser Cloud Ninjas suffered immediate casualties in the hundreds, with the numbers still climbing. The meat grinder of war had begun. Yet, the Cloud Ninjas' relentless charge yielded impressive results. Close combat ensued, with the Cloud Ninjas' individual strengths beginning to show. But Kyomu and his team, like steadfast artillery, continued to hold the front line. The Cloud Ninjas rushing forward were met by other Leaf Ninjas. Take down those people. Dode, while engaging Jiraiya, pointed towards Kyomu's location, they are our biggest threat. Being known as ninja artillery indeed means unmatched lethality on the battlefield but also becoming the prime target for enemies. The Cloud Ninjas didn't need Dode's command to know their primary targets. And naturally, the Leaf side was not foolish. Thinking of targeting our ninja artillery? You'll have to get past us first. Kyomu and his team, Yundi's tracked, prepared for another large-scale combined jutsu. Fire release, Great Fireball. Kyomu, Kakashi, and Obito, once again, simultaneously launched the same fire release technique. This was the benefit of training together. Beyond signature moves, there were so many techniques they could perform in unison against enemies. With the aid of the Dragon Vein's chakra, the chakra within the trio was formidable. For 3 B-rank fire release techniques, the chakra consumption was minimal, at most 1/10. Truly living up to the name of ninja artillery. Boom, boom, boom. Like a 40mm cannon sweeping the land, the explosions and flames illuminated the battlefield spectacularly. Similarly, the Cloud Ninjas who breached the Leaf's lines began to use lightning release techniques en masse. Sparks flew, and the Leaf's numbers dwindled severely. Due to lightning release's effect, earth release techniques were either unusable or easily shattered, greatly weakening the Leaf's defense. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As Kyomu and his team's combined technique subsided, a torrent of shuriken, kunao, and explosive tags tied to kunao rained down from the sky. This was a massive assault by the Cloud Ninjas. Puff, puff, puff. Leaf Ninjas fell beside Kyomu and his team, who had no time to attend to them. The front lines are cruel and full of surprises, it's hard to predict what attack might end your life. Kakashi, Obito, continue leading the team. I'll go ahead and block them. Kyomu made a quick decision, leaping into the air with a tap of his toes. Puff! A cloud of smoke appeared beneath his feet as a giant snake head emerged, catching him naturally. Lord Kyomu, the serpent spoke softly, I've been waiting for you for a long time. It's been less than 2 months. That's still a long time. The serpent swung its tail, clearing a path through the Cloud Ninjas. I wish to see you every day, Lord Kyomu. Haha, AODA. Kyomu was spirited, then let's fight together this time and crush them. The serpent's massive body slithered across the battlefield. Its movements, though not particularly large, caused significant damage to the Cloud Ninjas due to its size. Though mostly lower-ranked ninjas fell, these were the future of the Cloud. Their loss was felt. But Kyomu didn't care, his main goal was to mow down the ranks until the elite Cloud Ninjas couldn't stand it any longer, easing the pressure on his allies. Reaching for his ninja tool pouch, Kyomu took out a sealing scroll. With a flick of his hand, a giant windmill shuriken appeared. Throwing it skyward, he simultaneously formed seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, a dark cloud formed above Kyomu, comprised entirely of windmill shuriken, overshadowing the Cloud Ninja's barrage of thrown weapons. He's the Leaf Slayer, Aragami Kyomu. It's him, no doubt. Don't be afraid, he's only a human, he can die, charge. But in such a short time, the number of our comrades fallen by his hand is already in the triple digits. We must avenge them, charge. Facing the overwhelming barrage of demonic shuriken, the Cloud Ninjas showed no fear, continuing their relentless charge towards Kyomu. I love your stubbornness, Cloud Ninjas. Kyomu shouted, clearly enjoying the battle, come on. Fight. Let's see just how fearless you really are. Clang. Yoi emerges from its sheath. Swish, swish, swish. Ordinary consecutive sword swings launched wind blades, each as powerful as a C-rank wind release, vacuum scythe. Puff, puff, puff. Lightning release met its nemesis. Kyomu struck down one after another, occasionally landing a critical hit, clearing swathes of enemies with luck. Rumble, rumble. The serpent continued forward, carrying Kyomu straight towards the Cloud Ninja's formation. From afar, the combination of Kyomu and the serpent nearly pierced through the Sen's front lines. Kyomu, your opponent is me. A cold female voice rang out ahead. Looking down, Kyomu saw a woman with short golden hair and pale skin. Such a complexion stood out among the darker-skinned Cloud Ninjas, making her instantly recognizable to Kyomu. Samui, is it? Kyomu sneered coldly, finally, someone of weight has arrived. Beckoning to Samui, come, show me what you've got. Zap. Samui vanished in an instant, leaving behind 2 scorched footprints where she stood. In the next moment, Samui, wielding a short sword, appeared at Kyomu's left side. Clang. Yoi blocked a strike, and Kyomu kicked towards Samui's chest. Boom. Samui reacted swiftly, blocking with one hand. But her expression changed as she was forced to backflip several times before landing, sliding backward with her short sword in the ground before coming to a halt. Such strength! Samui looked up. Kyomu, I underestimated you. Whoosh. Kyomu didn't reply, leaping from the serpent's head, sword raised above his head, and smashing down towards Samui. The serpent, knowing its time fighting alongside Kyomu had ended, coiled its massive body and retreated, stirring chaos among the Cloud Ninja's ranks. Boom! The sword hadn't yet touched the ground, but the wind blade it generated cracked the earth open. Dust swirled as Samui had already dodged, closing in on Kyomu for another strike. Her short sword traced an arc, charged with sharp electric arcs, aiming straight for Kyomu's neck. Clang! Yoi blocked in front, without Kyomu making any other move, he suddenly spit a fireball to one side. Fire release, flame bullet. Samui was forced back again, her eyes widening in shock. This man can use jutsu without seals. Indeed, he can. Kyomu offered no explanation, pushing off the ground and pursuing the retreating Samui. Crack! The ground cracked under his feet as Kyomu appeared instantly in front of Samui. Thrust! Zap! Samui's body sparkled with lightning, as lightning release chakra boosted her speed and explosive power. She narrowly dodged, but was met with Kyomu's colder smile. His wrist twisted, changing the thrust to a sweep. Simultaneously, a wind blade formed, extending Yoi's blade dramatically. Clang! Crack! Samui's short sword broke, the wind blade slicing through her barely there lightning release armor, cutting open her clothes and leaving a deep gash across her chest. Feeling no pity, Samui's strength was far inferior to that of Lady Tsunade. Puff! Blood sprayed as Samui dropped her sword, retreating explosively. At the same time, Samui formed seals. Lightning release, scatter fist maelstrom. Samui, with a lightning ball in each hand, the electric currents between them attracting and radiating, eventually formed a circular lightning domain centered on Samui, spreading outwards. How is that possible? Yoi effortlessly broke through the surrounding lightning, with Kyomu, unharmed, reappearing in front of Samui. A simple thrust. Breaking through the barely there lightning release armor, cutting through the clothes, Yoi's sharp blade continued forward. Puff! Blood splattered as the blade penetrated deep into Samui's chest, stopping less than 2 centimeters from her heart. Swoosh! Kyomu quickly dodged as a blade, gleaming with cold light, grazed his cheek, flying past. As he leaned forward, the sensation of the blade cutting into flesh vanished. Killer Bee! It seems you know me. Killer Bee, with 8 octopus tentacles swirling behind him, one wrapping around Samui's waist, had already dragged her to safety. He's mine, Killer Bee glanced back, instructing the narrowly saved Samui, who nodded, covering her chest as she retreated quickly. She was no match for Kyomu, not lasting 10 moves in his hands. Slip! Killer Bee's octopus tentacles retracted, his body immediately covered in a layer of crimson-tailed beast chakra, with a layer of blue lightning release armor cloaking closer to his body. Bang! A sonic boom echoed as Kyomu's vision blurred, his right hand holding the sword across his chest, left hand supporting the blade, adopting a defensive stance just in time. Boom! Kyomu's body was thrown back, shooting out over 100 meters before barely stopping. Such strength! Kyomu was astonished. As your name suggests, ultra-fast neural reactions and solid physical strength and fundamentals, Killer Bee assessed internally, you're certainly in the elite ninja category, but you're not strong enough to face me. Bang! Another explosion as Killer Bee vanished from his spot, his right arm cocked at a 45 degrees angle, ready to unleash one of the Cloud Ninja's ultimate taijutsu techniques. Lightning Plow Hot Blade. As Kyomu landed, he locked eyes with the approaching Killer Bee, his arm, glowing with tailed beast chakra and lightning, nearing Kyomu's neck. Zap! Kyomu's body was covered in electric arcs, enhancing his reaction speed and mobility. In a critical moment, he raised Yoi to protect his neck, directing the blade towards Killer Bee's inner elbow. Killer Bee, there's something strange about his sword. In the mental space, the Eight Tails Jayaki cautioned, allowing Killer Bee to retract his move. But as they crossed paths, Killer Bee's inner elbow was drenched in blood. In the exchange, Killer Bee's right hand was nearly severed by Yoi's blade. Swish! Kyomu flicked the blade, a smile curving at the corner of his mouth. What of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki? When struck, you too bleed, you too can die. The lightning release chakra within his body boiled, flowing along the pathways of the 8 gates, sequentially opening 6 of the body's limit gates. Lightning release, 8 gates, the gate of view opens. Zap! Brilliant lightning surged upwards, Kyomu's black hair standing on end as he was enveloped in electric arcs. It was as if he had achieved a state of Super Saiyan. Chapter 130. Check out my Patreon for plus 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics. For $5 www.patreon.com/Zalum. Thank you for your support. Lightning surged in front of him, the waves of air pushing aside the dust, forcing everyone to squint. Killer Bee, observing Kyomu not far away, felt an intensified sense of astonishment. This aura. Killer Bee quickly assessed, it's not the lightning release chakra mode, but its level doesn't seem inferior. The tangible, electric arc-shaped lightning release chakra doesn't excel in defense but significantly boosts physical strength, explosive power, and speed, extraordinary to a rare degree. Not good. With a mental alarm, Killer Bee barely managed to shield himself with his half-tailed beast-transformed octopus tentacles before being blown away. The air filled with the scent of char, as all 8 octopus tentacles were lost. Simultaneously, at the spot where Killer Bee was sent flying, a blue-purple skyline violently split the earth and sky, followed by an intense explosion of scorch release chakra, creating a searing fireball. Boom! The high temperature scattered in all directions, turning the ground dry and sending layers of steam skyward. Purple flame, skyline. The heatwave had no effect on Kyomu, but from the yet-to-disperse explosion energy cloud, a tiny black dot shot out. It was Killer Bee. The wound on his right arm had healed, and the burnt 8 octopus tentacles reappeared behind him, each suctioning a ninja sword. Including the 2 swords Killer Bee held, there were 10 in total. Having many arms is an advantage, indeed. And it truly was an extraordinary advantage. The 10 swords moved as if they were his limbs, each covered with a layer of dense lightning release chakra that vibrated at a high frequency under Killer Bee's control. Super vibrating lightning swords. Kyomu immediately recognized, is the 8 Tails Jinchuriki's technique passed down like this? But he didn't have time to ponder further. Clang, clang, clang. 2 figures flickered across the field, with sparks flying through the air, making it impossible to catch their exact movements and positions. So fast. This is Killer Bee. Can Kyomu move that fast? I can't see clearly. I believe in Killer Bee. He is the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, after all. Yet, leave it to him, and continue advancing to kill the Leaf Ninjas. Soon, the vicinity of Kyomu and Killer Bee's battle zone was void of other ninjas. The airwaves raised by their movements, the sharp wind blades generated by Kyomu's swinging yoi, and the high temperature, high-speed strikes made it deadly to approach, sparing few from death. My eyes can't keep up. Obito grumbled, Kakashi, I can't get involved. Then handle the increasing number of cloud ninjas around us. Kakashi felt helpless too. The battle between Killer Bee and Kyomu was too fast for him to intervene. If given another half a year to a year, Kakashi might be able to keep up, but not now. He had just made progress in developing his Chidori further. If I can't keep up with Kyomu's pace, let's see who between us can do better, Obito, drawing his ninja sword, declared, let me show you the Uchiha style of fluidity. Obito leaped into the fray, blocking a dozen cloud ninjas. His Sharingan eyes spun rapidly, moving independently and capturing every detail with their powerful dynamic vision and precognition. Dancing gracefully like a butterfly, Obito evaded danger with precise and efficient movements. His ninja sword found enemies' vulnerabilities in the blink of an eye, slashing throats or piercing chests. Clang! Blocking with his sword, Obito turned swiftly, releasing a massive fireball. Leaping forward with a front flip, his left hand brushed against his ninja tool pouch, launching several shuriken that caught the fireball's flames and flew in unpredictable trajectories, eliminating a few enemies behind him. Landing gracefully, he extended his left hand lightly forward, catching an incoming kunai and flipping it back along its original path. With his Sharingan spinning, Obito executed another maneuver. Clang! Blocking and then lifting with his sword, he thrust forward, piercing an enemy's throat. His movements, though seemingly chaotic, were as fluid and precise as a dancer on the battlefield. It's no wonder the Uchiha spoke such words, for their combat style was akin to dancing on the blade's edge, always narrowly dodging yet delivering lethal blows. This was an art, the combat art unique to the Uchiha. Kakashi was slightly stunned, he hadn't expected Obito to transform so drastically after awakening his Sharingan. Was this the same person who was powerless in attack and disorganized in evasion before? He wouldn't be outdone. Zap! Lightning release chakra enveloped Kakashi, and Yukihime was unsheathed in an instant. With a gentle thrust forward. Swoosh! Yukihime extended dozens of meters, skewering several unsuspecting cloud ninjas like skewers. With a forceful upward flick, Kakashi split the ninjas apart with Yukihime, then swept it sideways to cause more carnage. Boom! Powering through, Kakashi retracted Yukihime to its original length and swiftly closed in on a cloud ninja, cutting a swath through them. Fire release, great fireball technique. Not far away, Obito released a fireball. Simultaneously, Kakashi, having moved closer unknowingly, executed. Wind release, great breakthrough. The enlarged fireball crashed to the ground, unleashing a massive flame shockwave. Together, Kakashi and Obito executed a combo jutsu, then split up again, maintaining a delicate distance that allowed them to cover for each other. Jiraiya thought to himself, their coordination is incredibly in sync. If Kyomu were to join them, what a sight that trio would be. Jiraiya had time to observe the battlefield, and so did Dode, though the latter appeared visibly frustrated. The front lines were supposed to be dominated by them, yet the Leaf had staunchly defended, even gaining a one-sided advantage in some areas. For instance, the entire first ninja squad of the Leaf acted as a sharp blade on the battlefield, tearing through several Cloud Ninja teams' joint attacks. Facing those 70-plus ninjas, the individually elite Cloud Ninjas stood no chance. And looking back, Dode saw Killer Bee struggling against Kyomu. Is Aragami Kyomu really that strong? Strong, indeed. Killer Bee couldn't help but exclaim internally, and Kyomu's sword, Yoi, was a perfect counter to him, making the lightning release armor seem as fragile as paper. No, all forms of chakra felt like paper before Yoi, even the tailed beast chakra cloak of the 8 tails. Clang, clang, clang. After a few more exchanges, Killer Bee's ninja sword broke again, giving Kyomu a significant advantage. Gritting his teeth, Killer Bee charged into Kyomu's embrace. Your sword may cut through all chakra defenses, but as the 8 tails Jinchuriki, serious injuries are merely an itch to me. Puff! Kyomu didn't spare Killer Bee, piercing through his tailed beast chakra and lightning release armor with Yoi, thrusting deeply into his chest. Twisting the blade, he widened the wound, while Killer Bee's sword reached Kyomu's chest. Thinking to trade blows, relying on the Jinchuriki's regenerative capabilities? Ding! The sword broke, Killer Bee's eyes widened, internal armor. Kyomu grinned, twisting his wrist again, stirring Yoi within Killer Bee's chest. The next second, Killer Bee entered a half-tailed beast transformation, his body covered in crimson-tailed beast chakra, obscuring his original form. Bang! 8 tails struck Kyomu's chest, sending him flying. Gracefully spinning in the air, Kyomu steadied himself after retreating several steps, the surging arcs of electricity around him slightly fluctuated. Such strength! Amazed, Kyomu saw the half-tailed beast transformed Killer Bee charging again, his wounds seemingly having no effect on him. However, after the half-tailed beast transformation, Killer Bee's speed was compromised, replaced by a more robust tailed beast chakra cloak and unmatched brute strength. Boom! A tail strike shook the ground, but to Kyomu, such speed was slow, easily dodged. Yet, facing the thick-tailed beast chakra cloak and the mountainous physique, Yoi's divine trait of slicing through all chakra drastically weakened. Against normal-sized individuals, Yoi dominated, but against larger ones, it fell short. I don't just rely on divine weapons, bastard. Stepping back, Kyomu prepared his sword. Purple flame, skyline. He unleashed a slash, a narrow, sharp blade of blue-purple high-temperature chakra jetting out, crashing into the mountain-like half-tailed beast transformed 8 tails. Howl! Struck by the attack, the 8 tails roared in pain, but the tailed beast chakra cloak torn by the blade healed in the blink of an eye. Then, rearing its head, the 8 tails prepared a tailed beast bomb. It intended to obliterate the pesky ant before it. Swoosh! The tailed beast bomb came hurling towards Kyomu, who glanced back, calculating distance and angle, formulating a plan. Tossing Yoi upward, Kyomu formed seals and crouched to slap the ground as Yoi perfectly returned to its sheath, his movements fluid. Summoning Jutsu, 5-layered Rashomon. Clang, 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 clang. 5 towering Rashomon gates with demonic faces rose, slanted to the right as they emerged. The tailed beast bomb, smashing through the first gate, then the second and third, changed trajectory subtly after each impact, veering off to the right significantly by the time it reached the fourth gate. Boom! The fourth Rashomon was pushed aside by the tailed beast bomb, and by the fifth, it was deflected entirely. Killer Bee, what are you doing? Dode's scream pierced the air as the tailed beast bomb, redirected by the five-layered Rashomon, flew straight towards the most concentrated area of Cloud Ninjas. Five-layered Rashomon. Jiraiya jubilated internally. Kyomu actually mastered this forbidden jutsu, controlling it delicately to reflect the tailed beast bomb in such a creative way. Jiraiya retreated, with Kakashi and Obito sensing the imminent danger, quickly positioning themselves in front of the leaf forces. Together, they created Earth Release, Earth-style Rampart. As a thick wall rose, the tailed beast bomb exploded, causing chaos among the Cloud Ninjas, with countless casualties. Killer Bee! Dode's enraged shout echoed, his eyes bloodshot as he surveyed the devastated battlefield. Retreat. A blunder led to heavy losses among the Cloud Ninja forces from their own Jinchuriki's tailed beast bomb, turning an almost certain victory into rot. Thanks for the assist, Killer Bee. Kyomu cheered, not lingering for further combat, swiftly retreating back to his camp. Haha, thanks for the assist, Killer Bee. Killer Bee, one of us. Killer Bee, come to the leaf, you deserve a leaf forward protector. The playful voices of leaf ninjas traveled far, while Killer Bee, reverting from his half-tailed beast transformation under Dode's furious gaze, hung his head low, retreating with the troops. The tailed beast bomb, to be deflected and turned against one's own by such means. Who could he complain to? Kyomu, I didn't expect you to single-handedly hold off the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Jiraiya patted Kyomu's shoulder vigorously, the excitement making him forget his strength. But Kyomu, robust as ever, took it in stride. He was only in half-tailed beast transformation. If it were full, I still believe you could do it, Jiraiya smiled, but that's for another day. For now, let's enjoy the cheers. Jiraiya waved his arm, all forces retreat, while we cheer for the hero of this battle, Aragami Kyomu. Captain Kyomu, invincible. Captain Kyomu, victorious. Lord Jiraiya, invincible. Lord Jiraiya, victorious. Victory to the leaf. With the deafening cheers, Jiraiya, Kyomu, and the others were escorted away, while rescue and cleanup on the battlefield were handled by others. With a smirk, Kyomu enjoyed the admiring gazes around him, feeling uplifted. What of the passionate, real men of the cloud? In our first encounter, the victory is still mine. As for dealing with the fully transformed Eight Tails, Kyomu felt no concern. Chapter 131. Check out my Patreon for plus 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics. For $5 www.patreon.com/Zalum. Thank you for your support. In the Cloud Ninja camp, the morale wasn't as dismal as a downpour, but it was nowhere near as high as before. The mishap of Killer Bee assisting the Leaf Ninjas, a blunder truly devastating to their spirit, had taken its toll. Though many had fallen by the hands of Leaf Ninjas, these were honorable scars from the front line. However, witnessing imminent victory only to be betrayed by a tailed beast bomb from behind was a different sore altogether. Without warning, the destruction brought by a single tailed beast bomb surpassed the total casualties inflicted by Leaf Ninjas. Killer Bee, that traitor, must be severely punished. The scars on our back are a man's disgrace, yet this disgrace was inflicted by one of our own. Was Killer Bee fully dominated by the Eight Tails? Otherwise, how could he commit such an act? I've always said, Jinchuriki are ticking time bombs within the village. It wasn't the first time they've caused chaos. I swear, if there's a war with a Jinchuriki involved again, I'm not participating. I refuse to die by the hand of one of our own. As Cloud Ninjas licked their wounds and rested, their discussions brimmed with dissent towards the Jinchuriki, unavoidably reaching the ears of the third Raikage. Bang! The third Raikage smashed a fist through a table. Look at the mess you've made, Killer Bee. Lord Raikage, I didn't anticipate Kyomu would employ that tactic, Killer Bee apologized. The Raikage, though furious and finding it hard to forgive, couldn't simply execute Killer Bee, nor could his rage bring back those lost to the tailed beast bomb. Tomorrow, you will redeem yourself by breaking through Leaf's defenses alone, the third Raikage decreed. Dode and I will join you. Calling his son, you and Killer Bee are to protect our rear. Be wary of Leaf's elite infiltration units. Father, I'd rather confront that Kyomu, refused, seeking a challenge. Please, grant me an opportunity to grow by battling the strong. After a moment's silence, the third Raikage grinned, fine. Your and Killer Bee's combo should indeed make a name for itself on the battlefield. Turning to Dode, you'll oversee the frontline troops. Once Killer Bee breaches Leaf's defenses and silences their ninjutsu artillery, that's your cue to charge. Our momentum today was commendable, but with Killer Bee involved, we needn't suffer unnecessary losses. Remember there are two Killer Bee, and Killer Bee, which is the one appearing in the anime, Killer Bee is the Jinchuriki before him. The Cloud's fearless, tank-like charges could indeed stir the blood, showcasing their true spirit. But a loss, especially one marred by Killer Bee and Kyomu, turned a potential saga of bravery into a foolhardy blunder. Facing another setback at the hands of the Leaf, the Cloud quickly adjusted their strategy. Thinking the Leaf's ninjutsu artillery too fierce? Let them face a tailed beast bomb from 5 kilometers away and see whose firepower prevails. Indeed, the Leaf had Kyuubi, but if they wouldn't deploy it, the Cloud would gladly leverage their own. Caught in a dilemma after winning the first battle, Jiraiya predicted, Kyomu, I suspect the Cloud will deploy Killer Bee early tomorrow for a sweeping tailed beast bomb assault on our front lines. Jiraiya's plan was sound, assuming all went as envisioned, but bypassing a critical hurdle seemed improbable. After some thought, Kyomu nodded, if Killer Bee fully transforms tomorrow, I'll lead the first ninja squad to delay him. Just delay him. We could try to defeat him, even force the Eight Tails into a rampage, but that requires fulfilling two conditions. Kyomu seized the moment to state his terms. Jiraiya, without hesitation, agreed, whatever it takes, be it manpower, resources, or anything else, I'll provide. Though Jiraiya could potentially overpower Killer Bee with Sage Mode, his responsibilities were too vast for a single-minded battle against Killer Bee. With Kyomu by his side, Jiraiya naturally prioritized him. I may need the 4 Red Yang formation to seal the battlefield, and the 5 elements seal could be useful tomorrow, Kyomu revealed his needs. The 4 Red Yang formation and the 5 elements seal. Jiraiya pondered briefly, the latter is straightforward, and with your talent, you'll master it quickly. But the former requires 4 individuals in sync and abundant chakra. Even if you are capable, finding 3 others is a challenge. Kyomu was well aware of the difficulty and chakra demands of the 4 Red Yang formation, intending it more as a precaution. As you wish, Jiraiya nodded, trusting Kyomu's judgment and began to explain the specifics of both techniques. After absorbing Jiraiya's insights, Kyomu convened the first ninja squad for a knowledge transfer on the 4 Red Yang formation, sparing the 5 elements seal for later. As the sun set, Kyomu concluded, this high-level sealing technique doesn't require immediate mastery. Show me progress within a week. If not, it means it's not suited for you, which is fine. With instructions left behind, Kyomu retired to his tent, joined by Kakashi, Obito, and Guy. Looks like we'll be facing the fully transformed Eight Tails tomorrow. Ready? Kyomu rallied his group. Of course, Obito confidently replied, my eyes can handle most problems. A mere tailed beast is nothing. Stop boasting, Kakashi eyed Obito, tomorrow's battle will be a true test. Youth fears no trial, Guy clenched his fists, I can open up to the 6th gate, ready to assist. Then let's strategize, waiting for dawn to confront Killer Bee, Kyomu gathered his team, whispering their plan under the night sky. Dash. The next morning, the Cloud Ninjas, despite yesterday's setback, launched a renewed assault. Leading the charge were just 3 individuals, Killer Bee, A, and the peculiar rapper Killer Bee. Upon receiving this intel, Kyomu didn't hesitate to lead his first ninja squad, jumping out of the defensive line to meet them. 3 kilometers behind Killer Bee and his companions, led by Dode, waited the Cloud Ninja army, ready to pounce once Killer Bee cleared the way with his tailed beast bomb. Boom! The ground trembled as Killer Bee completed his full-tailed beast transformation. The 8 tails, towering like a small mountain, stood imposingly between heaven and earth. Roar! With a sound wave-imbued roar, the 8 tails readied a massive tailed beast bomb in its mouth. Without a hint of courtesy, from 3 kilometers away, the 8 tails launched the tailed beast bomb towards the Leaf Ninja's defensive line. Swoosh! The tailed beast bomb tore through the sky, hurtling towards its target with incredible speed and urgency. Summoning Jutsu, 5-layered Rashomon. Clang, 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 clang. Once more, 5 demonic-faced giant gates rose, with Kyomu again opting to change the angle, hoping to replicate the tailed beast bomb's trajectory alteration. But the cloud wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. They kept their distance, ensuring they were out of harm's way, even if the bomb's course was altered. Kyomu aimed merely to divert the tailed beast bomb from its intended target, not necessarily to send it back into the cloud's ranks. Boom! A chakra explosion's wide-range shockwave detonated in the distance, with the mushroom cloud testifying to its power. The 8 tails, far more formidable than the one-tail Shikaku, prepared for confrontation. Onward! Blocking the 8 tails' first tailed beast bomb, Kyomu led his team forward as the fully transformed 8 tails also advanced, each step causing the earth to quake under its immense power. As they neared, Kyomu and his team evaded the 8 tails' massive tentacle strikes, but the earth suffered, cracking and collapsing under the beast's might. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. After dodging, Kyomu, Kakashi, and Obito combined their efforts, trapping the 8 tails in a quagmire, momentarily immobilizing the colossal beast. Yet, this didn't hinder the 8 tails' tentacles, which remained a threat. Summoning Jutsu, AODA. Kyomu wasted no time in pressing the attack. I see 2 people protecting the 8 tails' sides. Kakashi, atop the AODA, pointed out A and Killer B, preparing their teams for interception. Seconds later, Kakashi and Guy clashed with their respective targets, while Kyomu and Obito continued to confront the now free 8 tails. Stick to yesterday's plan. Understood. With Obito's nod, he and Kyomu charged towards the 8 tails, while their teammates readied their jutsu. Fire release, flame bullet. Wind release, great breakthrough. Combining these 2 C-rank jutsus at a 45 degrees angle, they soared into the sky. Kyomu then leaped, coating Yoi with scorch release chakra, absorbing the combined jutsu's power. The merging of forces caused the flames to change color to sky blue, increasing in temperature. Behind Kyomu, a 100-meter-long sky blue blade light, nearly matching the 8 tails in size, formed. As Kyomu reached the apex, he swung down at the 8 tails, the blade light deepening to purple, its temperature soaring. Sizzling, the 8 tails' horns bubbled under the intense heat even before the blade struck. Looking up in terror, the 8 tails recalled the man whose presence had once petrified the tailed beasts. Could it be the same power as the Susanoo's wielded by that fearsome man? Chapter 132. As Kyomu also charged into the sky with a blade hundreds of meters long, excitement gleamed in the eyes of the teammates below, assisting in the attack. They took half the credit for Captain Kyomu's strike. They still remembered the long debate over the naming rights of this technique back on the battlefield against the Sand Shinobi. After many twists and turns, the name was finally decided. The first blazing blade. This is the blade of our entire first ninja squad. Captain, obliterate the 8 tails. Yes, obliterate the 8 tails. Amidst the cheering of his teammates, Kyomu heavily slammed the first blazing blade onto the head of the 8 tails. Boom! The massive body, like a small mountain, sank downwards, and the 8 tails, just freed from the mire, couldn't stop falling backward. The might of a single blade temporarily stunned the 8 tails. Opportunity. With the 8 tails momentarily dazed and not far behind, Obito's Sharingan's 2-tomo spun wildly. Even though it was just a 2-tomo Sharingan, its enhanced genjutsu was not to be underestimated. No good, far from enough. But after 3 seconds, Obito was shocked, just as Kyomu said, to control a tailed beast with the Sharingan, it must at least be at the Manjiki level. Standing on the shoulder of the 8 tails, Obito didn't want to give up, but the 8 tails, having been hit by Kyomu's move and then disturbed by Obito's genjutsu, was already regaining consciousness. Roar! An angry roar, and a tail of the 8 tails swung fiercely, aiming directly at Obito standing on its shoulder. Retreat! Kyomu hadn't expected Obito to be so daring, knowing it was futile yet still attempting. As he shouted, the tail of the 8 tails was already nearing Obito. Whoosh! In a critical moment, a streak of blade light from afar arrived. It was Kakashi's rapidly extending blade. Sharply lifting Obito, he instantly dodged the 8 tails attack, while Killer B, chasing right behind Kakashi, was about to strike. Idiot, fool, fighting me while distracted, you're about to die. The unique rap tone rang out from behind, belonging to no one but Killer B. Do you think you're cool? Genma also caught up, we're not alone here, weirdo. Whoosh! Spitting out the kunai he was biting, Genma quickly formed hand seals. 1,000 needles rain. The thrown kunai divided into 3, 3 into 9, and 9 into a dense rain of needles, attacking like a swarm of bees, overwhelmingly pressing towards Killer Bee. With a swift spin, the ninja swords hidden all over his body danced impenetrably, blocking all the kunao shot by Genma. Meanwhile, Obito temporarily gave up on the Eight Tails to launch an attack on Killer Bee. This was a tactic previously discussed. Fire Release Phoenix Flower Jutsu. First using a C-rank Phoenix Fire technique, Obito then threw a series of shuriken, leveraging his speed to suddenly increase the shooting speed of many fireballs. A very Uchiha-style maneuver. In an instant, Killer Bee was caught in a pincer attack by Obito, Genma, Kakashi, and others. On another part of the battlefield, Might Guy and the Third Raikage's fight also reached its climax. Punch to punch, that was the fighting style of both men. At this moment, Might Guy was surrounded by a green energy aura, not sweat. This state of the 8 gates was still standard, beyond the 7th gate was a mix of energy and sweat. And the son of the Third Raikage, was surrounded by Raiden Chakra mode, wearing Raiden armor, his robust physique exerting supreme pressure. This kid with the bowl haircut can actually keep up with my speed. Became more shocked as they fought, though it's a bit forced, what exactly is this state of his? Regardless, this kid with the bowl haircut has excited me. Bang! With a strong push from his feet, charged forward once more, forcing Might Guy to defend without being able to counter effectively. The 6 gates of the 8 gates were still somewhat lacking compared to Raiden Chakra mode. Might Guy was immediately put into a tough fight, barely managing to defend with the help of his teammates, possibly facing defeat within 5 minutes. And on the main battlefield, the battle between Kyomu's 2 ninja squads and the 8 Tails also reached a fever pitch. Crimson Moon Slash. Streaks of crimson blade light surged forward, considered a powerful move 3 years ago, but now Kyomu could achieve this effect with a mere swing of his blade. However, the massive body of the 8 Tails, though the blade light was sharp and hot, causing significant trouble for the 8 Tails. But the tailed beast's recovery ability was extremely abnormal, and the wounds left by the blade light on its body would heal in the blink of an eye. AODA. I understand, Master Kyomu. Acknowledging with a response, AODA, slightly smaller than the 8 Tails, quickly moved forward, dodging the octopus tentacles striking continuously, and tightly coiled around the 8 Tails from below upwards. The body tightened. AODA's massive head reached behind the 8 Tails, opening its wide mouth to reveal sharp fangs on the upper jaw, biting fiercely at the neck of the 8 Tails. Now was the moment. Kyomu once again soared into the sky, with his teammates once again coordinating with him. Alone, one might run out of strength, but with 34 teammates backing Kyomu, he could unleash a fighting power equivalent to twice his current strength. Having many people sometimes proved to be useful. Wind Release Great Breakthrough. 34 teammates used Wind Release Ninjutsu at the same time, still aiming at an angle of 45 degrees upwards, and Kyomu's maneuver was the same as before. With the guide and lift of his hand, combined with the power born from the 3-star fan absorbed by Yoi, a slender blade of wind was formed in an instant. Raising it above his head, Kyomu felt a surge of emotion. Get Shuga Tenshou. Although it seemed a bit out of place, this was Kyomu's long-standing aspiration from his previous life, and this time, it was like fulfilling a dream. The hundreds of meters long blade of wind shadow might not cover the sky and earth, but from 3 kilometers away, whether it was the leaf or the cloud camp, everyone could see it clearly. This time, Kyomu made a significant impression. However, exuding a dominant aura, seeking one's own demise. Kyomu cannot be allowed to continue growing so freely. Dode immediately made a decision. Darui, Si, Samui, Atsui, follow me. Yes, Lord Dode. Taking the Cloud Village's rising stars, Dode quickly moved forward. Today's attack could fail, but Kyomu must die. Now that Kyomu could hold off the fully transformed 8 Tails for so long with his teammates' help, in a year, he could do it alone, and in 3 years, he could easily overpower any tailed beast except for the 9 Tails. Such a prodigious talent must not be allowed to grow freely. Fortunately, on the battlefield against the sand, Kyomu's potential was exhausted. If he could still unleash that move that could slice through a tailed beast bomb, relying solely on B wouldn't be enough. Dode felt somewhat relieved, thinking that Kyomu's frequent use of forbidden techniques had damaged his potential, but the reality was far from it. Kyomu was in excellent condition. Jiraiya-sama, Dode is rapidly approaching the battlefield. Ren quickly reported to Jiraiya. Seems like they can't sit still any longer. Jiraiya laughed heartily, the more Dode can't sit still, the more it proves how much of a threat Kyomu poses to them. Since they want to kill our genius, we naturally cannot let them have their way. With a fierce swing of his hand forward. The rest of the 1st Ninja Corps' 3 ninja squads, follow me for support. Dashing out to the front line, Jiraiya led the team to meet Dode and others. But Dode wasn't worried in his heart. Indeed, the Leaf is full of talents, but you're facing a two-front war. You, Jiraiya, may be able to stop me, but what will you do about the 3rd Raikage, sir? When Tsuka's elite team clashed with Jiraiya's elite team, a disturbance emerged 3 kilometers away in the cloud camp. The 3rd Raikage himself came to the front line. War is inherently ruthless. The 3rd Raikage looked ahead emotionlessly. Although I would love to have a fair and square battle with you, I do not wish to lose too many of our ninjas. Raising his muscular and sturdy right arm, the 3rd Raikage shouted, break through the Leaf's defense line, wash away the past shame, today. My fellow shinobi, charge with me. With a fierce downward swing of his arm, the 3rd Raikage charged out, and with every 2 steps, a light blue thick armor covered his body. Like a raging bull, leading a group of brutes, the dust raised during the charge was not only magnificent but also caused all Leaf ninjas' hearts to hang in suspense. This time, it seemed impossible to hold back. Jiraiya's face changed dramatically. 3rd Raikage, you bully the weak. Knowing this statement was just adding ridicule, but unable to extricate himself at the moment, Jiraiya could only say so, being schemed against by the cloud. Indeed, it was a great calculation. Not really, but rather Dode's quick adaptability. Since B fully transformed into a tailed beast and held off Kyomu and others, Killer B and A distracted another group of elites. And with Dode himself holding off Jiraiya's elite ninjas, it was clear this was an excellent opportunity to attack. The cloud might give off a brute impression, but that's just their battle style, not their brains filled with muscles. Otherwise, a group of brutes wouldn't make the village second only to the hidden Leaf in strength. Watching the 3rd Raikage charging forward and Dode tightly holding him back, Jiraiya's thoughts raced. Biting his lip, Jiraiya turned and retreated. He temporarily gave up supporting Kyomu, choosing to support the Leaf's frontline troops instead. This was a difficult choice, but when one side has fewer people and the other more, many would instinctively decide to help the side with more people. Summoning Technique Gamabuntat. Summoning Technique Gamakaki. Summoning Technique Gamaken. The 3 great toads of Mount Maiboku appeared amidst 3 large puffs of white smoke. Their sizes, though shorter than the 8 tails, were still massive. Especially since they appeared as a trio. Gamabuntat, with the smoking pipe, looked towards the not so far distance upon appearing, not to fight but to comment, that annoying scent, it's from the Rika Cave's reptiles. Not from that snake guy. Gamaken added. As Gamakaki was about to speak, Jiraiya urgently stopped him. Gentlemen, the situation is critical, I'm counting on you. Gamabuntat, Gamakaki, Gamaken, the 3 brothers nodded, their hind legs powerfully leaping to a distant position, and blocked in front of the charging 3rd Raikage. Toad Sage Jiraiya, you've finally used all your strength. The 3rd Raikage's fighting spirit soared, with a strange smile on his face, you've stopped me, but what will you do about that little demon Kyomu? I believe in Kyomu. Jiraiya faced the 3rd Raikage, you should be more worried about yourself right now. As his words fell, Jiraiya and the 3rd Raikage clashed, and the 3 great toads of Mount Maiboku split up to act, stopping many charging cloud ninjas. With no one to hold him back, Dode now coldly smirked, his gaze fixed on Kyomu. Today, no one can save you. Charging forward, he raised his right arm, aiming straight at Kyomu, who was in fierce combat with the fully transformed 8 tails. Raiden, Lariat. Captain, watch out. Seeing the situation turn dire, one of the teammates, without thinking, threw himself in front of Kyomu. In fact, it wasn't just one teammate who noticed this, the rest, upon seeing the situation, instinctively formed a human wall. Mainly because Dode was too fast, and also clad in Raiden armor, it was too late to use Doton ninjutsu for defense. Even if they did, against Raiden, which counters Doton, any hastily erected defense would be as good as paper. Get out of my way. Kyomu immediately abandoned the plan to continue suppressing the fully transformed 8 tails with AODA, kicking away the teammates blocking in front of him one by one. Yoi in hand, he positioned it vertically to block Dode's attack. Yoi's ability to slice through any chakra attack or defense had become no secret, and Dode was well aware of it. As his arm was about to touch Yoi, Dode suddenly pulled back and changed his strike, aiming a punch at Kyomu's ribs. If this hit landed, Kyomu would either die or be seriously injured. Wrist flipping, Yoi positioned horizontally across the chest, the left hand also pressing against the tip of Yoi. Bang! Whoosh! Kyomu was pushed back by the tremendous force, sliding on the ground without stopping, but before he could steady himself, a tentacle from behind suddenly emerged, striking fiercely towards Kyomu's back. Master Kyomu! Aoda abandoned the struggle with the eight tails, shooting forward a distance in an attempt to shield Kyomu, narrowly blocking the hit. Boom boom boom! Aoda was sent flying, rolling on the ground several times before coming to a halt. Kyomu's eyes blazed with fury, but he had no time to check on Aoda's condition. It seems I was born with a aggro X100 body, but everyone who surrounded me has been cut down by me. Drawing Yoi, Kyomu's aura surged, electric arcs brighter around him, his presence soaring, the air currents beneath him lifting him slowly into midair. Raiden 8 gates, the gate of awe, open. On another side. Youth is about constantly surpassing oneself. Might Guy looked up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the green energy surrounding his body slowly turning into a light blue mixed with sweat. 8 gates, the gate of awe, open. With a shout. Might Guy roared, facing his opponent, whose eyes narrowed, such a formidable presence. Are you ready to risk it all? Well, I shall honor your courage. Following that, also roared, Bull Hair Kid, you've earned the right for me to remember your name. Chapter 133. Day Tiger. Boom. A massive airwave in the shape of a ferocious tiger smashed forward, directly confronting A's lightning release, Lariat. An even match? No, Guy still lost. He had forcibly opened the 7th gate of the 8 gates, essentially a desperate move, and his strength was far inferior to A's. Don't forget, A is about the same age as Minato, while Guy is over a decade younger. Relying solely on the power of the Gate of Wonder of the 8 gates could not bridge the gap brought by age. My youth, blooms. Guy was sent flying, his body's blue aura gradually fading. The smile on his lips, mixed with the blood splattered in the air, looked tragically beautiful. His youth always bloomed at moments like this. Guy. Kakashi turned around sharply, so did Obito, I'll kill you. Idiots, fools, your opponent is me, the great killer bee. B's peculiar rapping was annoying at this moment, feeling almost like schadenfreude. Obito turned sharply, his Sharingan spinning wildly, the third Tomo already formed, but just as the 3 Tomo were about to merge, they encountered an invisible resistance. Uchiha, little Obito, truly cursed. Killer Bee was astonished, but his rapping style didn't fit the current atmosphere at all. Go! Obito charged at Killer Bee, his kunai drawing a trail. Kakashi didn't argue, reversing his grip on Yukihime, its blade pointing diagonally towards the ground. Whoosh! The blade of Yukihime elongated, propelling Kakashi towards where Might Guy was sent flying. It seems the excitement isn't enough. Zetsu, hidden nearby gathering intelligence, muttered to himself, and Obito's progress has already deviated from the timeline Madara set for him, which is troublesome. After a pause, Zetsu split off a spore clone, continue monitoring, I'll go and report the situation to Madara. Disappearing beneath the Earth's surface, Zetsu's main body used the Ijutsu to swiftly travel underground towards the mountains where Madara was hiding. Almost at the same moment, Kyomu, his body covered in blue electric arcs and hair standing on end, dashed past the 8 tails in a mound of earth, coming to a halt beside A with a bang. Swish, swish, swish. Dense sword lights filled the sky, like thousands of swords converging, and Kyomu in midair seemed to have split open the heavens with a single slash. Downward slash. A dense barrage of wind blades enveloped A completely, leaving no blind spots, and above in the sky, a gigantic sword light over 100 meters long fell in unison. They swiftly followed, standing together with A in an instant. Lightning release, Lariat. As the one who taught A and Killer B this technique, he naturally could coordinate seamlessly with either of them. Side by side, both clad in lightning release armor, the falling wind blades clinked harmlessly off, causing damage, but not enough to be fatal. The two only suffered numerous minor cuts. Boom! Together, they shattered the giant sword light slashed down by Kyomu, and their momentum unabated, they smashed into Kyomu's chest. They deliberately avoided the most lethal area, the neck, because it was protected by Yoi. Kyomu was able to react and defend. However, he and A changed their attack strategy. Boom! Kyomu was thrown back, blood spurting out. Landing on his feet, before A could rejoice, a blue-purple sword light swept across. Arms crossed in front, the two simultaneously blocked. Boom! The heat wave and the force of the impact made it uncomfortable for them, but with the protection of the lightning release armor, the two were only thrown a few dozen meters back, without serious injury. But they couldn't let Kyomu catch his breath, the attack from the Eight Tails was already on its way. Boom, boom, boom. The Eight Tails, along with the fists, continuously struck around Kyomu, instantly cracking the ground and raising billowing dust. Wind release, great breakthrough. Remaining team members, in a relatively relaxed position, uniformly unleashed wind release, aimed precisely at where Kyomu had just been. They believed that their leader, Kyomu, wouldn't fall so easily. The next second, a sword blade hundreds of meters in length formed, guided by Yoi and sweeping forward. The exquisite coordination between Kyomu and his team re-emerged. Meanwhile, having placed Guy in a safe location, Kakashi formed seals with his hands, his face's black mask once again burned away, revealing his handsome features. Fire release, great fireball technique. A giant orange fireball furiously rushed towards the 100-meter-long blade, instantly merging with it. The semi-transparent blade, composed of wind, ignited flames in an instant. I'm not alone! Kyomu roared, his body's scorch release chakra surging wildly. The chakra stored within his body was instantly depleted but was then replenished to its peak due to the scales of the reverse scale armor. Crack! The arms holding Yoi's hilt were bare, muscles outlined and flickering with sparks of lightning, finally converging into a pale blue electrolytic solution coursing through his veins. Strength, explosive power, speed, elevated to the limits that Kyomu's body could withstand. A purple light burst forth suddenly. Purple blade flowing fireflies. Surpassing the temperature of the sun's surface, the 100-meter sword light swept across. Before the blade reached, the ground cracked, surrounding trees ignited instantly, and as the blade passed, the ground was covered in irregular crystals, organic material carbonized into powder, and inorganic matter bubbled and melted. Horizontal slash. Jiki's eyes showed fear but still shielded A, Killer B, and the other elite cloud ninjas behind it. Boom! The purple sword light shattered before Jiki, a massive artificial sun exploding violently, sweeping around in an unstoppable manner. Steam rose, and the air, scorched, began to distort, giving the surroundings an unreal appearance. Crackle! Jiki's body ignited with flames, the extreme heat nearly turning its massive body to char. Roar! Pain and severe injuries caused Jiki's ferocity to surge, but it remained rational before bursting out, its tail sweeping the cloud ninjas away to a safe distance. Tailed Beast Bomb! Opening its mouth wide, Jiki launched a continuous barrage of tailed beast bombs at Kyomu and his team, intending to obliterate them. Jiki's condition was poor, risking reverting to its complete form and retreating back into Killer B at any moment. It was a race against time, hoping to make the Leaf Ninjas pay for their actions. Summoning Jutsu, Triple Rashomon. The quadruple Rashomon could no longer be used due to previous damage, repairing it required time. In the short term, only 3 gates were available. Clang, clang, clang. 3 demonic gates appeared in front of Kyomu and his team, Jiraiya, locked in battle with the third Raikage, his eyes wide with desperation. This might not be enough to hold back. Boom! A massive energy mushroom cloud rose not far away, the approaching shockwave blowing some ninjas on the edge of the battlefield away. Lord Kyomu! Believe in Lord Kyomu! Since the war broke out, he has been creating miracles. Trust in Lord Kyomu, he will surely survive. Yes, Lord Kyomu will definitely make it. Though the Leaf frontline ninjas spoke with certainty, doubt crept into their hearts. That was a tailed beast bomb. And with only 3 demonic gates, even if one could block a tailed beast bomb, what about the rest? Lord Kyomu! Aoda, battered and partially destroyed, its organs and bones visible, spoke weakly. Aoda's frail voice brought everyone's memories back to the forefront. As the 3 demonic gates rose, Aoda suddenly appeared, wrapping its body around everyone, including Kyomu, protecting them all. Don't speak, don't speak. I won't die, Lord Kyomu. Aoda shook its massive head, but for a long time to come, I won't be able to fight alongside you. Get lost, hurry back to Rika Cave. Kyomu shouted with red eyes, and only then did Aoda take one last look before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Still alive. In their mindscape, Killer Bee and Jiki communicated, "Can you hold on?" "I can, but your body." Jiki was worried, "I'm afraid later. We must kill Kyomu and all his teammates." Killer Bee's face twisted with malice, "This time they managed to fight us together, what about the future? Moreover, they're already at their limit, without any means to defend against the tailed beast bomb." Jiki nodded, reality already shaping the tailed beast bomb. Rumble. Watching the turbulent storm clouds above, filled with hidden thunder, Aragami Kyomu looked up. "Can you do it, Kakashi? I might not be enough alone. I can help." Kyomu grabbed Kakashi's hand. "Me too." Obito also reached out, joining their hands. Smiling at each other, the three raised their hands together, lifting Yukihime high. Whoosh! Yukihime's blade suddenly extended, its limit length of 15 meters piercing the clouds. Crackle! Lightning enveloped Kakashi, accompanied by the cacophony of chirping birds. Earth release, earth flow rampart. Kyomu formed seals with one hand, a rocky rampart rising, pulling the three even higher. Closer to the clouds. Obito looked up, his three tomo spinning rapidly, his mental energy spreading out with the Sharingan as a medium. At that moment, Kakashi felt controlling the nature and shape of his lightning release chakra become more efficient and easier, thanks to Obito. The chirping stopped, and a dense, focused lightning release chakra emerged, the advanced form of Chidori, Reikari. Whoosh! Chakra surged within Kyomu, passing through his palms to Kakashi and Obito, replenishing their chakra. Obito exerted more force, and Kakashi followed suit. The next instant, Yukihime's blade became a pillar of thunder, shining with a dazzling blue light. Straight into the heavens. Rumble! What's that? A stared up in shock, the thunder in the storm clouds, has been drawn out. Stop them! Realization dawned on Killer Bee, abandoning his rap style in urgency. Nearby, Jiraiya looked up, his astonishment fleeting. Similarly, the third Raikage murmured. Summoning thunder from the heavens with human strength, are they mad? But if successful, Killer Bee might. His strikes grew heavier by threefold, but so did Jiraiya's. Dragging him back then, now he wouldn't let him move forward. Life or death, it all depended on their own abilities now. Crack! A lightning bolt exploded right above Jiki, blinding and deafening him. But the tailed beast bomb in his mouth was ready, just a second away from flying towards Kyomu and his team, intending to turn them to dust. Hurry! Not just Killer Bee was screaming in their mindscape, but Aragami Kyomu, Kakashi and Obito as well. Crack! Another flash of lightning. We did it! Kakashi and Obito exclaimed in unison. Kakashi was responsible for drawing the thunder, while Obito used his mental energy to give the heavenly thunder shape, making it more controllable. And Kyomu, serving as both a massive charger and a shield, kept the uncontrollable natural thunder outside their defenses. With thunder, shatter the darkness! The three shouted, Descend, Kirin! Roar! The storm clouds suddenly brightened, a Kirin, a mythical creature, stepping through the clouds, kicking open a huge hole, with the surrounding storm clouds rapidly dispersing. Looking down, its eyes seemingly mocking, it gazed at the tailed beast bomb forming at Jiki's mouth. The three simultaneously motioned downwards. As if hearing their call, the Kirin roared, plunging down with a torrent of thunder. Targeting Jiki and the tailed beast bomb in its mouth. Boom! With the force of 1,000 thunders, the Kirin struck Jiki's head, enveloping its mountainous body and the tailed beast bomb in a sea of blue lightning. Light, bright light! A chaotic sea of light spread out instantly, and the thunder sea exploded with all its might at this moment. A spherical shockwave enveloped Jiki completely, the area expanding, expanding. Whoosh! The shockwave lifted a thick slab of the earth, trees and stones soaring into the sky, then swallowed by the ever-growing shockwave. 3 seconds? Unknown, perhaps longer. The blinding light finally faded, and the landscape returned to its original state, Jiki's mountainous body disappearing into the ether. Where it once stood, a crater several dozen meters deep remained, the surrounding earth scorched, with stray arcs of electricity. The earth mound and the others rushed up. Kakashi and Obito, now exhausted, fell to the ground. Kyomu didn't catch them but stood with his back to them, fingers clawed, tips flashing with the symbols of the 5 elements. Thinking that reverting from full-tailed beast mode would leave you unscathed? Swoosh! Kyomu appeared directly above the unconscious Killer Bee, pressing a hand on his abdomen as he landed. 5-element seal. Sizzle. The sound of branding echoed as Killer Bee's perfectly intact tailed beast seal was marked with a disruptor, the chakra of Jiki disturbed, along with the negative emotions in Killer Bee's heart. Boom! Suddenly exploding tailed beast chakra threw Kyomu back, the malevolent aura released into the air sending shivers down the spine. With a smirk, Kyomu waved at Doroi and the others. I'm out, this mess is yours to handle. Silently mouthing words, Kyomu landed, grabbing Kakashi and Obito on either side, and with Might Guy on his shoulder, led the team in a swift retreat. This round, too, was his victory. Chapter 134, Chapter 134. Gazing into the distance. Kyomu's condition wasn't great, and Kakashi, Obito, and Might Guy could hardly walk without him. But in the haze, Kyomu and his companions seemed ever more majestic. The third Raikage, along with the Cloud Ninjas, retreated once more, unable to spare any concern for Kyomu and his group. It wasn't for lack of want but because Killer Bee, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, was having issues with his body. The tailed beast chakra, full of negative emotions, could be felt even from afar. If something went wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lord Kyomu. The frontline Leaf Ninjas parted way, disregarding their injuries and those around them, standing upright, bowing sincerely. Lord Kyomu. Lord Kyomu. As Kyomu passed by, he received a heartfelt title of respect from each person. With heads held high and taking large strides, this was what Kyomu had earned. Likewise, the teammates following him did the same. Despite needing to support each other and everyone being injured, their heads remained high, and their spines straight. This was the treatment they deserved, the epitome of manhood. Victory to Lord Kyomu! Victory to Lord Kyomu! Victory to Lord Kyomu! No one mentioned Konoha anymore, this victory relied on Kyomu and his teammates, not much on the village. Perhaps, Kyomu's brilliance had already transcended Konoha. Or maybe, Kyomu's brilliance had already altered the collective. Victory to the first ninja squad! Victory to the first ninja squad! Victory to the first ninja squad! What followed was a collective honor, belonging solely to the first ninja squad of Konoha, led by Kyomu. Their posture, even straighter, and the corners of their mouths, nearly reaching their ears. They felt utterly content, wanting to share their heroic stance at that moment with everyone. If there were a way to record it, it would be even better, to distribute it for all to see, pointing out their figures and explaining how they were at that moment. Maybe the protagonist of my next book should be modeled after Kyomu. Jiraiya watched the departing figures. Perhaps, while individual heroes are important, the role of a team cannot be overlooked. The team is always a strong backing for an individual. Kyomu had always walked this path, even if he was strong enough on his own, the team made him stronger, without worries of what lay behind. Amidst the attention, Kyomu and his companions arrived at the center of the camp and stood firm. Looking around, Kyomu's heart swelled with pride, surrounded by his supporters. Suddenly raising his arm high, victory! 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 The echo, like a chorus, followed, but far from annoying, it was the best compliment to the radiance. The shouts traveled far, the third Raikage couldn't help but look back, glimpsing the silhouette of Kyomu raising his arm. The youthful vigor of the young. The third Raikage's lips moved, his heart not tasting sweet. Who could understand the bitterness of being the background? Are we not good enough? Figures like A, Killer B, Darui, C, and Samui, each could stand on their own, praised by all in the ninja world. Talent, effort, strength, weren't they all exceptional? But before you, everything becomes a joke. The third Raikage clenched his fist. Bright radiance isn't always good, it makes you a target. And next time, I will measure you myself. Turning to leave, the third Raikage was determined to end Kyomu's brilliant future, whatever the cost. Feeling something, Kyomu looked towards the direction of the Cloud Ninja's retreat, his lips curving into a smirk. I love how you all can't stand me but also can't kill me. Lowering his arm, the cheering around him ceased abruptly, showcasing Kyomu's authority. Everyone, focus on healing and rescuing our comrades. I need to rest, sorry. Kyomu nodded humbly, moving forward with his followers. Captain Kyomu, wait a moment. Genma, limping, spoke up, his ever-present Senbon nowhere in sight, something this cool. Yeah, Captain, I saw several sisters looking at me, said Ebisu, brushing his hair, but with my face all scorched, I wonder if I left a good impression. Ebisu, can you not talk about such trivial matters? Genma glared at him, being cool isn't for the opposite sex, but for oneself. I don't see it that way. Ebisu shook his head seriously, be it sisters or younger girls, the prettier they are, the happier I am. It has nothing to do with being cool, only with my mood. Looks like your injuries are healed then. Kyomu glanced back at them, including the rest of the team. Do you know what strength you have? The team knew what Kyomu meant. Captain Kyomu, at that time. I know you didn't think much about it, and it was more of a reflex action, but is this how you form a human wall? Kyomu gritted his teeth, rather than that, it'd be better if you had teamed up in 2s or 3s to block. If it was about strength, I'd be happier. But you gambled with your lives, thinking they're worthless. Waving his hand irritably, Kyomu dismissed them, get out, all of you, seeing you annoys me. Once you're healed, hurry back to training. If anyone falls behind, I'll strip you of your scale armor and your skin. The team wasn't scared off but instead responded with a smile, thank you, Captain, for caring. Go. Kyomu laughed despite his anger, I don't want to see you today. The team left, their faces smiling, their hearts warm. Captain, next time we definitely won't form a human wall. As the team walked away, Kyomu also smiled, satisfied to have such people follow him. All right, you three stop playing dead. Kyomu approached the tent, tossing Kakashi and Obito onto the bed, don't think I don't know your condition. Ouch. Obito lay stiff on the bed, moaning, you try being constantly electrocuted by lightning. Kakashi frowned, his handsome face twisted, clearly enduring. And Kakashi once again, exceptionally, stood with Obito, don't bother with him, let him die in a tailed beast bomb. Hey, you're not wishing me well at all. Kyomu looked down at Kakashi, even without the mask, you still have the same old face. Kakashi turned away, uncomfortable without his mask. Muffled, Kakashi, will never use fire release again, I mean it. And if you do? Obito joined in. Then I'll tear your mouth apart. Alright, rest up, I'll treat Guy's injuries. Kyomu gently placed Might Guy on the bed, quickly checking his body. Guy was still unconscious. How's Guy? Kakashi turned back, Obito listening intently. Looks serious, but thankfully no vital damage. Kyomu sighed with relief, aside from torn muscles throughout his body, his meridians and bones are intact. Reconnecting the torn muscle fibers and resting well for a month, Guy will be back in action. Kakashi and Obito relaxed, but Obito's expression fell. Kyomu, because of Guy. I awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan. That's good. Kyomu didn't look up, his palm glowing with the unique light of medical ninjutsu, treating Guy. But I feel guilty. Obito's voice was low, why did I awaken it because Guy almost? Don't think too much. Kyomu took a moment to reassure Obito, you awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan because you wanted to protect, not for any other reason. Kyomu's right. Kakashi joined in, it was your concern for Guy that caused such intense emotional turmoil, not because of any darkness in you. But. No buts. Kyomu shook his head, instead of saying this, wait for Guy to wake up and talk to him directly. I think since you awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan because of Guy, you naturally have to ask if Guy minds. Obito nodded, then solemnly said, I don't want to gain power this way, nor do I want to evolve these eyes through your misfortune. Why not? Kyomu looked up at Obito, doesn't that mean you care about us? I don't blame you. Me neither. Kakashi looked into Obito's eyes, rather than being cursed, they felt your heartfelt emotions, a manifestation of your emotional power. Consoled by Kyomu and Kakashi in turns, Obito finally smiled, so, the power of these eyes is based on my emotions for you guys. Seeing Obito's mood improve, Kyomu joked, as long as you don't actively send me and Kakashi to our graves, these eyes' power hasn't soured. How could I? Obito vehemently shook his head, even if I die before you, I won't let that happen again. Then hurry and evolve to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kyomu smiled lightly, show the same determination you had to protect Rin. Kakashi and I won't mind. I will. Obito nodded firmly, when you most deserve my protection, I believe these eyes will grant me the strongest power to keep you safe. I'll remember that. Me too. Kakashi spoke up, let's see if Obito is all talk. Dash. In the mountains where Madara was hiding. Madara opened his eyes, his imposing figure shifting forward 2 steps. You say Obito has awakened the 3 Tomo? Yes. Truly worthy of the successor I chose, his rich emotions have endowed his eyes with infinite potential. Madara's voice was filled with joy. Madara, aren't you worried? After the establishment of Konoha, I realized that burning oneself to illuminate the village is but an illusion. Madara's thoughts drifted, human selfishness, narrow-mindedness, hatred, hypocrisy, they never disappeared, just hidden deeper. This is unchangeable, hence hatred will never vanish. With eternal hatred, war is everlasting, and peace forever out of reach. Hashirama didn't understand this, he thought a lion could command a flock of sheep, and he indeed did. But what after his death? Madara gestured around, look, he died, and the very next year, the first great ninja war broke out, those sheep fighting over the leader's position. So his peace was a joke, as long as people exist, peace is unachievable. But I found a solution, albeit incomprehensible. Yet, Kyomu, he should understand. Even if he doesn't, it doesn't matter, he and I are very alike, I think he'll listen to what I have to say. Zetsu gasped, Madara, you intend? Correct, Kyomu will play a part in my plan. Madara nodded, his teacher was killed by the village, fought bloodily on the front lines only to be suppressed, then recognized for his deeds after the war, and followed his teacher's footsteps. How could he not harbor hatred? How could those who follow him not harbor hatred? Rather than me, it's Hashirama's descendants themselves who act. He and I, are natural allies, that's unchangeable, the only variable, is not knowing what exactly Aragami Kyomu seeks. Madara's smile curved, everyone has aspirations, sometimes achieved at once, but most progress step by step. Perhaps Kyomu initially just wanted to become stronger, then to earn honors to clear his teacher's name, or to settle scores with some. But what if all his followers died? Madara's smile gradually took on a twisted flavor, spreading madness across his face. Emotions also give a person goals, for someone like Kyomu, emotions are his greatest weakness. Those he cares about die for him, he'll feel guilty, he'll blame himself, he'll go mad, but more so. Kyomu will do everything to resurrect them. Zetsu seemed to understand, but what if Kyomu finds out your initial plan? What does it matter, only I can. Madara was extremely confident, the Rinnegan has always been my Rinnegan, Kyomu has no choice, after all, there are only a few outsiders who can wield the Rinnegan, whom is he willing to sacrifice? Who wouldn't he want to resurrect? Ha ha, ha ha ha. Madara laughed heartily, he can't escape, and we, just need to fan the flames a little. After laughing, Madara calmed down, contemplating the specifics of his plan. Manipulating hearts, he, Uchiha Madara, is the true master. Chapter 135 Cloud Ninja Camp. The eight-tailed beast chakra, filled with various negative emotions, spread, causing unrest among the people around. The Eight Tails rampages weren't new to Kumagakure, with each outbreak spreading fear and dread due to the evil energy of the tailed beast chakra. For powerhouses like the Third Raikage, subduing the rampaging Eight Tails wasn't particularly challenging, but the collateral damage to the surroundings and potential harm to other ninjas and civilians was a significant concern. Thus, tailed beast rampages were a headache for all hidden villages. Deroy, I'll take Killer Bee back to the village, decided the Third Raikage. I can't deal with the sealing technique Kyomu branded on Killer Bee's abdomen. If we delay, the Eight Tails might rampage right here in our camp. But that means... Deroy hesitated, concerned about the front lines and the village's unrest. This was a dilemma. Leaving Killer Bee at the front line wasn't just about managing the unrest, the potential rampage of the Eight Tails required constant vigilance. Yet, bringing him back meant the Third Raikage, crucial for the Jinchuriki's safety, would also have to leave, reducing Kumagakure's advantage at the front. And if Killer Bee rampaged within the village, it would be a significant loss. Either decision was fraught with difficulty. It's decided, the Third Raikage resolved, we can't delay Killer Bee's issue. I can feel the Eight Tails' negative emotions starting to influence him. His troubled childhood could be triggered, posing a great threat to him, us, and the village. With the Third Raikage's decision, Deroy didn't argue further, though he reminded, before Killer Bee stabilizes, it's best not to let him into the village. I'm aware, the third Raikage nodded, instructing to prepare for their departure back to the village. As preparations to return Killer Bee to the village began, Jiraiya found Kyomu. My apologies for disturbing your rest, Kyomu, Jiraiya spoke with respect, acknowledging Kyomu's worthiness of such courtesy. There's no need for formalities, Lord Jiraiya, Kyomu bowed slightly, just tell me what needs to be done. It's not about orders, Jiraiya clarified, inviting Kyomu to sit, I wanted to discuss our next steps. Observing the direction of the Cloud Ninja camp, even here, I can feel the Eight Tails' massive negative chakra. It's unreasonable to think the cloud wouldn't act. And while the 5 elements seal is simple, it's difficult to undo without specific methods. This means Killer Bee will be absent from the battlefield for the next 2 to 3 months, along with the third Raikage. This is our chance to breathe and to counterattack. However, the cloud will certainly strike back, possibly with their 2 tails Jinchuriki. Understanding Jiraiya's point, Kyomu knew this was part of his initial plan. The 5 elements seal disrupts the 8 tails chakra and affects the seal within Killer Bee, darkening his psyche and risking a rampage. A rampaging Jinchuriki is a liability, unlikely to be deployed by Kyumigakuer. Clearly, Jiraiya considered a more permanent solution to the Killer Bee issue. Lord Jiraiya, are you planning to kill Killer Bee, the 8 tails Jinchuriki of Kyumigakuer? Essentially, Jiraiya nodded, ideally, have the 8 tails rampage within Kyumigakuer. It would drain the village's war potential and distract them with the next Jinchuriki, keeping them off the front lines longer. Are you suggesting I lead a team into Kyumigakuer, release the 8 tails from Killer Bee? Kyomu understood instantly. Exactly, Jiraiya snapped his fingers, without the Jinchuriki's body as a restraint, the unleashed 8 tails would be even more destructive and harder to capture, a significant headache for the third Raikage. Capturing the 8 tails and selecting a new Jinchuriki takes time, not to mention the adaptation period. It's likely Kyumigakuer won't deploy a new 8 tails Jinchuriki for a year, possibly missing this war entirely. This is good news for us. Jiraiya explained further, I know direct assassination of Killer Bee would extend our delay, but it might drive Kyumigakuer to desperation. Thus, releasing the 8 tails by removing Killer Bee's seal, without or with minimal harm to you or future battles, is the best option. Kyomu nodded, I understand your intentions, thank you, Lord Jiraiya. You're too polite, Jiraiya patted Kyomu's shoulder, becoming serious, but about the Jinchuriki's seal, it's a village secret. Even though I want to assign you this task. I understand, Kyomu nodded, aware of the importance and secrecy surrounding tailed beast sealing techniques. Tailed beasts were crucial to each village, and their sealing techniques were closely guarded. Like with Gaara of the Sand, learning to unseal or manipulate these seals was near impossible for individuals. Jiraiya, knowing the technique, couldn't easily teach Kyomu without Hiruzen's consent. Yet, considering Kyomu's integrity and prowess, he saw no reason for Hiruzen to refuse. Thus, Jiraiya believed Kyomu was the perfect choice for the task. No complications expected. But after their conversation, as Kyomu turned to leave the tent, he couldn't help but smile, knowing this task wouldn't fall to him. Would Hiruzen and others trust him with the knowledge to unseal tailed beasts? If he truly learned it, they'd likely lose sleep over it. Without testing Kyomu over years, they wouldn't dare entrust him with such a heavy weapon. Just like in the original story with Kakashi, who was kept from young Naruto for fear of influence. Hiruzen would be cautious of anyone suspect, especially someone he had vague concerns about like Kyomu. As expected, when the news reached Konoha, Hiruzen immediately made his decision. This. Jiraiya was stunned, how could you? Struggling to continue, Jiraiya felt as if slapped, had I known, I wouldn't have spoken to Kyomu. Bewildered, Jiraiya pondered how to explain to Kyomu. Not only was the task rejected by Hiruzen, but Kyomu was also reassigned away from the cloud front to the sand battlefield, replaced by Minato. A troubling, exceedingly troubling situation. Hiruzen's actions effectively set Minato against Kyomu, creating tension where none needed to exist. Kyomu, don't take it to heart. Minato, as my student, I know he didn't mean any harm, Jiraiya explained awkwardly. I know, Kyomu smiled nonchalantly, I won't take it personally. But what his team thought was beyond his control. With potential third and fourth instances on the horizon, while Minato was innocent, merely caught in Hiruzen's schemes, he benefited the most. Kyomu understood, but would others? What? Someone slammed the table, again, Minato? After Kyomu led us through the toughest battles, why should we be reassigned to the sand battlefield once the tailed beast threat is gone? It's probably the knife's purpose, Genma sarcastically commented, pulled out when needed, sheathed when not. I believe Teacher Minato isn't that kind of person, Obito calmly interjected, more specifically, it's... Stopping mid-sentence, including Obito, everyone fell silent, knowing who was behind this. It's not a big deal, Ebisu forced a smile, it's just our first ninja squad being reassigned, not the entire first combat team, right? But the leader now is Minato. Genma spat out his senbon, looking up at Kyomu, Captain, speak up for us, this is too suffocating. Kyomu internally chuckled. Hiruzen, you're fanning the flames. My team's resentment is strong, what do you expect me to do? If this continues, they might prepare the Hokage's cloak and hat for me. To wear it or not? That's the question. This puts me in a difficult position. Guy, what do you think? Kyomu turned to the mummified might guy. Me? Guy, confused and unable to scratch his head, candidly shared, I'm not smart, don't know what to do, but whatever you say, Kyomu, I'll do. That much trust. Kyomu looked earnestly at Guy. Guy, with his innocent heart and straightforward nature, was Kyomu's biggest concern. Yeah, I trust you. Whatever decision you make is right, I firmly believe that. Kyomu grinned, delighted. Turning to Genma and the rest, and you? We'll always follow Captain Kyomu's lead. The team roared in unison. Then follow the orders. Ah? But we follow the orders. Kyomu emphasized, true talent shines anywhere, and everyone sees clearly. Leading the team out of the tent, Kyomu looked up, seeing the trust in the eyes of the Leaf Ninjas. See, this is our answer, Kyomu whispered to his team, rather than a few people's approval, this is what we aim for, isn't it? Looking up, his team saw hope and unwillingness in their comrades' eyes, they knew who the true leader was. Kyomu turned back, still think we're abandoned or had our fruits stolen? Not at all. Our efforts will be remembered, that's our direction and motivation. Don't worry, we won't be forgotten, and we'll shine so brightly that, even buried deep underground, we can't be hidden. Turning back, Kyomu smiled at the surrounding Leaf Ninjas, go back, rest. I hope to see you all when I return. We'll be here. The Leaf Ninjas shouted back, always waiting for your return. Thank you for your trust, Kyomu lowered his hand and left. Though the Leaf Ninjas made way, they didn't disperse. Without looking back, Kyomu led his team forward. Captain Kyomu, we can petition together. Someone shouted from behind. Stopping, Kyomu waved goodbye, your memory of me is my greatest reward. Take care. As he walked on, the future seemed to lay beneath his feet. End of chapter.
Thanks for listening.